Delete.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. And after Test Cricket Super Sunday, when England, and let's not forget the West Indies, defied all odds to win away, we are back for more as India take on England at Visakhapatnam. It is of course England that have the 1-0 series lead, but it's a long series, and don't forget England took a 1-0 lead in 2021 in India, but it all went very quickly pear-shaped pretty much thereafter. Goodness me though, there is so much to anticipate here after the heroics of Tom Hartley and my ecclesiastical brother the Bishop of Rome in Hyderabad. England's three main spinners in Hyderabad had 36 tests between them. One change in ranks at the start here with Shoaib Bashir coming in means that Rayan Ahmed and Tom Hartley have just 3 tests between them. Rayan Ahmed and Tom Hartley weren't born when Jimmy Anderson made his test debut, and Tom Hartley was only 4. But this McCullum-Stokes England care not a jot for that. India, already without Kohli and Shami, have now lost Jadeja and KL Rahul. Joe Root has more test runs than the entire Indian side, but I doubt that's going to matter much either. The most important thing, of course, is toss and team news. The toss has gone to India, and well, it's no surprise that Rohit has decided to bat. We already knew the England team. Crawley, Duckett, Pope, Root, Bairstow, Stokes, folks, Rayan Ahmed, Tom Hartley, Shoaib Bashir. He's got his visa, has he got his bowling arm in order. And Jimmy Anderson, the venerable Jimmy Anderson, who as he gets older, his hair seems to get lighter. He's had a sort of bit of a hair dye done, hasn't he? India, it's our old friend the Jazz Whale, Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Rajat Patidar is the man getting the nod at 4. Shreyas Iyer, Shikhar Bharat, R. Ashwin, Axar Patel, Jasprit Bumrah, Mukesh Kumar coming in, and Kuldeep Yadav, the replacement spinner. Right, now then, with me are a man who's always smart, but he's now smarting from the unexpected taste of first test defeat. It's Anindo Dutta. Hello, Anindo.
Hey, Tony. Great to be. And because people don't know, I must tell them that you've been practicing in front of your mirror, Vishakhapatnam.
I have been practicing.
And you got it bloody right.
I have. I wasn't going to just do Vizag. That's cheating. I'm not going to be like those old imperial conquerors who we dislike so much, and just got lazy and shortened it for their own convenience. And chortling away with me, now famed across the internet for feeding geese in his underpants, it is who else but Messy Jez. Not many people have geese in their underpants. Do they peck? I hate to. Maybe we don't want to go there.
The goose
I wouldn't
is
if I was
very
a
well
goose.
behaved. She'll attack invaders, but she's very good with me. Thank you, Tony. I'm pleased to say that although it's 42.1 degrees right here, it's 27 degrees at the ground, and going for a maximum of 31. So it'll be a nice day for cricket.
Fantastic. Delighted to hear that. What we are going to be really interested to know, though, is what the pitch will do. With that in mind, India's selection, there was a lot of discussion about who might come in, who might not. Do you think they've got it about right?
I think they have. The only surprise I see in there, I was obviously expecting Rajat Patidar to make it because he was put in the squad ahead of the first test, and this is his chance because Rahul's out. What I was expecting was with Jadeja out, they would choose to get a batter and an extra spinner in the form of Washington Sundar, which they haven't. What they've done instead, looking at the pitch, I think, which looks like a great batting pitch, and it's definitely not. I've never seen Vizag turn before the third day at least. So I think they've chosen Mukesh Kumar because he is one of those domestic workhorses who's been taking wickets by the hundreds on pitches like this over the years. I mean, of course, that's against domestic attacks, but he knows how to bowl on these pitches. Whereas Siraj, I think, was found wanting in the first test a bit.
Yeah, he was somewhat wayward, wasn't he? Well, the pitch messes, that's clearly an interesting thing to talk about. Last time England played here, only test match England had played here in Vishakhapatnam, is 14 wickets fell to seam. England took a lot of those because Anderson and Broad got a few, I definitely recall. 25 to spin. Anderson took 4 on that occasion. Do you think England have got it right with the changes that they've made?
Well, I'm pleased to see Jimmy come in. To be honest, I think this pitch is going to be a road, and if it weren't for England's baseball approach, I'd be predicting a draw for this test match. But I don't know. I think they may seriously need another seamer in there. And I don't know if there's somebody there who can bowl a bit of
well, Stokes might do it. Stokes
he's
been bowling at the nets.
Is that right? Well, that's a possibility. Because I mean, when you've got a pitch that is very flat, you need someone who's going to contain the batters. And if you're not taking wickets, 3 inexperienced spinners is a huge gamble.
Well,
I would have thought Mark Wood should have been there actually. With Root as the third spinner, I would have had Mark Wood in there as a wicket taker on a pitch like that.
I think that was very much the logic behind Jimmy Anderson coming in, that he would give you at least some control and all of that experience. Mark Wood has a lot of qualities, but not so much the ability to control the scoring rate on, I think, what should be.
Maybe it's going to be 5 for 5. Who knows? Jimmy's going to run through that.
Well, we're going to find out because the batsmen are out there in the middle. It is obviously, first of all, this chap.
264.
and opening the bowling for England has to be, obviously, the man I now can't find. Not very well prepared, is it? There he is. But we're going to do it after this delivery because he's going to be bowling to 3 slips, a gully. And it's down the leg side. Not the most encouraging of starts. That hair colour, goodness me, you can't miss it, can you?
No, he's got a nice tan as well. He's been spending obviously.
He's got to say he's ripped as anything. I think he's been spending a fair bit of time keeping fit. I mean, one does, as you can tell, as one gets older. You know, most days you'll find me in the gym for at least 2 or 3 hours, trying to get out.
We almost missed that, Tony.
None for none. Unfortunately, I didn't. As we wait again, Anderson again. It's down the leg side, and again over skips Ben Folkes. So, not perfect. We're on the coast, of course. We're on the east coast, about halfway up the east coast, aren't we? Near enough.
Yeah.
City of Beaches, right by the Bay of Bengal.
Eastern Naval Command. It's beautiful. I mean, my sister lives there. I've been going there for 30 years. It's beautiful.
There's a submarine museum there. Didn't it build India's first submarine? Am I right? I'm thinking amongst other things.
There is a submarine, in fact, anchored just off the beach.
Ah. Is it still used? Or is it just sit there?
No, but I think you can go in and
Jimmy, what's he got? That's a better ball. That's much more the line and length slanted across the left-handed Jaiswal. And again, there was no run, but it was much more the line, and it makes me think that the one thing I haven't done yet is jingle up our old friend the Jazzwale. So here he is.
From Surya in Uttar Pradesh, Yashasvi Jaswal.
Now, is Jimmy bowling from the Vizzy end or from the DV Sabha row end? What's your geography of Visakhapatnam like?
It doesn't extend to the ends of the stadium, I'm afraid.
Well, I'll try and have to use my judgment. In comes Jimmy on leg stump. Not wider leg stump, but on leg stump. Easily defended by Jaiswal. Nothing in the first 4 deliveries to cause any alarm for these England batsmen. The stadium, of course, is actually the... What is it? I can't even read. It's the DS... It's the Dr. Y.S. Rajashekar Reddy Stadium, isn't it?
Rajashekar Reddy, yeah.
Rajashekar. Who was the good doctor in Indo?
He was the chief minister of the state for a very long time.
Ah.
To the best of my recall.
And was he a doctor of medicine or was he a doctor of something else? As we just wait for Jimmy Anderson, defended. A little bit more bounce, but Jaiswal stands tall, just plays it back down into the ground. What was he a doctor of?
I'll get you the biography in a while. Including a branch of medicine in case he was a...
Very good to know. Maiden over so far for Jimmy Anderson, which is good from an England perspective. Less good perhaps is that none of those first 5 deliveries did anything really off the pitch, in the air, or anything, which might just concern them. Jimmy in to Jaiswal, the slips go down. That should be the first runs of the morning because it's tickled off his legs. Backward a square, Ray and Ahmed fields. They do take the single. Jaiswal will keep the strike, and with a score at 1 without loss, we Messers can find out who's joining us.
Indeed, West Aussie Leeds is with us. It says just a warm 42 degrees here today, so looking forward to cool bevies and a gorillas all day. That's a good prescription. Warren says, night all. The porn bot's with us. He asks whether I'm wearing underwear, and very helpfully sends a link to the somewhat embarrassing episode from the last match. That's a matter entirely between me and my OnlyFans porn bot.
Well, and the goose, and the unfortunate goose that had to see it. Remember, the goose saw it front on. We only got the reverse view, as it were. Joe Root is going to open the attack for England. So England going with their most experienced spinner. Rooty, 66 on his back. We did the Bishop and Bear. We did the 66 episode of the Bishop and Bear this week. Made me think of Joe Root. Round the wicket comes Ruti. That does turn a little bit, but it's wide, and Jaiswal climbs into it, launches it over cover, and it should be the first boundary of the morning. It certainly is. It's a good shot. Bit loose from Ruti.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Wasn't his best the 5 for 8 taken against India at some point?
It was. It was in the last series. I think it was in the
Yeah.
test that England won. Last series in India. That is.
Yeah.
But they went on to lose then the next 3, didn't they? There was 2. There was 2 at Ahmedabad and I think 2 in Chennai because of
Yeah.
COVID restrictions. It was all
COVID
very
restrictions,
centred
that's
around
right,
just
yeah.
two grounds, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But the concern probably here for England is it's a more conventional track. We think more likely not to break up until days 3 or 4. Having to bowl first with just the one seamer, albeit they've got heaps of experience in that seamer. Just the one slip for Ruti. Certainly saw some turn, but he had to throw it up very wide to get it. This one's more on a length and prodded back to him by Jaiswal. I suppose the one encouraging thing in Indo for England was, although he tossed it up wide and it went up and over extra cover for 4, it did at least get some turn. There is a forward short leg for Ruti. That one comes back in to the left-hander.
Yeah, I think
No run.
I think you will get turn, but the turn's just going to be relatively slow, and unless the batsmen play badly, should not be too difficult to negotiate, I think.
Just the one slip, a short leg cover and a cover point for Joe Root. Ollie Pope, as ever, the man under the lid. That slapped away again, loose from Root, outside of off, and Jaiswal, just as he did, not quite so uppish this time, same result, 4 more runs. Jais, very elegant from Jaiswal, but he seemed to have
Yes.
all the time in the world, didn't he? And big front foot forward, and away it went. They have been practicing, have they not, in Indo? Their sweeps and reverse sweeps, India.
Well, they need to, because it's the only thing that works, and it's something that Indian batsmen are not taught to do their entire career when they're growing up.
Joe Root in. Again, that's tossed up wide of the left-handers off stump. Doesn't really get hold of it this time. Steers it towards point. You have 2 very closely grouped fielders on the offside there. There's a backward point and a more conventional point. So they clearly think
Yeah,
that Jaiswal
it's for the,
likes to cut.
Yeah, and he cuts it in the air a lot of the time.
That one's well defended. Big high elbow from Jaiswal. Brings that over to the end. Not quite as economic as Jimmy. Just the one off Anderson's over. 8 off that Joe Root over. 2 4s to balls tossed wide of the off stump. 9 without loss after 2. And over
Before
to
we
you,
go to
Mr.
messages,
Oh, yes.
I'm just going to give you the Y. Rajashekhara Reddy, the
Oh,
Chief
yes.
Minister of Andhra Pradesh at that time, was a doctor. He was a qualified doctor. I don't know if he practiced after his first early career after he became a politician. And then in 2003, he died in a helicopter crash.
Oh, that's very sad to hear. And the
Thank
Subba
you,
Row,
Linda.
is that Raman Subba Row? I presume that must be the named after, I'm guessing.
That's a long time since I heard that name.
Well, there you go. Well, he's
Yeah.
got an end named after him here. Anyway, Messrs.
Dave Barrett says, I'm in my underpants, in a gutter, covered in something unspeakable. Vodka has been consumed. I don't know much, but I do know one thing. And that one thing is, I must
and
real
sorry.
cricket, and I must go harder.
Well, the thought of him going harder in his underpants has already left a mental image I don't want. But that is wide of off stump. That was a much better ball by Jimmy. Just a shade of away movement in Indo, past the outside edge of Rohit.
And Rohit almost got that.
And he did. What a spring in the step that would have given to England if that had just tickled the edge. Rohit, you could see sharp intake of breath in the puffing of his cheeks as well. The 3 slips go down. Jimmy right arm over and in, and up onto his toes goes Rohit. Angles the bat, steers it away past point. Is it going to beat the batsman of the fielder? Is Rayan Ahmed? No, well chased lad, and he's going to restrict them, I think, to 3. They do. They move on to 12. Good.
Given how
effort.
beefy Rehan Ahmed is, that was a really good effort. I have to say.
He's solid. I will
Bullshit.
grant you. He's quite solid. Well,
He's a fat spinner, as we used to have in the past.
there is something of a tradition of those. There's one we have a wonderful jingle about, of course. No longer playing, sadly. The fabulous Samit Patel. Damn it, Samit. 12 without loss are India. 9 for Jaiswal, who is on strike now to Jimmy. And that one again is, well, he pulled the bat out of the way. It was through to Ben Folkes, past the off stump. And there's a good probing delivery by England's elder statesman, who you rather suspect might be quite enjoying the sort of the sort of the youth of the callowness. I know Bear's very fond of the word callow. Of the England attack around him. It gives him sort of the chance to sort of somewhat mentor the rest of his of the attack. Anderson in, that's past the outside edge again of Jaiswal. Fine delivery of the slips, arms went up. Crawley thought there might be something there wasn't, but again it really threatened that outside edge, didn't it, and drew the full shot.
No, just dropped in front of Ben Folkes anyway. But I think as a batter facing up to Jimmy Anderson, you've just got to put the missed deliveries out of your mind as you go on to bat the next time, because that's going to happen most of the time anyway with the movement that he gets.
In he comes, played off his hip down into the ground by Jaiswal. No run, just the 3 from the over. Cut away by Rohit, but Rehan Ahmed haired after it. Compact or not, those legs of his carried him just fast enough to haul it in short of the backward point boundary.
So both Bashir and Rehan Ahmed were born after Jimmy Anderson's debut, is that correct?
That is correct.
Well past.
Anderson had already played 10 tests when Rehan Ahmed was born. And Tom Hartley was 4 years old when Jimmy made his test debut. That again past the outside edge. Jaiswal let that one go. It means that after 3 overs, 2 from Jimmy, 1 from Joe Root, India have progressed to 12. They're motoring along quite tidily at 4 and over, and having chosen to bat, as I think we would have foreseen England doing the same had they won the toss. Messers.
I think I created some confusion with mention of the possibility of a draw. West Sussex Elite's draw. Can you explain what that means for us as Pool fans? Warren says, duck it, hole down and end.
Who's that? Oh, well, there's a shock. I didn't, I was watching sorry, go on.
He's saying it to Farong. Jersey Oak says, morning, wicket looks flat. Janet Hopper is being mischievous. She says, just wondering how many times you'll be using the ground's full name. Not often.
Thank you for that, Janet. Yes, I'll try and avoid it, probably. I'll give it a go a couple of times. That's a funny old ball from Rooty. Sort of looped outside of the leg stump of Rohit. Rather surprised him, rather surprised us. I think it probably surprised Joe Root as well. And nobody
it
was able to lay anything on it.
Match wide if he had just left it alone. It was so wide.
Yeah, it was. You'd hope that just slipped out the wrong way. There's the slip and the forward short leg. That one is fielded at forward short leg. Rohit and Joe Root exchanging glances. In the meantime, there's a very pensive looking Ben Stokes, who probably, there was some turn for that ball, and Rohit played it down into the ground. Ollie Pope dived to his right.
Midway through the pitch.
In he comes again. Joe Root, that one turns back into the right-hander, forces him to play it in front of his off-stump, pushed towards mid-on. No run. Well, one ball, the first of this over, fortunate to be a dot, because it was really not what Root intended. The other two, pretty much on the money, as is that one, but tidily defended back to him. by India's captain. Again, no run, 12 without loss. Toss, remember, won by India. I don't think Rohit had any doubt in his mind for even the splittest of seconds that batting was the way to go. That should be a run though. It evades Ollie Pope at forward short, out towards mid-wicket, and they'll take a single and bring Jaswal back on to strike. It's Gary christened him the Jaswal, wasn't it? Or he called him, he kept calling him Jaswal.
Not entirely intentionally, yes.
Well, no, yeah, I don't think he did it on purpose. It just seems to... Well, he's the most un-whale-like character because he's very sort of tall, willowy and thin, isn't he? So whale would not be the first thing that came to your mind. This one is defended by Jaiswal. Away into the onside, just a single from that over. 13, India progress pretty serenely too. And we can go to some more of your messages.
Just to fill you in, there's been some interesting bowling debuts over the last few weeks. Xavier Bartlett is making his debut for Australia in the ODI against the West Indies. He currently has 3 for 8. The West Indies are 3 for 38. Sorry, 38 for 3 in your language. Mike's with us. He says, hello, just got to my car from Philly Airport, back from the hell that is Houston. Racing home to watch this match on my TV so I can see India get blown out. Also, Root's 5 for 8 is in that shit 2-day night test, not the Chennai win.
Oh, well remembered. Thank you for that.
And Leah fills in the bio of the doctor. He says the good doctor was also apparently very, very corrupt. The American Consul General called it beyond the pale even for
Jimmy Anderson.
Americans are good with corruption.
Full and off stump defended by Rohit. Sorry, make that one a point again, Messrs. Jimmy had the temerity to interrupt you.
Oh, the Americans are very good at knowing all about corruption, of course.
Well, some more than others.
Yes.
I believe the umpires should be Chris Gaffney and our old friend Marius Erasmus. Unmistakable figure, but I haven't really looked at them that hard. But they were certainly those schedules. It surprised me that they didn't announce the umpires for this series until about 2 days before the first test, which seemed to suggest they weren't too sure, but I'm sure that can't have been true. 2 slips go down, that's high. Rohit doesn't get a bat on it, and Jimmy's not interested. He just mops his brow and stomps back to his mark. Must have been height and Indo, but definitely nipped back in, didn't it?
Way above the stumps.
What are the people's views of Jimmy's blonde tips?
I think it
good.
goes. Yeah, I think it rather suits him. You know, if you or I tried it, Messrs, I suspect we couldn't quite carry it off in the same way. Let's put it that way.
Well, there's nowhere to put it on my case.
That's fair enough. Wide off stump. Again. That was the classic Jimmy Anderson delivery, as you could hear an Indo purring.
And that was a classic Rohit Sharma prod at it. It was so wide outside the off stump. I mean, there was zero reason for him to.
The proverbial coat of paint just moved away off a length. Rohit was
off
committed
length,
to the shot.
Like at 5th stump.
Yeah, it was an absolutely superb delivery by the man with the streaks.
6th stump. Sorry, I take that back.
That's worked off his legs. They'll take a single down towards fine leg. Rohit might be happy just to have a little think about things at the other end after that.
Yeah, he's not covered himself with glory as a captain and as a batsman in the recent past, so he needs to get his act together.
Well, fortunately he's not listening, but I'm sure if he does catch up with the highlights afterwards, he'll be aware of your concerns and Indo.
He's heard it from the whole country, so I think
you're speaking for the nation.
Yeah.
Maybe that should be your career. Maybe you should look to go into Indian politics and Indo.
Oh no! You're not corrupt enough.
I think I'm too
too honest,
corrupt, and too outspoken.
Anderson defended by Jaiswal as Indo was about to make his first speech as the potential Premier of India.
He also has the desire to stay alive, I suspect.
Yep.
there is that as well.
Well, and if you're not corrupt and you don't make enough money, then you don't basically increase your chances of staying alive. So
14
Yes.
without loss are India. It's been reasonably plain sailing. What jeopardy there has been very much conjured up by Jimmy Anderson, normally with balls just shading away outside of off stump, as he's in to Jaswell, who is up onto his toes to defend towards point. Again, England very tightly cropped there. Nindo, you were
only a
saying
good speed. It's almost at 140.
Yep. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
in very tidy nick. Has he got the stamina to do some long spells? Because they may need his control. It's the end of the over, though. Just one from it. 14 without loss, India. Messers.
I'll catch up on some of our friends on YouTube. Silvery Dreams says, greetings all. Getting up at 4 a.m. is evidence of a growth mindset, right? Indeed it is, Silvery Beams. Morning all, says Leah. Tony asking if Messi has a pecker in his undies, says Jeff Perkins, to which I said I can't tell. I haven't seen down there for years. I'll have to ask the goose. To which he says, oh, so the goose is going to have a gander then.
Oh, very good.
Good line. Pokey Bum Finger says disco, which was presumably
Joe Root.
signaling-
Oh, that's a horrible ball. Again, he doesn't get that right. It's a full toss. Whipped away out towards mid-wicket, but Rayan Ahmed
To
is
the only
there.
fielder. To the
He
only fielder on the boundary on the onside.
Rohit did. He found the only fielder, which was Rayan Ahmed. India move on to 15.
Ball which should have gone for a 6.
It's been a bit of a mixed bag from Rooty. A couple of balls have been right on the money. In fact, possibly the majority of them. One or two have completely slipped out and looked all a bit messy. That's a better one. Forward comes the big front foot of Jaiswal to
But
defend.
he's bowling with
no
a new
run.
ball, so I guess it's not
Yeah.
something that he's really used to doing.
Yeah, that is very true. Although spinners quite often enjoy the new ball, don't they? Because it easier to grip, prouder seam. Defended by Jaiswal this time. Just the 2 test matches ever played at this stadium, the name of which I will try and give you in one more time, but for now I'm just going to call it Vishakhapatnam.
YSR should be much easier. That's how he's referred to.
Dr. YSR. Oh, well, that's it. There we are. Janet Hopper.
Nobody says the doctor anymore.
Up onto his toes and cut straight to backward point where Ollie Pope fields. India, tellingly, won the toss, batted first in both of those, and they won both by over 200 runs. First was against England, that was 2016. One or two survivors of that. Jimmy Anderson was playing in that. Root, Bairstow, Stokes, I think, all played in that game. That's short and wide, but bunted on the bounce straight out towards extra cover. Again, there was no run. Bit of turn and Indo, not a lot, but just a hint.
Yeah.
And,
No, he's certainly getting to. There's no doubt about it.
Root comes in past Moraeus Erasmus, or really round Moraeus Erasmus, I think you'd have to describe it as. Defended away towards extra cover.
It's the only way to come past.
Yeah, you can. Yes, I'll never get over you. I'll have to get up and go around.
At least he's not David Shepard.
15 without loss at the end of 6 overs. England just slowing them down a tiny bit, but it's a good start for India. They'll be happy, and we can go to Messers.
Pokey Bumfinger says, morning all, I'm moderating buck naked today in solidarity with Captain Underpants. Also, the wood burner is a bit warm for clothes. And Dara Azizi says hello to all of us. Hello, Dara. Good to have you on board. Warren says, are we talking about Fat Bear Spinner Week 2024 already?
Jimmy again. Onto his toes goes Rohit. Pushes it down onto the leg side. Ollie Pope comes dashing in. And there is no run. 133 kilometres an hour. What's that in proper miles? Was it
Probably about 85.
5/8, isn't it? Yeah.
You're the only one who
Shopping.
uses miles. Or something.
We should do it.
Yeah. Get a grip.
He's
Come on.
stuck
Join the
in
rest of the world.
Stuck in imperial times.
Yeah.
This one.
The king's distance.
They are actually even called imperial measures, aren't they? As this one was pushed away down backward of square. Again, no run. The 7th
Although
over of the morning. Toss went to India. Of
We'll
course.
ever be stuck with an imperial chain as the length of the cricket pitch, won't we?
Yes, chains, furlongs.
Jimmy's been bowling very well, though.
Rods, poles, and
Yes.
perches.
He's really bowled well.
He has, and he's beaten the bat a couple of times. He's got 2 slips
Yep.
for Rohit, and
On
that
the stumps,
one.
getting
There's a
movement.
big shout. There was possibly an inside edge. The one man completely unmoved is Chris Gaffney.
And the second unmoved person is Ben Stokes.
Well, I don't think so. Yeah, I think he's probably learnt a lesson in. Remember in Hyderabad.
He said no to Jimmy straight away.
Yeah, and he doesn't.
Not
People
bad.
listen to Jimmy, all that experience, and I think Jimmy, to be fair, said no to himself. Yeah, it was above the knee roll.
Nowhere near the bat.
Bat was nowhere near. LBW, it would have been too high. There was no
And
question.
outside the line.
And I'm not so sure about the
eventually
outside of the
hit
line, I've got to be honest.
I think it eventually hit him in his hips or something.
And that's another fantastic
Yeah.
delivery. Arms go up, it cut
Really
back
bowling well.
into
Beautiful.
Rohit. Now Ben Stokes is clapping, applauding. The one thought going through his head might just be that there's a little bit of movement and encouragement for the seam bowler here, and I've just got the one of them, unless I turn my arm myself. But we shall see whether that will come back to haunt them. They did have the lessons of 2016. Seamers took plenty of wickets then, although England did lose by I think 206 runs, was it? Defended into the onside by Rohit, out towards cover, no run.
I think Rohit's, other than the last one, Rohit's missed about 3 of them so far, just by movement.
246 runs is what they lost. Impact was umpire's call, but it was well above stump height, and I think England, realising that early wickets are really going to be a huge value here, because already this looks a pretty decent track. It's got something for the bowlers though. Jimmy is in, it's defended by Rohit, back to him. It's the end of the 7th over, it's 15 without loss. It's a maiden for Jimmy Anderson, and a good one too. He's found his range, but how many overs does he have in a spell? Probably that's exactly the conversation he's having right now with Captain Ben Stokes.
Yep.
But while he does, we can go to messages.
I suspect 5.
You think 5?
Yeah, I think you'll be right.
Feels about right.
Leah says, in relation to the good doctor, I mean, from what I read, he was basically a Christian Democrat, and the party boss of those here in Germany sits on the board of BlackRock. I'm also not certain that Mukesh Kumar is really better than Siraj, who has been used in a horrible way during the last match. Mayank in Philadelphia, of course, says, you Brits aren't even true Imperials. Join us and do yards and pounds, you weirdos. You still do yards.
Joe
You're not so
Root
much into pounds anymore, are you?
continues round the wicket to Jaiswal, who had to wait for that a little bit, and in the end just prodded it away into the offside. They'll take a single. His captain Rohit Sharma stung, I am sure, by the criticisms from that extraordinary first test. Has
wasn't just the first
beautifully
test,
teed
I
up the
think-
series.
Yeah, I think he's not been making his presence felt as a batsman captain.
That squirts off the outside edge of Rohit's bat. It's going to be down towards third man, chased by the second of those 2 slips. He'll only get a single in the end. Bring Jaiswal back onto strike. 10 off 25 for him. 17 without loss, India. And I'm rather hoping that in a very short order we should be seeing Kat appear, ready to join us on commentary, as this one is slapped, but slapped straight towards Duckett, who is at short extra, and there is no run, and as if by magic I am going to let Kat in. That was we're watching that ball to Rohit that just did jag back at him, took him high on the above the knee roll. Oh, that's a misfield. It's a misfield at backward point. It's not going to go all the way to the boundary. It's going to be rescued by Ollie Pope, but it'll get India 2, both of which they should not have had. Now, who was the miscreant on that occasion? It was cut to backward point, and it went through. I think it might have been Jimmy, wasn't it? Was it Jimmy Anderson?
I think it was.
Yeah. Perhaps a sign of a little creakiness, a little tiredness. In the same direction again, but to Ollie Pope this time. No run. Yeah. It was Jimmy.
I've got a super chat.
Oh, fantastic! If you just hold it until this
I'll wait
delivery,
after
because
this ball.
we'll give it the appropriate fanfare and deference it deserves. Round the wicket comes Ruti to the left-handed Jayaswal, defends it back to him. It's the end of the over. There are 4 runs from it. 19 without loss for India. We're going to have a change here. Cat's coming in. The bear should be joining me. And
Hey, Cat. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Anindo,
Warren
thank you.
Davies-
Super chat.
See you, Nindo. Warren Davies has sent us $4.99 US. This is a fiver of Messi proves he was wearing trousers. Here. I had to move over because I'm only half screen now, but I am actually wearing trousers today. You'd be pleased to. I'm relieved to know. I don't know if they're going to show up on the screen, but there you go. Okay, there's one tweet for you, Tony, from Dave Wood. It's the next
Beautiful.
one, and I'll catch you in half an hour.
Delighted and welcome to Cat.
Greetings.
Been a
hi
while.
there. How you
What a
there,
treat.
Tony?
Well, over to you. We're thrilled to have you with us. 19 without loss. Cat, over to you.
Fantastic. And we have Anderson bowling, which is always a delight as well. And this first ball through to the keeper, Rohit shoulders arms. So this is wonderful. I've got the live stream in Australia slightly behind the feed of Gorilla Cricket. So Gorilla Cricket up to the minute. But it means I get a good replay in my split screen.
And how's our feed coming through? Is it all right or is it choppy?
It's not too bad, actually. It's pretty good.
It's not so bad. How have you been? It's been a while.
Yeah. Happy New Year to everyone who's listening.
Wow,
and
indeed.
I loved the first test. We had so much fun watching the first test. It was such a joy. As this next ball again through to the keeper, doesn't bounce so much on this occasion from Anderson. So 2 dot balls to start off this over, and the score in the 9th over is none for 19. India won the toss.
Yeah, and the pitch does look pretty flat. It has to be said.
Well, that's what I was saying. The concern, I think, possibly for England is that Jimmy's the one who's getting the the movement, beating the bat, but you're only going to get so many overs out of him, and you've got a lot of spinners.
So 2 slips in place, and this one is driven to mid-wicket, and no run taken. Just perhaps the ball just seaming away a little bit from the batter as Jimmy's bowling too. A little bit of seam.
Yeah, a little bit of movement. He's a wily old operator, isn't he? He's bowling at decent pace as well. He's up near the 140s, which is considering he's 41 is he now?
Yeah.
I'm happy that he's in. I mean, you've got to have Anderson in your squad. He's in the squad, but you've got to have him in the team. It's better that he's in.
Well, I think they're looking at the inexperience of everyone else around them, and someone needs, without Jack Leach, who's going to retain some degree of control.
And of course, you can't leave out Hartley. This next one's driven straight, and it beats the bowler, so they're going to run through for a single. And Jimmy Anderson is looking like he's got a bit of blonde hair dye. You know, he's sort of reverting back to his 1990s look, right?
Exactly. Get himself some blonde highlights.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Very nice indeed.
How did you fit? Oh, it was off his shin, wasn't it? Crikey. That must have hurt, actually. But hey-ho.
Yeah.
He is
Shook it
wincing
out
a
as
bit.
well.
I remember dyeing my hair blue once.
Really?
Years ago, yeah.
Oh, my God.
I think it was for a party.
Oh.
I must have been quite young, because I remember opening the garage door to let my mum park the car, and she practically crashed because she
Because
didn't
you blew
I'd
it.
done it. Yeah.
It's blue. This next one, again, through to the keeper. So just the 1 run from the over so far, and 1 ball left to come. And Jimmy's getting his speed up there. It's not 140, but it's not 130 either. It's pushing up there. 138 in that last delivery.
England know that wickets are vital early on. If you gonna have to bat last on a track, but by the time that they do bat last on it, is likely to turn.
Yeah, I mean,
got to try and get among the wickets early here.
I mean, a couple from route have just kept it a bit low, I think.
Yeah, left-handed Jaiswal on strike this time, and it's a fuller length. He prods at it, but it's again no score through to the keeper. End of the over, 1 run from it, none for 20.
Dave Wood says, any idea how many furlongs the outfield is here?
I've never known how long a furlong is.
Well, I know there's 8 of them in a mile, aren't there?
Well, yeah.
But I only know that from sort of horse racing.
So that's about 200 yards.
Tim Dale Lace is going to saying, letting the world know he's going to be on later after tea, and yes, he is. So we're looking forward to seeing him as we always do. Warren, West Indies, he says, by the way, are 56 for 3 after 14. Is that an ODI?
Yeah, are they chasing a
Yeah, it's
score?
an ODI at the MCG today.
Oh, fantastic.
Is that first innings or second innings? Is it day-night? Oh, it must be a day-night, isn't it? It's probably just
Day night,
started.
first innings, yeah.
And I'm sure there's some action of some kind on YouTube. There certainly will be.
Yeah, I can hear it as well for your phone.
I've just turned it
All
down.
right, all right.
Cricket-Daily Now says, hi, Messi, I'm listening in and eating dal and roti. Not roti.
Oh, delicious. So now we have Root bowling around the wicket. It's a half tracker and it's spanked into the onside. It's going out into the deep, but there is a fielder out there. I think it's Ahmed, is it? And it is just the 1 run. Nicely saved, actually.
Well, he's out there for the shit ball to save that half-tracking nonsense. Yeah, England have got a problem, haven't they? Someone's got to open the new ball. Root not bowling great with it.
No, why not give it to Hartley?
Well,
Anyway, this next one, forward defensive, big stride forward from Jaiswal, and it's another dot.
Do you think the most Bazball thing to do would be to throw it to Bashir and go, here you go,
well,
lad.
that's what I thought.
Get
To be
stuck in,
fair,
boy.
there is a left-hander out there. You thought, maybe.
So just one slip in place. This next one around the wicket again to the left-hander. And this one, a better ball, and it's just prodded forward in defensive mode is Jaiswal. He's on 12 from 33. Rohit is on 9 from 24 up at the non-striker's end.
He's very tall, isn't he, Jaiswal?
He is, isn't he? It's really quite extraordinary. This next one, a little bit flatter, angled in on leg stump. Turned around the corner, backward a square. No, it's gone forward a square. Can't see the feed.
Yeah.
And they take a run. The feed's a little jerky for me, but it's either that or I'm a couple of balls behind you, so we'll take that.
It seems to get worse the more you watch it, doesn't it? For some reason.
Should we mention the GPL very quickly? We haven't done it yet. GPL is open. GorillaCricket.com/competition. Guess how many runs are scored in the day? Well, wait for a second.
As his next ball is in, and he's forward flicking this off his pads into the onside. But it's another dot, so just the 2 runs so far from the over.
The pot there is a massive 98 English pounds. So well worth the winning. Let's get it up over 100.
Now we've got a short leg in, and this one is driven out through that region. It's going out towards a deep mid-wicket. And they are getting a run. So end of the over, 3 runs from it, 23 for none. India after 10 overs with a run rate of 2.3. Over to tweets.
Well, it's YouTube. Cricket-Daily Now says Jaiswal crept into this India team. Well, we'll tell you a little bit more about him in the next couple of overs. There was that fantastic super chat from Warren. Disinterested hand job says, crisis over, I'm here. Did you miss me?
Always, Mark, always.
We did. And by the way, you need to let me know what your sort of availabilities are for social media duties. Who are you? Said Messrs. And disinterested hand job. I usually go by the name of Jay Grover on X, aka.
So I'm not sure if
Twitter.
we have a
We do have a
jingle
change.
coming in for our new bowler. The strike bowler is coming in.
Well, it isn't Bashir. It's the elder of England's 3 frontline spinners. It's this fellow, the hero of Hyderabad.
Again, you give spinners a bad name.
Well, I don't think he does
Nice
now.
snappy jingle on that
Yeah.
one. So we still have a short leg. We have a slip as well. We have a very casual row hit at the non-striker's end as this ball left arm around the wicket in line with middle stump and defended to... Oh, actually, they're getting a run here. My vision has disappeared. Maybe I should swap
Maybe
with
should
you.
Yeah. It's yeah.
See how I go. If I'm guessing what's happening, then that's fine, because occasionally it just breaks up. So apologies to the listeners.
Oh, no. Do you want to hand over to the bear and take over sort of summary
It
duties?
might be better because I'm quite some distance behind. That last ball was just turned around the corner to mid-wicket for the single. This next one, and he's over the wicket to the left-hander. Quite a bit of spin happening there, and then the ball disappears. So I will hand over to Bear, who knows what happens with his ball, and I'll take over with the colour commentary.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. Rohit's on 11. Jais was on 14. They went off. They were going up 5 and over to start with. They've been pegged back to 2.5 and over. It's pretty good going by England. Hartley's in, and it's just defended by Rohit out into the covers, and there's no run. There's a slip. There's a short leg, point, cover, wide mid off. Mid wicket is kind of open, and they're going to one of the new, the compromise position of a very wide mid on, trying to cover 2 positions. I'm never quite sure about that one. And a massive gap. Probably someone out in the mid-wicket boundary would be my bet.
Yeah, is there a bloke out there on that boundary?
I presume so.
No, he's square, isn't he?
Oh, that turned a little bit off the outside half of the bat. Was right defended down to short third man, fielded by Johnny B, I think. And they were
I
going to
reckon he's
single.
getting some turn. I mean, I wouldn't expect Root to get a heap of turn, but it feels like Hartley's getting some.
A little bit, yeah. I don't think it'll trouble any batsman now. I think it'll be quite predictable. It's usually the up and downness as much as the spin, isn't it? The ones that jump and then the ones that squat. Certainly getting first use of this wicket is going to be handy. Hartley is over the wicket to Jaiswell, who works him into the leg side. Out past mid-wicket. I'll just get the single though. How did you feel about the test match on Super Sunday last week?
It was so extraordinary having the West Indies win in Australia and then having England win in India.
I
So
know.
it was so great.
It was
such
mad,
a lot
wasn't it?
of fun. Yeah.
How did the press take it? What were the press like in Australia?
I don't really look at much of the Conservative press, so I'm not sure.
Is it
I
all
think that
Conservative? Ooh, that's goes on with the arm and Rohit kind of prods it. I'm not sure if it was boot or bat. It was going down leg anyway. Ended over, no run.
Yeah. So most of the time, most of the commentators were delighted that the team, I think the West Indian team, has the feel of a more legendary team, I think, now. It's an interesting... They feel completely different to the West Indies of the last few years. And, of course, they are, because they won.
Yes. First time in 27 years, wasn't it, or something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I think
so-
we're heading for, hopefully, a new era of the West Indies. That would be wonderful.
that's
So
I
they've
hope
given the chap whose name I kept getting wrong.
Shamar
in the vegetable
Joseph.
bear. Shamar Joseph. They've given him a contract. Now we are. Here's an interesting change, Bear.
It is. We are going to see the debutant,
great.
20 years old, Shoaib Bashir. Right arm off break.
I mean, 20 years old, he looks about 45.
Sorry.
Oh, I like that.
Yep. It's Jeff, isn't it? One of Jeff's
No,
finest.
no, it's not. I don't think it's Jeff. I think-
That was, I'm sure it is, because I remember Jeff sending that one in.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Now, this dude is very tall as well. Bashir is
He's
he's a
6
tall
foot
dude.
4, I think. And his first ball is he gets some action on the ball, gets it to turn, but it's too wide. Jaiswell might feel he missed out a little bit there as he tried to cut it and hit the man at point. No run, 97 kilometres an hour. That's quick. That's up there with Axar Patel. I guess you can do it when you're that tall. That's a much better delivery, better line. And it's just defended out to mid-off, and there's no run.
He doesn't even look nervous. He looks pretty cool.
He does, doesn't he?
We spared the ignominy of poor old Tom Hartley's first test delivery,
Well,
which was
yeah,
lumped for 6. It was firmly struck, but well fielded at backward point.
Well, my first impressions are he gets good loop. That's too short, though. And it's defended out into the offside, no run. Seems to me the thing to do on Indian wickets is to find your bloody length, because it's a tricky length to find because the pitches are so slow. It's very easy to drop it short and then overcompensate and bowl too
Gives
full.
you just a bit more variety in the attack as well, because you've now got effectively 2 off spinners with Rooty, a leg spinner and a left armour.
That was a good ball, turned, maybe a tad too full. Outside half the bat, goes down towards third man, there's no run. Jaiswal looks about 12. And
I think so far there's been a lot of variability there. We're seeing that the speed of that third ball was only 85, and the others are up over 90. And it feels like he's got flight on some, and some have been short. Like, it's interesting. Maybe it's not intentional.
Well, it could be. Defended out to the covers and there's no run. They picked him, didn't they? Because he gets a lot of action on the ball, gets it to dip.
Well, that and height. It was an very interesting chat we had in the Bishop and Bear this week, where we were. Well, I'll tell you after this.
Last ball of the over. It's worked into the leg side. He won't start with a maiden. It's out to square leg. Rooty is out in the deep, and it'll just be 1. But only the 1 run off it. Jaiswal will retain the strike. 16 off 42. Very different innings to his first innings in the first test. Much more circumspect. Over you, Tone.
Right, light roller. Well, first of all, Leah, who is wise, says a furlong is exactly 10 cricket pitches. And a cricket pitch is a chain, isn't it? Which is 22 yards.
Yeah. So
the light roller says, joining you from sunny but cool Melbs, Anderson opens with who the fuck Root? I guess they are the most experienced pair. That is true. Leah says Afghanistan have lost their first wicket against Sri Lanka before scoring a run as well. Wow, so they were 0 for 1. Dave Barrett says today's parallel test match is Afghanistan 0 for 1 versus Sri Lanka. Neither side going particularly hard. Kiwi by day wasn't really expecting this test to be dominated by talk of underpants and geese so early, and I'm pretty sure Messi will never ever take his pants off again. To be fair, Kiwi by day, he didn't take his pants off, but he didn't have anything over his pants.
Yeah,
I mean, the more traditional garb, if you're going to be on screen, unless you're in some sort of specialist niche interest type of video. Oh dear.
Is that live? Root's come back on.
Yeah.
Huh? Hartley bowled 1 over. That's weird.
Changing ends, maybe.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
why not just give him another bloody over? Switch it around. Anyway, Root's first ball to Jaiswal, the next over is too wide and slapped behind square down to the boundary. 4 runs.
Give it to me 1
Is that
time.
the first of the day?
Give it to me 2 times.
First boundary? No, there's
Give
been
it to me
2 or 3.
times, yeah. Give it to me
Oh, yeah, there were.
4 times.
I'm waiting for the jingle tone. It was only driven to point for no run.
Actually, isn't that jingle one that gets us into trouble?
Yeah, that
I should-
always gets dinged on YouTube. Doctor.
But what's wrong with that jingle? I want to know the goss here.
Well, no, there's nothing. It's just it's been ripped off the internet and it's about 28 seconds long. So they always pick it up as not ours, and therefore we can't advertise. That's defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. So they block us from getting any advertising revenue, bastards at YouTube. Even though theoretically, according to their own rules, of course it's fair use, but because we're not using it in a musical sense at all. This is the Dr. Vizzy
DR
end.
Vizzy end.
Yeah.
So now we know Root's operating from the DR Vizzy end.
Well, presumably it's Dr. Vizzy, isn't it? Not DR.
Well, Vizzy, because I thought Vizzy as in is short for Visakhapatnam, you see.
Yeah. But doctor, because he was a doctor.
Okay.
I presume, anyway. That one is defended square on the offside, and there is no run.
Which means the sub row end then is the other one. So now I know what at least the DR Vizzy end looks like. Oh,
Root pulls out as he comes in the bowl. Maybe John.
I wonder why they went to so much effort for Root to change ends when Hartley was bowling better, I think.
Well, yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it? Root in. Defended out to the covers, and there's no run. So it looks like it's going to be a long day for England. If it carries on like this, India being quite circumspect. Can't imagine England being on 32 after 12 overs. But it is India, as that one is forced off the back foot out to point, and there's no run. First innings runs are crucial in India, aren't they? If the pitch is going to break up and you can bat for a day and a half, you've pretty much won the game. Over to you, Tone.
well, I was going to say, if you really want to go for the full mouthful. It's also known as the Dr. Y.S. Rajashekar Reddy Andhra Cricket Association Visakhapatnam District Cricket Association Cricket Stadium.
Wow.
There you go.
Couldn't fit that on our banner.
You wouldn't. You won't be saying that too often. In fact, I strongly suggest it'd be the only time during this entire Test match that I give you the whole thing. Leah says that Hartley jingle aged like unpasteurised milk. Yes, you are right there. It did suggest he's proven now that he is a more than capable spinner. For wrong, bring him on at both ends. He will bowl this Test. He's obviously talking about Ben Duckett.
Of course.
What did Bournemouth do in the end? I only saw after West Ham equalised and it was 1-1. I don't know what happened after that. Didn't look.
I don't know, but the Wolves Man United game was fun. I saw the end of that.
Missed that.
4-3 to United as that's worked into the leg side. There's no run. They were 3-1 up and then or 2-1 up and then they were 3-1 up and Wolves kept coming back and scored in about the 92nd minute and then United went up the other end unfortunately and scored in about the 96th minute.
Well, I'm sure they were dancing in the streets of Tunbridge Wells.
Yeah, I'm sure they were. Tossed up, worked into the leg side by Rohit in front of square or just behind square. Jimmy is on the 45, comes across fields. They get the single though.
I just think they wanted to have a look at Rooty from both ends, don't you, Kat? I think they were just thinking, see where there's turn, where there isn't.
Well, the average first inning score is that in Test matches. There's only been 2 though. It was 429. That's defended out into the offside, and there's no run.
But also,
I'm glad they've continued with Bashir, but they should have continued with Hartley as well. I don't get why they're bowling Root.
Yeah, especially
Anyway.
you got a right and left-hander out there. You might as well have a right and left-hander bowler. You get the option of if it does turn away from the batsman, you got one batsman you can turn it away from.
that's gone.
That's gone. It's been cut. Too short by Bashir and too wide. And Jaiswal doesn't miss out. Cuts behind square for 4 runs.
Is the address I give the 4.
Well, the only other thing I would think though is they want 2 off spinners now operating in tandem, bowling to the left-hander.
Well, yeah, but when Rowett's on strike, then you've got him bowling to a right-hander. When a pitch that doesn't turn, it's quite easy. You might as well have one of each and try and get them at the right end, I suppose. And that's defended out to the offside. And there's no run.
Meanwhile, in Australia, the West Indies are 4 down for 60 odd, but the news is that one of the debutants, Xavier Bartlett, has 3 wickets. So he's a fast bowler from Queensland, age 25, and so he's doing pretty well. That's
good stuff.
For your first match, yeah.
Indeed. Last ball over is defended back down the track, and there's no run.
Farong, greetings all. I hope everyone is well. Very wise of Hartley to drop his speeds in the first Test from 94 miles an hour in the first innings to 80 odd in the second. Duckett will bowl this Test, perhaps this time tomorrow, when Team Tartar are 353 for 3. And Messers teases us. He's teasing us here. He says, I think I can actually remove whatever garments I choose as long as I remember to turn off my camera.
Well, yeah, that is true. I mean, what Messi, of course, we only ever see Messi's top half, so the fact that he's sitting here in his underpants.
Unless you're one of the geese.
I
think we should try and get the geese on and have a chat to them.
Well,
if they're not too traumatised. But we shall see.
You see, they caught the macaque that was roaming around somewhere up in Yorkshire. Scotland, wasn't it? Yeah.
Good Lord.
I mean, actually, in the studio, all we can really see is a tiny little head and a big square of green.
Not if you'd have been watching in
not
the
if you're
first
on
Test,
not if you're on YouTube. That's defended back down the track. As Hartley is now back on. What? I don't get this at all. We had 1 over Hartley, 1 over Root, and now we're back to Hartley. Very strange. Maybe they're trying to get inside the Indians' heads. Around the wicket is Hartley to Rohit. Just goes on with the arm, defended out on the leg side.
Yeah, so they're shuffling in. So Hartley's now bowling isn't it? From the opposite end to where he was bowling before.
No, because Bashir bowled on over in between.
Oh, then I am a tad lost. I've got to be honest. Other than variety, mixing it up.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Trying to get in the Indians' heads.
Keep the Indians guessing.
Down the track comes Rohit. I think Hartley must have seen him coming because he dragged that down. Rohit had to adjust and just hit it square to point.
Surprising they wouldn't mix it up with some fast bowling.
Well, we've only got one fast bowler though.
And if you're only doing one over, then it doesn't even matter. You can sprinkle them throughout the entire innings.
Well, you could do, yeah. Oh, that's a filthy delivery. Tossed up full. Well, it gets away with it because Stokesy, it's Anderson at wide mid-on, is pretty deep and was able to get across and field it. I'm sure he doesn't like getting down like that at 41, but hey.
Just thinking the next session might be interesting then, because I was going to stay in the studio, because then I've got a few off, but it's an all remote session.
Yes, I know.
And Forthy is in Melbourne with Cat, so presumably his feed will be suitably sort of slow.
Well, if they're all slow,
I might have to step in, mightn't I? We'll work it out as we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Australia we have two possibilities. If you're watching on the TV, it's reasonably in time.
But yeah, the internet's always slow. On the back foot, as Gyswell forces that out through the covers, gets himself a single.
But today I'm joining from my computer, which is at least one or two deliveries behind.
Yeah.
So Forthy might be on the TV. He might be all right.
Oh, is this on normal TV out there as well then?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's on Foxtel, yeah. So we got West Indies one channel and another channel, India and England.
Oh,
it's
cool.
great.
That's good. Defended, back down the track. Can't beat the bowler. Just 2 off of that one. 39 for none after 15.
Willow Moon. I'm only awake this early because of shocking tendonitis pain. Buggered my ankle back in May with a total Achilles rupture. The pain meds are good though. Well, wishing you well, Willow Moon. Hope that clears up as soon as
Don't get too addicted to those pain meds though.
How long is an L in your part of the world? Is it like a cubit? This interested handjob wants to know. Adelaide Barmies. Morning, chaps. We're up and rolling here in sunny Adelaide. Pub time. Is that the Elephant? Are you all off to the... from what I recall, your pub is called the Elephant. Tell me if I'm wrong. Sex Hammock. How many dollars Super Chat gets Tony to say the entire stadium name every over? Well, everyone has a price, Sex Hammock. Everyone has a price.
Bashir is in. Floats that one up high and... gets it to drop, maybe a bit too full. Gyswell drives it straight to cover, no run. Yeah, I was going to say my point earlier was, who the fuck chose to decide that a furlong was 22 cricket pitches? I mean, 10 cricket pitches. I mean, what a weird measurement to come up with. Why? Attempts to drive that hard, but
that's some sort of original sort of agricultural reasons for these things.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Chains and how far apart you'd put the fence posts and the like.
It's random, isn't it? That was just driven back to the bowler. Next ball is flatter and quicker. Gyswell's a little bit late on it. Inside edge onto his pad. It goes out on the offside and there's no run.
Presumably people are talking about the Dr. Y.S. Rajashekar Reddy Andhra Cricket Association Vishakhapatnam District Council of Cricket Association Cricket Stadium.
Boom.
Nicely pronounced there.
Indeed. Rolled off the tongue.
Rolled off the tongue. Almost
You go
knackle-esque.
fast enough, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's the point.
It's
Or
true.
you drink. That's what I used to do with my French.
Bashir is just defended by Gyswell out to the covers and there's no run. Yeah, I remember getting very drunk on a stag do in Boulogne for some reason. We were in Boulogne. Don't know why we were in Boulogne for a stag do, but we were around the wicket, driven out through a vacant mid-wicket to a wide mid-on, a single. And because I was drunk, I suddenly thought I could speak and understand French. And started talking to the barman, and then realised I really couldn't. Sort of looked at him blankly, and kind of wandered off in a drunken haze.
Yeah, my ability to speak the local language when I lived in Paris was okay, but it always got better, at least in my eyes or ears, after I'd had a few glasses of wine.
Yeah.
Or maybe I just got more
You get
confident.
more confident, so you
Yeah.
say more
Yeah.
words.
Exactly. I think you're understanding what they're saying to you. They're probably telling you you're a complete twat. That's worked into the leg side, and there is no run.
Sex Hammock. Minimum once and over all day long. I think our listeners would get a bit bored with that. Jeff
You can super
Perkins.
chat us anyway.
Well, yeah, super chat us anyway. Please do, Sexhammer. We'd be thrilled with that. Thought Messi was stripped for a suitably large donation. Super strip, maybe? Well, that's a bit. I mean, if you had the choice between a full-on Messi striptease and me just saying the name of the stadium, well, take your pick. Super chat for whichever you most are desirous of.
I think for a full strip from Messi, I think Messi's not going to sell himself short here. He needs to donate quite a bit of money.
I think Messi has to give us money if he wants
Also,
to do
I'm not
that.
entirely sure that's a particularly useful choice of words when you're asking Messi. We don't want him selling himself short if he's stripping, but there we go. What else do we have?
Why would anybody want to see that anyhow?
Well,
you need to
I think we
admit-
should consult the geese first.
40. Oh, that's the end of the over. In that case, it is time for a change,
Yeah,
isn't it?
time for a change.
Thank goodness for that.
Forthy is going to come in and take over. Cat's going to be there. It's an Australian trio.
It is. It's an all Aussie trio. How
That's
exciting!
because it's so
Probably take
early in the
lots
morning.
of English
England.
wickets.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
It's actually daytime for you guys.
Anyone who is up in England at this time of day is an absolute hero and a completely dead, and that includes all the commentators.
Oh, well,
Yes.
that's very kind of you. Messers, I will change the screen in just a minute. Lots and lots of stuff on Super Chat. Sex Hammock asking you to start an OnlyFans
Yeah,
is the first one.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't think I'm get.
Speak on behalf of a nation there.
Yeah. I'm hugely expensive. Who else can bowl the team other than Jimmy? Says Six Hammett. And Frank Rockefeller says, does Stokes still turn his arm over? Tony was saying he was bowling in the nets today, so it's possibly possible. Didn't mind. By the way, furlong, I looked it up, originally denoted the length of the furrow in a common field, formerly regarded as a square of 10 acres. There you go. And Adelaide Barmy's confirmed that they do go to the elephant. Sorry.
No worries. Why are we starting halfway through and over? Anyway, we are.
We are.
Because everybody thought there was a drinks break, and there wasn't.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Hello, Kat.
Hello there. Hi there, Forthy.
Look, as if to deny cultural stereotypes, we're both fronting some lovely bookcases here. That's good. Now then, in fact, we're fielding an all-Australian team as well. That doesn't happen too often.
Yeah.
So
except
we
I
weren't
can't put on
starting
as good
halfway
an
through
English
it.
accent.
We weren't starting halfway through and over 40. It was replays.
No, of course it was. Yeah. I'm falling a victim to that more often than Tony these days.
Yeah.
It's 40 for none at the end of the 16th over. I'm sure this has been commented on, but Anderson, Root, Hartley, and Bashir, they've got something like 187 tests between them. And Anderson, Hartley, Bashir, and Ahmed, rather, the principal bowling lineup. And Anderson's got 97% of those, I think. Right. Okay, then. Well, how are we reading it so far? What do you reckon, Kat?
Oh, it's looking good. Looking for an India win here.
Okay, then. Hartley's into the attack. He's gone for 6 runs first 2 overs. There's general hilarity. What's up, chaps?
There's a super chat from Mog. It's for $10. He says, "Hits out, Messi." Oh God, this is the thin end of the wedge.
Has he already paid?
Again, and onto the back foot
Yeah.
goes Joe Farrell, and it's played to point, dot ball. Well, obviously we've got a specialist audience in the first place, but Mally's pretty niche.
I wouldn't worry, Messi. There's no one else watching except for this one person. So, you can do whatever you like.
There are 60 people watching on YouTube
Oh my
right
God.
now.
There are certainly
Scary.
60 people will be watching soon. Oh, goodness gracious. That's Jaiswal sort of hammers down on it as if he's thumping a nail into the decking. Hops up to Folks, who tries his luck at a stumping, nothing doing.
He did drag his foot out, though, for a second. He got it back in plenty of time, and it's a pretty clumsy stumping, actually. It was almost like he patted the stumps over with a flat hand.
During the last hour of that last test match, as soon as it went through to Folks, he was smashing the bails off and throwing his arms up. He finally got one as well. That's played out on the offside, dot ball.
I think Hartley's getting more spin than anyone else. Not that spin is the only consideration. Of course, we were talking about the advantage of Bashir being able to get the bounce and the overspin and all the other advantages of height.
Certainly got a fair bit of spin in the last test. This looks a more docile pitch thus far, but we will see what it looks like on days 4 and 5. Oh, there's a big appeal there. That came back. That looked pretty good. Hartley's not nearly as interested as Folkes.
Probably missing leg, but it did look pretty good.
I presume it came back a little too far. It's not a bad shot, though. They're very conscious, I think, having lost all 3 reviews after 13 overs in the last innings, that they don't want to throw them away on a docile pitch quite so quickly this time.
Yeah.
In comes Hartley. And that's really fallen in the block hole. Jaiswal just blocks it out. End of the over. India still... That's a maiden. India remain 40 without loss. Messi.
Well, it's all going to shit on YouTube. After Mog's $10, Kit Martin says, "Oh dear." Perko says some people like it messy. I've undone one button. That's all $10 will get you. I'm sorry. Stephen Kelk says, "Good morning, world." Sex Hammers says, "Messi, do it and I'll match." No, I'm sorry. It's just there are limits. Revenite says, "I'm loving this wild chat." Willowman said, "Some people will pay a lot for that, Messi. I'm not one of them, though." Good on you, Willowman. You're showing some taste. And I'm paying... I can't make sense of what you just said there. But I suspect I'll probably get more money if I threaten to strip unless you pay. Either way, I'm not.
He has his artistic integrity. Bashir.
Well,
He's gone for just 7 runs off 3 overs. He scoots in again. He's getting a little bit of turn there. Right arm off spin.
Very angled run up too. He's not quite coming in at right angles, but he hasn't got a straight run up here. It's an interesting lead in. I always wonder about bowlers that can manage to do that and still bowl straight.
Yeah, it's like miniature Bob Willis 1.0 before he straightened his run out. In he comes. I'm trying to think, who was the other spinner who used to come in at right angles like? Trying to think. That's another dot ball and played out on the onside. In first class cricket, I was just looking him up. Bashir's got averages of 14 and 67. Unfortunately, 14 with the bat and 67 with the ball, which is not the way round he'd like. In comes Bashir. He's on the money so far. Oh, yes, he's gone. He's gone.
Wow.
Played round the corner. That is Shoaib Bashir's first wicket in test matches, and what a scalp to get. It's Rohit Sharma who's gone. He's gone for 14 off 40. The first wicket falls. India 40 for 1. Just scooted round to that man at leg slip. And what a great day for Shoaib Bashir. What did you make of that, Kat?
Oh, it's fantastic for Bashir. How exciting for him to get his first wicket. It was a really good decision, good captaincy decision, or maybe it was the bowler who wanted the leg slip in there. We had a conventional slip and a leg slip. The leg slip's only just gone in for this over, I think, and just a great decision. Very, very astute, whoever decided that. Let's assume it was a combination of Bashir and Stokes.
It's Pope. And it was Pope just pouching and poaching around the corner on his papal seat. He was snuffling them up in the second innings in the last test at in front of the wicket. And what a safe pair of hands he's got. Confidence must be absolutely sky high in this English camp, because everything they try, like, well, they usually put a leg slip in, nothing much happens. Just try something different. 3 balls later, straight into the hands. Fantastic stuff.
Very important.
Really
shot
great, and to
from
get the
Rohit.
captain out too, it's a little bit like the new Shamar Joseph getting Smith out with his first ball. It wasn't quite his first ball, but first couple of overs and
Absolutely,
1 for 7. Fantastic.
Yeah, no, that's brilliant stuff. I think Mike Atherton only got 2 test wickets, one of whom was, I think, Vengsarkar, or is it Vengsarkar? So, I think, did Michael Vaughan get Sachin Tendulkar out once? I know Ricky Ponting got Michael Vaughan out once, so it's not just who you get out, it's the quality of the player as well. Anyway, there's going to be many more wickets in the ledger for Bashir over the years, but a great one to get. First up, Shubman Gill has entered the fray. Will probably wait for his first ball to jingle him up. He's facing Bashir, whose test match average is considerably below his first class average now. It's right in the block hole, and it's dug out by Shubman Gill, and here's his jingle.
It's Gilly, Gilly, Austin, Pepper, Katzenell, and Bogan by the sea.
Oh, that's a nice pithy one. I heard most of it for a change.
Yes.
Don't know why. Sometimes you can hear them, sometimes you can't. And that's played round the corner by Gill off Bashir. So it won't be a wicket maiden, but you won't worry too much about that. So Gill's off the mark.
We saw a replay of that LBW possible chance that was not reviewed in the previous over. It was bouncing over leg stump, maybe missing leg stump, but definitely bouncing over.
Yeah, it was a good decision not to review it. It's a sort of one that perhaps a bit of a morale booster, you never know kind of thing. But good call, because it was clearly going over leg. Sort of thing that looks more out than it actually is, if that's not a stupid thing to say. That's right up in the block hole, forward defensive, classically so. End of the over from Jaiswal. He's 26 off 65. He's got the bulk of the runs. India 41 now for 1 at the end of the 18th over.
Farong sent in a picture which claims to be cave cam somewhere south of Perth of a bearded bald gentleman in a string vest, which isn't actually me. Leah says, when saying everyone has a price, it should be mandatory to reference Kerry Packer and pilots, at least in the cricket context. Bulldog Central says, gents in the car with my lad Froggy down in Adelaide listening in. 3:30 p.m. Friday, Arvo. Loving the broadcast as usual. Cheers, Tim. Great to have you on board, Bulldog Central. And Farong, oops, sorry, it all changed on me, has sent me a picture of what is that car? It's very much a Sophie's car.
While we're trying to identify the car, Tom Hartley's back into the attack. He's left arm, tall leg spin round the wicket to Gill, and they've got a man under the lid there, breathing up his nose, so to speak now, putting him off in his eye line. Probably Pope, it usually is. That Crawley's at first slip. Hartley in again. He's almost unrecognisable from the player we saw a week ago, and he looked understandably very nervous on his Test match debut. But now he's looking like a seasoned veteran. It looks like he might get a wicket at any moment.
He gets to the top of his mark really swiftly too.
Yeah, he does. He does hassle the batsman, doesn't he? And that one's thrown up on leg stump. It's effectively a leg stump half volley, which Shubman Gill shovels around the corner. Bashir does the fielding, and there's a single.
So
Yeah,
just
they,
a little report from the other match that's going on at the moment. There's Afghanistan playing Sri Lanka, of course, and the score there, Afghanistan 1 for 43, and the West Indies playing Australia in an ODI. It's 4 for 90, no further loss of wickets since last time we spoke.
Well, 42 for 1 plays 43 for 1. So going nip and tuck in both the Test matches. Oh, and that's a 4. Jaiswal has... I didn't see it on my feed, so don't know if either of you would care to describe it. Don't know if it came up on yours. Oh, we're having a look at a replay of it now. Floated right up, and Jaiswal looks like he's going to sweep. He does indeed. He does indeed sweep. It was in fact, he turned it into a full toss by getting right forward to it. Yeah, I think we had the forward jingle there. It looks like another one has been dispatched. This one hasn't quite gone all the way. Johnny Bairstow's head after it. They had to hurry a little, but they came back for 2. In fact, 3.
So, very productive over this one for India. They're creeping up towards the 50 mark.
Yeah, signs of some acceleration. There's no point in them. Yes, they need to be circumspect, but when the opportunities present themselves, they don't want to be bowled, dictated to, because what can happen if you start playing more aggressively is that these slightly immature bowlers can get thrown off their line, as indeed happened there, and that full toss has been bunged through the onside by Gill, was that Jaiswal or Gill? Gill, and India's 50 comes up 53 for 1.
Anindo says Rohit Sharma, the wonder opener, has had a short shelf life. It was a bloody awful shot he got out. Right. Leah says, wasn't it Ray Bright that came in at an obscene angle? And following that up, there is a retweet from the Ridiculous Ashes podcast, which might be known to you, Kat.
Yes, indeed.
With a lovely shot of a GIF of, is it Ray Bright bowling between the umpire and the stumps? Absolute crazy angle. It's a great shot. It's a great GIF. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Bashir funnily enough, Bashir is replicating for aforesaid Ray Bright by coming between the umpire and the stumps right now, because he's coming round the wicket to Jaiswal, looking for that extra turn.
So, Forthy, would you take Hartley off after that last time?
Well, we know Ben Stokes won't, whether it's the whether it's the right or wrong decision. Of course, he might sort of play a bluff or double bluff and take him off. But no, I don't think he should be taken off just yet. How about you?
Another super chat from Stephen Kelk, €2.50. One butter pie, live the dream, he says. Thank you, Stephen.
Bashir around the wicket again, forward defensive from Jaiswal, dot ball.
And so Hartley, in that last over, he really lost his radar. There were 2 full tosses and 1 half tracker. They went for 4, 3 and 4. So he was completely ill at sea.
He was, yeah. And that's a straight. That Bashir just drops a touch short. Jaiswal rocks onto the back foot and strokes it nicely down to mid-off for a single.
Yeah, not so much Bashir. Bashir is keeping pretty tight here. His bowling's good.
Yeah, so far so good. 1 for 9 off 4.4.
A super chat from now with common sense. Right, I'll wait.
And that's a very nice shot from Shubman Gill. It's out to Joe Root, wide long off, but they come through for the single. Just got 1 ball to go, and it sounds like there are super chats coming, raining in on us, which we love at this time of morning. We'll get to that at the end of this ball. India 55 for 1. Jaiswal on strike now. Bashir round the wicket, forward defensive. At the end of the 20th over, India going along sedately, 55 for 1. Messi.
Ian Saka proves his sanity by giving us $10 for everyone to keep their shirts on. That's very, very good taste, Ian. I applaud you for that. But Frank Rockefeller's now given us $20. Love you guys, keeping it fresh with the suspense and horror show. Test cricket. Thank you so much, Frank. That's really appreciated. Loving you guys, giving us not just the money, but it makes us feel worthwhile too.
Yeah. At some point, a vast amount of money is going to be offered to you, Messi, and you must consider what is the right thing to do. I'll just leave it there for now. It is Hartley.
Never say never, I say.
Hartley, they are stuck with Hartley. Of course they have. He's gone for 18 off 4. That's much more like it. Spot on, pitched off, straightened, Shubman Gill onto the back foot, plays it with a very straight bat, dot ball. Both Bashir and Hartley have their sort of t-shirts flapping around them. They look rather untidy bowlers. I suppose that's the last thing that Stokes and co will be worried about. Untidy in the sartorial sense. That's stroked down to mid-on for a single by Gill.
I think it's partly because they're both pretty skinny guys, and so they have to have a big uniform, which maybe isn't as slim fitting as they need.
I saw Bashir's midriff pops out as he comes round the bowl. He's tucked himself back in again. Perhaps one of the senior members has had a word with him, although I doubt it in this team.
But Hartley's still untucked.
He always seems to be untucked. It's just the way he is. Played round the corner to the man at 45 on the leg side, but dot ball from Jaiswal from Hartley.
Cricket whites always look better tucked in, I think. I mean, I guess it depends on the size of the stomach on some people, but yeah.
I suppose the greatest of them all, Warney, I tend to think of him as having his t-shirt flapping around and untucked.
Yeah.
He could do whatever he wanted, of course. That's the dot ball played down to mid-on by Jaiswal.
Bowling quite full, isn't he, Hartley, now? He's
Yes.
no more full tosses so far.
Yes. He had a momentary little aberration of a trio of balls in the last over, which got duly punished. That's another dot ball. So he seems to have regained his mojo. Gone back and
Got his control back. He knows how to do it. It doesn't take him a whole innings anymore.
He's learning on the job.
I think the confidence of knowing you can do it is a really good thing.
Yeah, it's a good point. Last
It's
ball,
better
that's on the
than getting it
as
right
well.
in the first place. Yeah.
The dot ball. Just one run off that over, so Hartley has self-corrected like a stock market. And India are 56 for 1 at the end of 21st over. Messi.
Lynn Taylor's joining us. She's listening from Zipolita in Mexico just after 11 p.m. Loving it on Mijoli. Zipolita, incidentally, is the site of Mexico's only nude beach, which sort of fits the theme of today.
Yeah, obviously we expect you to know these things, Messi.
Ian H says, morning, furry ones, I think he means to say. Jeff Perkins says, Messi keeping his shirt on doesn't preclude other garment minimalisation. Thanks, Perko. Dear. And Anindo says, well, Sunny Bay, if Rowe had actually forgot it was a leg slip, is that a batter you really want leading a team? Yes.
Yeah, I suppose that is a possibility. First ball of the over from Bashir, dot ball. Second ball is played out to long on for a single. Jaiswal is now on 34 and Gill on 9.
That first delivery down the leg side, and folks did a little bit of a fumble there, so I think it's spinning more than he expects.
Yeah, there were slightly mixed reactions to folks keeping in the first set. Oh, that's spooned round the corner, not too far away from the man on the leg side at 45. And there's Hartley actually, and there was just a few palpitations going through the Indian side. It only bounced 2 or 3 yards away from Hartley there. That was definitely not where he intended it to go. They've come through for a couple. In fact, just the single.
It looked like a competent sweep shot. He didn't make good enough contact.
And straight back down the ground from Gill to Bashir, who does his own fielding, does it well. Right, so Bashir, good confident start from him. Just gone for 12 off his 5.4 overs with the vital wicket of Rohit Sharma on his ledger sheet. He's round the wickets to Gill. Big forward defensive dot ball. Bashir does his own fielding. No, he doesn't. Comes out to mid-off.
And Bashir is untucked again, so it doesn't take him long for that to happen.
Maybe they've got the wrong batch of shirts and they're just not wide or long enough or something. I don't know, but never seen anything quite so untidy as this. Round the wicket comes Gill and kind of pulls out of a more aggressive shot, but just check drives it down to long on for a single. And he'll keep the strike at the end of the 22nd over, India 59 for 1.
So Josie Oak surprisingly says we're doomed. Kiwi by day says our geese allowed on the nude beach. Yeah, that'd be the worry, I suspect, for some. And Frank Rockefeller says, good, Stokes is breaking the ice with him, presumably with Bashir.
Yes.
So yeah, that's pretty well up to date.
You're in your Burwood Erie, are you, Kat?
Yes, yeah, we're both in the same area probably.
As indeed am I, same postcode, in 3125.
Yeah, same postcode.
Very literary postcode, as we can see for those following on YouTube.
Yeah,
Books,
everyone in this postcode has books.
Indeed. It's a dot ball from Hartley to Gill. No books behind you, Messi, but it is Perth. I guess.
They're over here, including one by Dan Liebke, actually.
Yeah, that's good.
What's it? The something cricket library.
The Instant Cricket Library.
That's correct. Yeah, that's it.
That's played wide of the man at mid-wicket, but down to the man at wide mid-on. Slightly surprisingly, they don't go for a run there. Top ball.
And if I put my head in the right place, it looks a bit like I'm balancing this Monty Python book on my head. So I endeavour to do that.
Hartley to Gill, forward defensive, dot ball. Yes, I was asked to read random sections from some of my books. Maybe someone could pay for you to do the same. Then we could get some more money. Really?
Yes.
Coffee.
Yeah, happy to read random sections of all of Dan's books. They are behind me, so that.
I think,
at the right price, of course.
Yes, of course. I'm happy for Gorilla to get the price. That's fine.
That's played wide of the man at mid-wicket. And Joe Root ends up doing the fielding there. They've come through for 2 in the end, so Gill moves on to 12 off 18. Just having a look at the crowd there. Not too many people in. It'll be a working day. We saw during the last Test match that certainly when things were getting exciting at the weekend, it filled up considerably. So there's life in Test match cricket in India.
Absolutely.
Last ball of Hartley's over. Bowling to Gill. Eventually, just camera's prolonged shot on Ben Stokes. One or two oohs and ahs, but in fact it's really just basically a forward defensive. And at the end of the 23rd over, India 61 for 1. What are we doing? Little time left.
Leah sends me a tweet. I don't entirely understand, but that's not unusual. She says, I applaud Dan Liebke for ripping off Stanislaw Lem for the Instant Cricket Library. I have no idea who Stanislaw Lem is, for a start, but presumably he or she also had a title similar to that. Is that right, Kat?
Yeah, it is. You do have to be reading very widely to understand every single chapter of that library, but it's worth it nonetheless. And there's still books. That book is still available, so if you fancy it, it is absolutely available to purchase.
Bashir in again, and Jaiswal opens up a little, strokes it very nicely down the ground, wide of the man at long off who does the fielding, just comes through for the single. He moves on. He's been moving through the gears very nicely. 36 off 78. It's looked pretty safe and secure so far. He went off like a bit of a rocket in the previous Test match, but clearly there's been a bit of group thinking and re-strategizing to say, no, we'll pull our heads in. This is a very pretty flat wicket for now. Let's just build a huge first innings lead if we can. Bashir drops short for the first time. That's just played round the corner.
So Stanislaw Lem was a science fiction author. Can't remember which country he comes from or which book he wrote. So I'm sure Leah will give us some more details.
I'm sure.
Sci-fi, anyway.
Fantastic stuff. In comes Bashir again to Jaiswal around the wicket. Oh, yeah, he's thrown that one up, but there's plenty of dip on it. Jaiswal was tempted, but it was too full for it to be a problem. Not enough turn, so strokes it down to long off for a single.
Sorry, I just looked it up. Solaris. Solaris was the name of his book.
Oh, right. Yes.
Back in the 1960s.
Solaris was famously filmed by Tarkovsky. Not as good as Stalker. We'll get Leah onto this, no doubt.
This will keep the chat going forever. This is unfair to whoever's coming on after Messi, because they're going to have to deal with massive conversation.
Well, Forthy's still going to be on tweets.
I'm going to be on tweets next. So
I'll suffer bad, Forthy.
Dot ball. Solaris was remade in Hollywood, less successfully, most people think. A rather dull George Clooney affair, but the original fantastic stuff. Tarkovsky, one of the all-time great directors. In comes Bashir again to Gill. Played round the corner. There's no one close enough in at square leg to field that. That's a single.
Stephen Kell wants to know if you rearrange your books when on YouTube to maximize how erudite you look.
I don't. I'll take it. Stephen's talking to Kat rather than me there.
To both
Yeah,
of
because
you.
you can't really read your spines, and you can only read a couple of mine.
Dot ball finished the over. I don't know whether that's us done or not. At the end of the 24th, India 65 for 1. How are we doing for time? Let's have a look. It's
With
4:30.
due a change. I'll do a couple of YouTube comments, then hand over to you, Forthy. Lynn
Okay.
Taylor
See you later,
says, sorry,
Thanks, Kat.
see ya, Cat. Mog says, you don't know Lem. See, what the hell did they teach you in school? I don't know. I wasn't listening. Lynn Taylor says it's also very gay friendly and they're having their AGM this weekend. Who is? Sorry, I'm lost on that one. Cat Martin says, I thought Cat was Annie Duke when I tuned in. Jeff says Lem is Polish. He also wrote, according to Steve Kellett, a very weird series of books about Professor Jamison who's been resurrected by alien robots in the distant future. And the next one is from Mog for you, Forthy. And I'll catch you after lunch.
Oh, thank you very much, Messrs. All right, Forthy, how are you, mate? All right?
Very good. Very good, Bear. How are you going?
I'm very
And there's
well, thank
Krishna.
you.
Hello.
Hello, Krishna.
Hi, Forthy. How are you both?
Very well, thank you. India did well to win the toss here, didn't they? Good choice.
Yeah, that was a good choice. Yeah.
I was very impressed. 16 overs in the first hour. When was the last time I
Well,
saw that?
exactly. Half an hour to get 6 overs in. They should do that. We might actually have 30 overs in a session. My God. Defended out into the offside by Shubman Gill. And there is no run. The pitch is doing pretty much sod all. A little bit of turn, but it's slow, very predictable. And India should look to make hay here. Tossed up wide outside the off stump. And there is no run.
Is a man transformed versus first day of the first test, isn't he?
Exactly. Were you on towards the end? You were in on Sunday, weren't you? Were you in at the end of the game?
Yes, I was, yeah. I had a bit of that last session. It was incredible.
I had to nip off for the last hour to go and watch my son play football, which they won 7-2 or something,
Very good.
which was very good. Worked into the leg side. They will get a single as Folks goes to field.
Watching that Netflix documentary about the World Cup football with the captains, I wasn't impressed actually. I thought it was a bit boring mostly.
Haven't seen it. 66 for 1.
20-year-olds.
Yeah.
Mr. Stokes is just plucking them out of thin air at the moment, isn't he?
Well, I mean, I said this on the podcast, you know, as Hartley comes in over the wicket and it's worked into the leg side and there's no run. I mean, England don't have spinners really. I mean, the county championship rarely uses them. You know, it plays at the wrong time of year. For them to be really useful, English wickets don't really turn. You know, there's not a lot of experience. I mean, there's a lot of decent spinners, but they just don't get the run out, the game time. Down the track comes Jaiswal. Doesn't quite get to the pitch, punches it down to long on, where the skipper is weirdly fielding.
The story I heard was that he saw some video of Bashir and just sent it to these fellow selectors and said, India? ?
Exactly. There was I think he was playing for Essex, bowling for whoever he bowls for. I can't even remember who he plays for. Hartley around the wicket. It's a bit too short.
Somerset.
Yeah, that's right. Punch square out into the deep where Ryan Ahmed fields. And Ryan Ahmed doesn't get a bowl. This is what weird for me. I give him a shot as well. I think he's kind of the future. Anyway, that was a single out to point. Go on, Forthy, and then I'll carry on after.
Hurong says, okay, Burwood, Vic 3125, very famous bicycle shop just down from the Burwood Highway, Warrigal Road intersection. Sid Pattison, is the shop still there open? Well, I live just down the road from the Burwood Highway, Warrigal Road intersection, and I'm afraid to say I've been living here for nearly 15 years, and I don't know the Sid Pattison shop, so I can only assume it's not there. I think I would have come across it by now. So bad news then, Hurong, sorry about that. But good that you know about Burwood. Leah says, Lem was a Polish writer widely known for Solaris. He wrote a collection of reviews of fictional non-existing books. Sounds very like Borges, it would be fair to say.
Bashir is around the wicket and Gill comes down the track. Looks very assured today, does Shubman Gill. and just works that down a long on. Thinks about a second as the throw's a bit wayward, but he won't, and there's no run.
Funny stories about Jimmy Anderson and these English spinners as well. The fact that Anderson was playing cricket before they were even born.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, it's something like 183 tests to Anderson, and then 5 between the rest of the attack.
Driven down to long off, and there's no run. I mean, the thing about spinners, if you're confident in your art and you're good enough to play county cricket, you think given a wicket that offers something that, you know, makes you lick your lips, that you up your game a little bit, don't you? Anyway, you know, you think, Christ, this is for me. This is my opportunity.
Yeah.
And it proves that they're not that bad. They may not be top class, but if there's assistance, they're good enough, you know. That's padded away by Shubman Gill out to leg side. There's no one. Proved by that dude who, you know, that New Zealand spinner who got 10 for in a you know, what has he played since then? No, you know, they just go back to the usuals. It's like it's unfortunate that's the way it is in England. Similar in Australia, that one dies a little bit in the pitch, and Shubman Gill goes back, just works it into leg side, and there's no run. I did want to say someone came. Go on, sorry.
No, I was just going to say Pakistan seems to be the classic team for plucking people from obscurity. You always hear these amazing stories of Imran seeing a bowler who was bowling in the back streets of Karachi or something, and then just plucking him, and he became a test bowler.
Well, yeah, but Imran's now in jail, so. Yeah.
Oh, it's what they've done with Bashir.
Around the wicket, Bashir to Shubman Gill. He just works it man to the man on the 45, Jimmy Anderson, and that. Well,
I mean, they've effectively done with. I thought they'd done it with Hartley, but they sure as hell have done it with Bashir. He's seen a bit of video. The guy's got a bowling first class average of 67.
Yeah.
And he's played.
But well, this is what I mean. I don't think you can take averages into account in England. That's punched to a on Hayden, and there's no run. I did want to say there's someone got in touch with us in Zipolite. I've been to Zipolite in Mexico. I imagine it's very different now, but when I went there, it's Death Beach apparently. That's what I heard when I went there. The riptides there were pretty lethal, and about 20 people were dying a year when I went there, just getting sucked out to sea.
Never get anyone dying on a beach in Australia, eh, Krishna?
Oh, never.
They get munched by sharks in Australia, don't they?
Yeah, go in the water, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, well.
Leah says, Lem famously hated the Tarkovsky version of Solaris because he felt that Tarkovsky didn't understand the book. That's true, but from memory, didn't Stephen King hate the Stanley Kubrick version of The Shining as well, because he felt he didn't understand the book? So I guess the gap between the writer and the director. And then India says, if English counties can make a few pitches that don't get spinners to commit self-harm from frustration, kids like Hartley and Bashir have real potential in them to be match winners for ECB cricket.
Well, there you go. That's correct. But it's just, you know, it's the way English cricket runs. It's the you know, the weather here. I mean, I guess with climate change, spinners might come into it in England. Well, Jimmy's back into the attack. His first ball is to Jai as well. He just works it around the corner. Thinks about 2, but there's no up there. And going to single.
Jimmy looks like he's got blonde tips in his hair. I haven't noticed this morning.
Yeah, it's probably to make himself feel younger amongst all these kids.
He looks very bronzed.
Yeah, he's also very ripped.
Yeah, far more ripped than he's ever been before.
I know. There was that picture on Twitter with his six-pack, wasn't there? Had all the ladies swooning.
Him to morph into David Beckham at the moment.
Don't. He is going to come in to bowl to Jai as well. It's not Jai as well, it's Subhan Gill. They've got it wrong on the little caption, thank you. And because obviously Gill is right-handed, Jai as well as left. And he just, well, he advanced down the track a step, but could only defend it to mid-on. Got the bat turned in his hand. No run.
That ball looked like it was in slow motion, didn't it?
Yeah. I imagine Boomer will be a handful on this. I mean, he was head and shoulders as a pace bowler.
Yes.
Above everyone else in the first test. For all Woody's pace, he was pretty innocuous, wasn't he, really?
And I think
But he's-
Anderson's just about bowled as many overs as Wood did in the whole of the first test.
Yeah. Well, you know he won't shirk his duties, Jimmy.
No, absolutely.
Comes into bowl. Gill shuffles across and clips it to mid wicket. No run.
Have you spoken about Ben Stokes' captaincy record? 14 out of 19 since he was appointed full-time captain.
Yep.
Extraordinary.
It is, isn't
7%.
it? Bazball. It works.
And I was looking through those victories, and 5 of them were under 75 runs or 3 wickets. So some really tight games that England's winning, which is brilliant.
Well, yeah, it's the positivity. You know, they just go harder, as Dave Barrett says. You know, and they've managed to pull it off. Jimmy is in, and again, Gill has taken a step down the track at him, but can't get to the pitch of the ball. No
The
run.
ones they did lose, I mean, a couple of very tight ones against
Yeah.
Australia in the Ashes. They've only got really turned over completely once. They lost by an innings to South Africa.
Yes, that first test
that
of the
was-
South Africa series, wasn't it, in England? And then they came back and
That
absolutely
was the
walloped them.
outlier.
Yeah. And there was the test in New Zealand where they lost by a run or 3 runs or whatever it was. Jimmy Anderson was out right towards the end of the test. So yeah, those 3 losses, that's defended up to mid-off and there's no run. Those 3 losses, 2 to Australia, 1 to New Zealand, and all very tight tests.
But when does King Charles give him his knighthood?
Well, I'd hope he refuses. Being a Republican myself, these fucking honours are nonsense.
I don't understand how the knighthoods work actually in cricket, especially Australian cricketers. Like, I know of Sir Donald Bradman, but I don't know any other Australians who've been offered a knighthood.
Ooh, no, that's off the outside half of the bat. A little bit of a prod by Shubman Gill, but of course there's no third man. And it races down towards the boundary, and it will be 4 runs. Is it a short one? No, it's not a short one. It's so early in the morning, I keep having thoughts that I keep having to think, I'm going to remember to say that, and literally 3 seconds later I've forgotten them. I'm real...
I wonder if there's any truth to the rumour that Liz Truss had Sir David Warner lined up for her farewell. Probably not, I think. Sir David Warner.
God, that would be horrific.
No, I think that's unlikely. Is that the end of the over?
It is the end of the over.
Josie Oak, Bashir's bowling reminds me of Lyon. Oh gosh, looks like he bowls with a lot of topspin. Actually, I mean, Lyon was not the bowler that we see now when he first came into the arena.
That's my point. I think for nations like the Western nations, if you like, that play in different conditions, that's cut out to Ryan Ahmed, who's on the boundary for a single. India, South Africa, West Indies, places where traditional. Well, no, West Indies is different actually because you've got Guyana and they've got some slow. There's a lot of slow low pitches out there now. New Zealand, finding decent spinners is not easy. Australia seems to be luckier in that respect, but I mean they went through a lot before they got to Lyon after Vaughan retired. Well, that's swept hard and big, and if there'd been a long leg, it'd have been out, but there isn't anyone down there. So instead, it's 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I've remembered my point, so I'm going to say it now. And I said it in the last test. I think Ryan Ahmed, it's interesting they don't bowl him so much, because for me, he is the one that they should really concentrate on. I mean, leggies are better, and I like the cut of his jib, I like his action. I think he's pretty consistent on his lines and lengths. They just need to work on him and getting some coaching at the top level. That's a nice shot by Gill. This time he drives wide of the man at mid-off, and again that's out to the boundary. It's all go at the moment. 4 more.
Yeah, I agree with you about Ahmed. Speaking of the West Indies, I managed to see the Fire in Babylon documentary during the week.
That's good, isn't it?
It's very good. And whilst we think about West Indian slow, low pitches nowadays. Back in those days when they used to shake a tree and another fast bowler would drop down,
Yeah, defended back down the track, no run.
those
Well, I
pitches
didn't
were
really
quite green and
understand.
quite fast.
Yeah,
I didn't really understand in the Fire in Babylon. They said, well, we're going to fight fire with fire, so we're going to go around the West Indies and look for some really fast bowlers. Surely that would have been a good strategy at any point. Why don't they do that now? Were they just like hiding in plain sight, these very brilliant fast bowlers?
well, no, I guess, as that's worked around the corner by Gill, who got himself another single. I guess that's what professionalism has kind of killed that to a certain degree in the West Indies, you know, because they can't pay the money, so people don't want to be the cricketers. Whereas I guess back in the day, everyone it was much more of a level playing field if no one was getting paid any money, and it's kind of pride, and therefore, you know, not so many options, easier to find people wanting to play cricket and stuff. Driven by Gyswell out to the covers, and there's no run. That's the problem with professionalism, I guess. You know, it's suddenly, if you can pay more, you get more out of your population, I guess. Plus, they've got a smaller population. I mean, look, India, 1.4 billion Indians. They shake a tree, and they've got shitloads of really good players now, haven't they? And
Yes, there's a bigger tree to shake.
Yeah.
David Stump says, can we have some chat that's a bit more lowbrow, please, Forthy? More jaws, less bulkheads. I've actually got a good fact about sharks' jaws. Do you know how many teeth a shark that lives, a great white shark, that lives to full age has during the course of its life?
do they shed teeth then?
Well, they can get through 50,000 teeth.
Really?
A great white shark. I know, I was surprised too. Amazing.
Of course, there was that drone footage of a baby great white shark, wasn't there, this week?
Yes, all white.
Yes.
It
Jimmy.
doesn't take much to grind a human.
No, exactly. Edged! Oh, just past. There's only one slip. I think the route is in there. Shubman Gill again came down the track approaching Jimmy Anderson. Got in no sort of position at all. Tried to play across the line. Got an outside edge. It may have carried to a second slip. He just prodded at it at the end. Maybe not. Joe Root's at a sort of wide first slip, trying to cover those two positions in a sort of one-day fashion. And it beats his outstretched arm as he dived to his left and made itself to the boundary for 4 runs. Current partnership is 49 off just 64 deliveries, so good going here. That's defended out to the covers, and there's no run. Looks like a very pleasant pitch to bat on.
Yeah, it does. Gill just hasn't been able to transfer his one-day white ball form into the Test match game yet, has he?
No, not really.
Doesn't have that confidence in Test cricket yet.
Nope.
But he's very pleasing to the eye to watch, that's for sure.
A lot of
He plays
Indian,
his strokes.
a lot of Indian batsmen are, aren't there? Some of them are very correct, and KR Rahul, I think, is really nice to watch. But again, his average isn't that great. It's only about 37. That one's straighter, and it's defended back up the track, and there is no run. They're really missing that middle order of they're really missing Virat Kohli, obviously.
I think actually
I think
that's to 33 remark.
the Indian batting lineup actually looks more fragile than England's, actually.
It does, doesn't it? It looks
So far.
very inexperienced.
And I think I saw some factoid that said Joe Root scored more runs
Yes.
than the Indian lineup.
A good 1,000 more runs than the entire Indian lineup, in fact. That one's played up towards mid-on. There's no run. Yeah, Root's on about 11-7 or something, and the entire Indian team's on about 10-6 somewhere, you know. Very interesting. But
When you get the titans of the game, batsmen like Virat Kohli, Don Bradman in the past, Joe Root is a kind of, if you look at his figures, he is that, but he doesn't quite feel that way, because I suppose because he's a fairly mild-mannered chap and plays very elegantly. But he doesn't feel like one of the sort of giant beasts of the game somehow.
Edge gone! Yes! Shubman Gill! Jimmy Anderson, you beauty! Drawn in, didn't need to play at that really. It was wide of the off stump, drew him into a defensive shot. And Shubman Gill, having looked really good, has just basically given it away. He's prodded a ball very wide. No need to play at it at all, really. And he's just playing a defensive shot. I mean, what's the fucking point in that? It has gone away a little bit off the seam, but there's really no need to be playing at that. And I guess that's white ball cricket for you, playing at balls you don't need to. The art of the leave, etc, etc, etc. But he's drawn into the stroke. England have another wicket just on the cusp of lunch when India were really looking very much at ease at 89 for 1. But now, they're 89 for 2 and we have to say goodbye to Shubman Gill.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
What do you reckon, Krishna?
Really,
Didn't need to play
really
that.
soft dismissal.
It was, wasn't
no,
it?
really soft dismissal by Gill, and again, I think he just got worked over by Jimmy in that over. He was just bowling beautifully to him and had him feeling and looking tentative throughout that over.
I think that's the oldest man to get the oldest fast bowler to get a wicket, certainly for England, since Gubby Allen got Frank Worrell out.
Wow. That's a long time ago. So, you see now, yeah, I mean, Shreyas Iyer coming in now. You kind of think, and with Jadeja, who came in for Jadeja? It's no one who could bat, if I remember right. Who was it? I mean, they replaced KL Rahul with Padikkal, but wasn't Jadeja batting at 6? So who the fuck is batting at 6? Ashwin?
The wicketkeeper is batting at 6 now.
Okay,
Yes, Barrett.
and then Ashwin at 7.
Yeah.
Quite a
And
weak.
that's definitely too high for the wicketkeeper. He's not a number 6.
He's all right, but yeah, you know, exactly. Well, we have a new batsman. You know, England, even on a flat deck here, if England can force a couple of wickets, they can cause some mayhem. Now, Shreyas has got a very long jingle. It's a beautiful one.
Away at the edge of the play, it's so tragic. Rolling in pain off the field again, it's tragic. And you and your batting desire.
His first ball drives quite languidly up to mid-on, and there is no run. That ends the 29th over, 89 for 2.
We've got a plethora of Lear tweetage here. Lear doesn't. First of all, true, 40, but referring to Stephen King and The Shining. Lem is a better writer than King. King consumed approximately half of the world's drugs when he hated The Shining. On to knighthoods, she says. Doesn't the Australian Parliament basically put up Australians for knighthood, and the appointment is basically a formality? That's how it works in the Caribbean. A note to Krish. She adds the book based on the movie is pretty good as well, Krish. Then she says NASCAR driver Darrell Waltrip was nicknamed Jaws for his interviews in a time when drivers didn't really give interviews. And finally she says, well, that's Gill's test career over. And Josie Oates says Jimmy looks very bronze, looks like the hotel pool recliners have seen a lot of use.
Well, yeah, he's been enjoying himself. Bashir around the wicket to Jaiswal, who's still there. I mean, he's been good. Oh, a little bit of a mix-up there. Thought about a single. Oh, now there's a direct hit, but Shreyas Iyer was well back in his crease. All happened there and ended up in no run. Yeah, what was
Bashir? He looks about 6'5" or something.
He's 6'4", I think. He does get a lot of overspin. He could be interesting. No, he was well in. Yeah. Got his back down late, over the line, didn't run it in, but he was in. Yeah, what was that follow-up to The Shining? Because if you watch the two films that had what's his name? Oh, that's a filthy delivery. It's kind of got what it deserved. It's a full toss that's been slammed into the top deck by Jaiswal. Just contemptuously swung that out wide over long on, all the way into the stands. Big 6. I want to say Ian McEwan, but it's not Ian McEwan. Fucking hell, my brain doesn't work at this time in the morning. Played Obi-Wan Kenobi in the remakes.
Ewan McGregor.
Ian McEwan, Ewan McGregor. Yeah, you know, very similar. That one slapped out into the offside this time. Ryan Ahmed, oh dear, it's bounced just before it's got to him and he's fumbled it and it's gone past him. And into the boundary for 4 more.
1, 2, 3,
And that's 50 for Jaiswal. of just 89 deliveries. Again, he's batted well. He is the man to watch a little bit for India.
You know you lift me with your 50.
Have you seen that one? The Shining Part 2, as it were. I can't remember what it was called. Came out about 5 or 6 years ago.
I was too scared to watch the first one.
Leah says the sequel to The Shining is Doctor Sleep.
That's it. Was that what the film was called? Yeah, it was called that. Yeah. But it's weird because I go back to it, but it doesn't seem to have much that ties the two together for me, apart from the fact they go back to the hotel at the end. But
Overland.
that's defended into the offside. There's no run. It's a pretty good film.
What, the follow-up or the original?
Yeah, no, Doctor Sleep. No, The Shining's great. But I mean, if you watch
Yeah.
Doctor Sleep, the whole premise of how they do with their mind, it's like almost like a proper horror film with a bit more sort of weirdness involved. Whereas The Shining, I think, is always a little bit more psychological. That's just defended out to the offside, off the outside of the bat by Jaiswal, and there's no run. And this will be the 30th over, so we're going to get more than 30 overs in a session.
That is incredible. They should get some bonus points for the
Yeah,
World Test
exactly.
Championship.
+1. Yeah, for all the ones they lost in the Ashes. That was defended off the back foot, forced by Jaiswal up towards mid-off. And there is no run, and it requires just one run to get to 100 as well. 30 overs gone. India are 99 for 2.
Bit happening over on YouTube that I've neglected. Disinterested hand job. Who wins Lem or the Stragatskis? Rockefeller Ashwin frightens me. Spinner Witch Doctor. Stephen Kelt. They've heard about Messi and his naughty moments. Sophie Inkle says, worth listening to the Sky Cricket podcast with Graham Swan, who was in Dubai with the Lions, and all of this batch of England spinners. He reckoned Bashir was the most promising of the lot. And Sex Hammock says, Jimmy's gone full circle. He had a very similar haircut with highlights in his hair back in 2023. And Stephen Kelt finishes off with, Vicar called me away, missed Jimmy's magic moment. Sorry about that, Stephen.
Yeah, well, England have been gifted a couple of wickets, really. Shreyas Iyer gets behind that, defends it back to the bowler. There's no run.
We on 700 watch for Jimmy yet? I think he's 9 off now, isn't he?
I don't know how. I was going to ask that earlier because he's not far away, is he?
I think he was on 690, so 691 now.
I mean, that would be incredible that he got to 700. I mean, I thought, honestly, after the Ashes last year, I thought maybe he would retire, but he probably sees his chance at 700 in Sri Lanka and the West Indies this summer. That one maybe offered to shape a little bit back in, but Shreyas Iyer just defended it back down the track and there's no run. I mean, it's got to be said, he was poor against Australia, and it was very unexpected, to be fair. I mean, he did miss, to be fair, he beat the bat a lot.
I don't know if he was poor because he was economical.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The thing is,
penitent.
no, but he beat the bat a lot with a new ball, didn't he? And he just wasn't getting wickets in the first 3 or 4 tests. 3 tests, wasn't it? And then he missed the 4th test. And came back and got some wickets in the last test eventually. It was defended back up the track and there's no run, but it was so odd to see him wicketless and looking so toothless for so long.
Yeah. He had an average at home in England for the last few years about 11 or something.
Exactly. And he got, 3 or 4 wickets in the entire Ashes for about 300 runs or something. Fortunately, it won't affect his average so much.
What does the post-career cricket career hold for Jimmy Anderson? Is he going into the media?
Yeah, he's a decent broadcaster.
He probably, of course. Defended into the offside, there's no run. I mean,
he's not. Stuart Broad is extremely articulate and private school educated and very fluent. Jimmy's got more of the. He's a little more hesitant, but he's blunter and he's got the northern thing going on and tells it as he sees it a bit more.
Yeah. But like them all, when they've just come out of the game, they're pretty good. I mean, I always thought Michael Clarke was very good when he was just leaving the game. I was still captain. I remember he was injured in I don't think it was an Ashes test. It might have been one of the India tests a few years back, towards the end of his career. That's shorter, and Shreyas ducks underneath it. And he was very articulate. They sort of had him as injured captain in the comms box, and he, very good speaker. But now, immediately 2-3 years later, he's almost become a parody of himself.
Yeah,
it's a shame because he was a breath.
Radio now.
That's a shame, isn't it? Because he was a breath of fresh air. I agree with you. And also, he was surrounded by idiots like James Brayshaw, who couldn't help but shine at that time, I think. But now he's sunk into the general cesspit, unfortunately.
And Tubbs Taylor. That one's driven nicely by Shreyas Iyer. Beats the man at mid-on. Inside. That will be the 100 for India. 4 runs for Shreyas. Gets him off the mark. Beautiful shot. 4 runs.
2 + 2 is on man!
And all in all, having lost those 2 wickets, even though they were quite soft, India, I think, will be reasonably happy. 100 up in the first session. Easy enough. 30 odd overs bowled, and it all looks very easy out there.
Certainly does. Imagine just finishes off our tweetage with Kuldeep Yadav has come in for Jadeja, not a batter. And Australia no longer grants knighthoods, especially since that incompetent Prime Minister Tony Abbott bestowed one on Prince Philip in early 2015. They now have Australian honours, which are frequently contentious.
Yeah, well.
Okay, very good.
Well, you know what? That brings us to lunch. That was the last over before lunch. And, we get there with England having bowled 31 overs, India 103 for 2. Jaiswal is 51 off 92, and Shreyas Iyer goes in off 4 off 7. England will be happy with a couple of wickets on a flat deck. They've had to bowl, but India looks set to make a rather large score. What do you reckon, boys, before we head off?
I agree, Bear. England will be happy, having been asked to bowl first on this flat pitch, pick up 2 wickets and 2 soft dismissals. I think they'll be very pleased with that.
Yeah, it feels ominous, but I said that several times in the first 2 days of the last test, so I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Exactly. They need to force a couple of wickets. Get 2 more wickets and you into... That's it. No, 3 more wickets and you into Barrett.
The image on the screen shows Axar batting at 6, and my God, if he's the number 6 batsman in India, that they're in trouble.
Well, yeah. Although they shoved him up, haven't they? They shoved him up a few times.
They batted him
He's
at 5,
He's a reasonably good batsman, but you kind of think you get a chance with him, indeed. Any last tweets before we head off?
No, I think I'm up to date.
Okie dokie. Well, we are going to. We did a podcast talking about the first test and all that happened. And we're going to play it. It got released yesterday. We shall see you after lunch. It's the Bishop and Bear, episode 66. See you later.
You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat naturally. Say goodbye to antiperspirants. Make the switch to Bionson. It's a deodorant that allows your body to perspire naturally, meaning no more blocked pores, no more parabens, and no more aluminium. In fact, nothing for all-day freshness. Go ahead, let's sweat the small stuff. All armpits, all day, all fresh. Bionson.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring? Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station. The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back again to, would you believe it's episode 66? If you have a plan to motor west, Route 66, we've made it. But what do we talk about this week in the Bishop and Bear, I wonder? Well, obviously, it's going to be the day test cricket fought back, that unbelievable day when events in both Hyderabad and Brisbane captured the attention of the world of cricket, and temporarily, perhaps, everyone just forgot about T20 franchises for a while.
I've been forgetting about them for a long time, Tone.
Well, And of course, we're going to look at that, and with that in mind, we're going to look at the events at the Gabotoir, and we're going to have a little think about not to have a go at KP, but he did send out a rather interesting tweet this week, balancing the challenges of the fraught that make the life of cricket administrators fraught in terms of balancing short form cricket with Test cricket when we see Test cricket being so amazing. Those are the things we're going to focus upon. Guests are our resident guerrilla newshound, Arian, who we're delighted to have with us as ever. How are you, Arian?
I'm doing well, Tony. How are you?
I'm good, and I need to get you a drink, so what can I get you?
Maybe a cold coffee would do.
Cold coffee.
Coffee, we can do that. We can do a
Frappuccino.
Which I won't do the whirry, sort of clunky, blowy noises that the coffee machines make, because that would, unless Bear can magic that up in a soundtrack somewhere. And well, who else but the spiritual brother of Harry and the grandson of Rupert? If I should die, think only this of me. There's some corner of a foreign field that is forever the West Indies. It is, of course, David Brooke. Hello, Dave. How are you?
Hello to everyone. Hello, Tony.
Well, let's just crack into it with first of all just some gut reactions to how we felt about the events on Saturday. Arian, I'm going to start Sunday. No, it was Saturday. Was it Sunday or Saturday?
It was Sunday, because I had to go off
Day
kids'
4 of
food.
both matches was Sunday, was it? Yes, you're right, but you weren't there, were you?
Well, I was, and then I had to go about an hour before the end because I had to go to the football.
Yes, you were, because I had the day off, didn't I? I was the one going to football. Yes, of course. I actually listened to the final ball driving towards Vicarage Road.
Where you got a draw, didn't you?
We did. Anyway, that's by the by. So I'm going to start with Arian. Just some well, for you, possibly not quite as exciting as for us, but how you must have had to, what was your feeling as that sort of the denouement occurred in Hyderabad?
Yeah, it was phenomenal, Tony, to see a visiting team actually stick to their guns and employ baseball, and India coming a cropper on their home turf. It was phenomenal to watch, although not quite impressive as a home fan, but definitely interesting to see someone coming in with a clear strategy and sticking to what their plans are despite it going haywire in the first innings. It was really nice to see England coming back after conceding a 190 lead and turning the wheel on India.
So what's the general feeling in India? Is it sort of if at one end of the scale it's a national disaster and we're going to sack the Prime Minister, and at the other end, well, it's only the first match and we'll be fine when Virat's back. Where really is sort of the Indian cricket lovers sitting, which is most of the country as far as I know.
Yeah, obviously it's a setback because we are not used to watching us getting beaten at home, and we've been infallible on our backyard for so long with Ashwin and Jadeja blowing teams away. So to see an opposition put pressure on both of us stalwarts, and after the position they were in the game, so far behind, and then to post a total that ultimately proved out of reach, it was intimidating. But I think given the realism that India is also in transition with their batting, with so many new young people coming in and the old guards making way, there's an element of realism. We are not yet hitting the panic stations.
Well, we'll come on to selection in a while. I need to ask David, because you will have very much had your... Well, first of all, I need to know what you want to drink. I've got your usual rum ready. Will that be what you need, or are you going for something different today?
It's a touch early for me, but I'll take the risk.
Good man. Okay. On its way then. It's the finest rum for you. You must have very much had your eyes on two places. Were you conflicted, or when push came to shove, where were you most focusing?
Ooh, well, actually, I think I was watching two games at the same time, and there were moments of high tension in both. It never quite coincided, so it was kind of all right. The run chase, India's run chase in the fourth innings was the the thing that really interested me was, that it was very cautious, wasn't it? And moments where people lost their heads, but otherwise it was, it seemed very cautious approach. It's almost as though nobody wanted to make a mistake. I thought they would. Well, did we expect this to happen? No. Astonishing fight back by England, but the fallibility, as you say, of India's middle order was kind of palpable, and it's not going to get easier for them. And that really did hold the attention. It's just, how can a mindset like Stokes has put into England really affect a result like that? As for Pope, a great innings. I don't think we realised it was a match-winning innings until he got past the century, probably. Potential match-winning innings. So many of his runs from the reverse sweep. And you think, right, will India have a way of countering that? Will the brains trust find a way of answering that? It seemed to take them all by surprise. So, yeah, lots of interest in both games, Tony.
Yeah, front foot well forward. He was able to sweep. Bear, you were calling it, and then you had to leave, didn't you?
I did say beforehand to those naysayers like Jack and fucking Max on last week's show that Bazball will put a lot of pressure on India, because they're going out there with, never say die attitude. And it fried Australia in the Ashes. They never quite, they got away with a couple of wins. It could have quite easily gone England's way. It was a very close series, but at the end of the day, a lot of teams don't like it. They don't like the pressure being put on them, and I think that's where Bazball comes into it, because teams don't, I doubt India have never faced anyone who's come out and been that aggressive against Jadeja and Ashwin, as Arian said. And there are some interesting things I'd like to know from Arian, because I thought Rohit was so unproactive when England were batting. There was no pressure on a batsman, and once Pope got past 100, of course, Axar dropped Pope on about 110, and then there was another chance much later when he was on 180, which would have made a big difference. But at the end of the day, he seemed to lose all hope in the field. It was like, we'll just wait for the wickets to happen, and when they happen, we'll have a total to chase. But when that got up to nearly 250, you're in trouble in a fourth innings. Dave says they were cautious, but that's what happens in a fourth innings. 250. Sometimes it feels short. Sometimes when there's a partnership going, it feels like it's not very far away. But as soon as wickets start to fall, suddenly it looks a long way away. And I thought India kind of got themselves in a bit of trouble and should have probably been more proactive when England were batting in that second innings.
It was sort of a kind of paralysis, Arian. There was a sort of this shouldn't be happening, and then. Now it is happening. What do we do? Was there a sense of like confusion in the Indian ranks? Do you think?
No, I would actually cut Rohit some slack, because pitted against Bazball, it's unfamiliar territory for us as well. We've never been exposed to a situation where people are just coming at us and taking down the two of the best spinners the world has seen. So I think India are also learning on the fly how to have the field just right so as to have catchers in the right place without bleeding too many runs. And there were nuggets in the first innings which told that India are actually being a slightly more defensive unit as far as bowling is concerned, because when Duckett came out in the 2016-17 tour, there was no sweeper cover, but this time around they had a sweeper cover and a man on the backward square leg right from the word go. And for Crawley as well, they had 3 men around the bat and 3 men on the fence. So it was about striking that balance where even if England go for those attacking shots, we don't concede too many runs. And I also witnessed some creative little ways in which India tried to offset Bazball. For example, like just zoning on Ashwin, everybody knew that there are going to be a lot of sweeps and reverse sweeps, because for as long as I've been watching cricket, sweep is known to be the last resort for a Western batter. And England obviously fancy imposing themselves under the current regime. And even guys like Joe Root, who can play with a straight bat and feel secure, still go for the horizontal bat sweep, because it is a excellent run scoring option in the subcontinent. So it was obviously common knowledge that there were going to be a plethora of sweeps. So what Ashwin did was come closer to the stumps, bowl tighter lines, stump attacking channels, and with an eye on introducing more LBW. So it was a case of you miss, I hit. And it proved successful in the first innings, given how England folded. Obviously, it was an aberration in the second innings with England going on to post a competitive score. But there were ways in which Ashwin tried to neutralize baseball by slowing down the pace every now and then so that the top edges can be introduced when batters are sweeping, and then firing it full to York, the premeditating sweeper. So I think India did their homework, and there was decent execution in the first innings, but obviously England stuck to their guns and came out blazing on all cylinders in the second innings to take the game away from us.
Some good thoughts there. So now I've got a question for Bear and David then, and you. If I look at Hyderabad and the 5 tests before, 1 draw, 4 wins for India, all of those 4 wins were by something runs, or an innings and something runs. Ergo, India batted first. When I look at Visakhapatnam, and you're going to have to tell me how to say that in time for Friday because I know I'm not saying it right. I think just 2 previous tests, India won by 200 something runs, one of those being against England, I think the other against South Africa. The main thing being India batted first. Every one of the games they've won in the test match venue just played at and the one they're just going to. At some point, David, England are going to lose a toss. How will they cope then?
Of course, the Stokes England unit likes to chase, doesn't it? It likes to see a target and go for it. So I'm not sure it will have as that big an impact, although the rules are, yes, the
See, I can't say it either. Arian, can you help us with
Arian,
that?
help us
A
with
quick
the
pronunciation lesson on, so we get it right come Friday.
Which word?
Well, there we are. The fact he doesn't even know what we're saying.
The ground we're playing at on Friday. Where are we playing on Friday?
Visakhapatnam? Is it Visakhapatnam?
It's Vishakhapatnam.
Pardon?
Visakhapatnam.
You got to say it quickly.
Yeah.
Visakhapatnam. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. The suggestion is that it's going to turn more, particularly from day 3 onwards. So that will be a challenge for any team batting last on that. I mean, what can we expect from that pitch? And will the toss be as important as you're suggesting, Tony? I mean, I'm looking at the India batting. I know we're probably not going to get on to previewing that test yet, but just looking at what the India batting order is going to be, what they're going to. It looks thin, doesn't it, for that next test match? I thought, looking back on that last test, Virat Kohli was really missed, not just as a batter, but also his presence on the field, the intensity. Would he have allowed anything like that to happen? Because Tony's right, the fielding and the captaincy was pretty passive.
It also left the TV director with a bit of a problem because they had no idea where to point the cameras.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they ended up pointing at the lookalike, which is Siraj, as we discussed. I just think would that have happened if Kohli had been playing? It is a way of firing up the rest of his team and the constant, motivation that he provides. He was missed more than anyone.
I think you're right. In the middle order, I mean, Shubman Gill looks, doesn't look happy, doesn't look in form, looks nervous, and that's never good for your number 3, is it? And then, of course, there was no Kohli coming in at 4, so I can't even remember who batted at 4. Rahul batted at 4, which is probably a place too high. If he's not opening, he probably should be down at 5. And there's no Ajinkya Rahane, he's not in the squad anymore, so suddenly you've got a very inexperienced side. Jadeja was coming in at 6, no Pujara, exactly. So you're right, they are in transition, and at least if you had Kohli in that middle order, if you've got a couple of newbies, and so if you had KL Rahul, Rohit and Virat in that top 5, you feel, well, there's 3 very experienced batsmen. Whereas actually, you only got Rohit, who isn't a great bat form either, and then KL coming in probably a place too high. There's a lot of inexperience, and you wonder how that gets on top. Jaiswal batted extraordinarily well in the first innings. I mean, he's Bazball for India, really, isn't he? I mean, he totally took Hartley to pieces. And on Hartley, I mean, Hartley learned real quick, didn't he? I mean, he got tanked in the first innings, but you look at how he bowled in that first innings, and you look how he bowled in that second innings. The first innings, he was constantly trying to drive into the pitch at 94 miles an hour, following Axar Patel. In the second innings, you watched his speeds. He varied it much more. I think
probably because he didn't get hit straight from the off, so he was able to settle into a bit of a rhythm. But he varied his speeds. He was down in the low 80s all the way up to the mid 90s, and suddenly he found some rhythm. And I think on Indian pitches where there is assistance, if you can find that rhythm, you can put the batsman on the spot, not the other way round. And I think that's what Bazball does. As you say, I mean, Ashwin and Jadeja aren't used to be getting hit at 4 and 5 and over. They're used to going at 1 and 2, holding a batsman down one end, playing them around the crease, drawing them forward, putting them back, and eventually getting a wicket, LBW, edged, whatever. And that, that's what Bazball does. It does it to everybody, and it's a question of overcoming that. But it'll be interesting come Friday.
To Arian's point as well, the taking down of Hartley in the first innings was a very, dare one say it, Bazball mentality. Here is the new lad, first test, hardly plays for Lancashire. Let's show him what we're about. Boom, 6 over long on. I think if I recall, it was a smash back over his head. Nothing says welcome to Test cricket, son, like that shot. And yet, how well he came back. I mean, we might as well sort of go on to some of those, the standout performances, and perhaps we should mix in the West Indies discussion at the same time. Otherwise, David will be sitting there going, "Well, are you going to talk about the magnificent Jamal Brooks at some point?" Because to me, this magnificent super. It was Super Sunday then, wasn't it?
It was Super Sunday.
To borrow from Sky Sports, Super Sunday. It seemed to be defined in so many ways by three people, didn't it? You had my ecclesiastical brother, the Bishop of Rome, who was absolutely magnificent. You had Hartley, who defied all the statistical odds and to just bowl 7 for 62, I think, just a phenomenal spell. And then of course you had the unbelievable Shamar Brooks, who just seems to be
Shamar Joseph, I
beg your pardon. Shamar Joseph, who just seems to be like confidence on legs. I mean, he seems to be utterly fearless, and he only had one leg. Yeah. I mean, he could barely walk. Isn't he just got a PSL contract, and he's had to miss out on some of that because he had a broken toe. So he did it with not a broken but badly bruised toe. Between actually bowling, he could barely walk. So you had these 3 unbelievable individual performances that defined such an extraordinary day. I personally, so let's sort of see if we can think it through. Personally, I couldn't say any one of those performances was better than the other, because they all so materially affected the impact of both those matches, which by the most wonderful of coincidences were sort of happening simultaneously. Arian, could you sort of rank them or at all to think about how which one may have stood taller than the other?
I think it's a tight call, because all 3, as you said, had a significant impact on the outcome of the game. But I think just the way Ollie Pope went about his business, defying the odds, and as Nigel mentioned, like putting Ashwin and Jadeja off their lengths, taking them away from their strengths, which is bowling 6 balls at a particular spot. And given the predicament England were in so far behind in the game, to put them in the ascendancy from there and allowing England to actually have a competitive score on the board, it was amazing. I think I would rank Ollie Pope's performance as the best out of the 3.
Yeah, I think that's interesting, because the other thing that struck me, certainly for the 2 bowlers, certainly for Pope and Hartley, so those 2, is they both come off the back of terrible starts. So in the case of Hartley, first ever Test match, got absolutely mullered in the first innings. Exactly the right thing for India to do. Don't let him settle. Make it hard for him. It's, we're not there to be lovely to everybody. We're there to win Test matches, and that's what they did. Pope had an absolute shot. He literally looked like he couldn't remember which way up to hold the bat or how to move one foot in front of the other in the first innings.
He was really skittish, wasn't he?
And yet, so possibly one of those 2, just because of the comeback factor. And yet at the same time, Shamar Joseph it just seems so out of the blue. David, what about you? Could you rank those 3?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the fact that Joseph didn't even travel with the rest of the team to play that last day, 4th day, because of his injury, and then yes, he appeared, and we all thought, well, is he going to be able to bowl? And then to produce that spell with the joy and the belief. I suppose that's the common factor linking the two, is the sense of belief. One in England, the way that Stokes and McCullum have instilled that in the England team, and then to see, he virtually predicted that he would, he said he would keep bowling until the end, until they won, and they did. I mean, it's one of those. You ask yourself, can it be sustained? Will it ever happen again with Joseph? And you feel well, there is something special here, and it was because he was topping 90 miles an hour in that spell. In terms of ranking them, the England victory wouldn't have been possible without Pope, without him, without that sort of score, and the West Indies victory wouldn't have been possible without Joseph. It's hard to call, isn't it? They were both amazing turnarounds, and to rank them almost defeats the object, saying they're both very special performances.
That's sitting on the fence. That's sitting on the fence.
Left arm spinner. As a left arm spinner yourself, where's your vote?
Yes.
Well, my vote.
In Bear's analysis as a left arm spinner of some.
Well, my vote is with Pope, probably, because I do think that without that, I mean, he did get a couple of slices of luck, but without that, you don't get a total and you don't get anything to bowl at.
Definitely.
I mean, Joseph comes second because, I mean, it's a different match. So, I mean, in that match, he was clearly man of the match. I mean, that was a phenomenal point. I mean, they haven't won in Australia for 27 years. So, I mean, that's an incredible performance. And it's quite a weak West Indies side. So, to be able to do that to Australia at Brisbane, at the Gabatoir, where they bloody never lose, is phenomenal. Let's be honest, I mean, and Australia were cruising, weren't they? About 130 for 2, and then he just took them apart. So, I mean, that's a phenomenal performance to win away. But for me, Pope. Hartley, now, we were just talking about Jadeja and Ashwin bowling their lengths, and this is what India allowed them to do by not being proactive when they batted second. They allowed Hartley, and this is what I always say, if you can bowl on a length in India and the wickets offer you assistance, you don't have to be the greatest bowler, I don't think. You've got to be able to find the right length and keep the batsman quiet, and opportunities will arise, and they kind of did. I mean, Jaiswal kind of got himself out, really, and he was the first to go, and then Gill went shortly afterwards, just a little prod on the outside, and that'll give Hartley A, some confidence, but B, suddenly India lost a couple of wickets and they then couldn't be proactive themselves, and that slowed them down and allows Hartley then to sit on a length.
Don't forget, you had Pope at silly point, didn't he? And what a difference that made. So, Pope's not only contributing with the bat.
And so those things combined to allow Hartley to sit on a length, and therefore the kind of performance did itself. He's a left armer. You got a predominance of right-handers in the side. I actually think Root bowled really well in that test, and I'll be interested if Leach was fit as to how they'd have gone in the next test. I think Leach is going to be out of the next test, and therefore they're probably, I don't know. I mean, I personally think you get more balance if you only had 3. You don't need 3 spinners. You don't need 4 bloody spinners for crying out loud.
Well, they're muting it though.
Yeah, they are muting it, and I think
easing the thought.
I think it's daft. Although it's Visakhapatnam, as we the last time we saw it, I think it was horrendous, wasn't it? It was all up and down and spun a mile and was bloody impossible to bat on. So maybe they know something we don't. I presume the wicket will be pretty similar this time
round. It's been a while though. 2016 and 2019 were the only 2 Test matches at Visakhapatnam.
Yeah, but India will go all in, won't they? They'll go, we're better at spin, and presumably this next test they'll just go harder, as Dave Barrett would say, and make the pitch even more capricious.
Well, maybe we'll come on to talk about Indian selection conundrums then. Just for what it's worth, I think if I was to rank the 3, I think I would put Pope just above Hartley. The only reason for that being a spinner takes wickets on a turning wicket because he gets the help from the wicket. A batsman has to fight that much harder against the wicket and the bowling. So and just for that reason alone, I would probably just say Pope, because without Pope it wouldn't have mattered what Hartley did.
Exactly.
But when it comes to choosing between Pope and
Jamal Joseph.
Why? It's because there is a Shamal Brooks, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then because I'm looking at Brooks in front of me on the screen. It's completely ruined my thread. But I genuinely couldn't choose between those two.
Just one question. One question for Bear, Tony. How the transformation in Hartley, the fact that he didn't seem to be turning it much in the first innings, and then getting that prodigious turn, was that simply a function of the way he was bowling? I mean,
actually, if you watched a lot of the slow-mos in the first innings, when he was bowling a lot of the time with a scrambled seam. It didn't seem to be he was rotating the seam particularly much, and he was bowling really quite flat and quick. And so it wasn't giving it to grip. And that's the thing, if you actually watch Ran Ahmed bowl, a lot of his balls are with scrambled seam. I don't know if they're doing that because they don't want it to turn too much, because the wicket's too helpful. But if you watched Hartley in the second innings, you watched the slow-mos, he had the seam going correctly, it was rotating on the seam, and it was biting on the pitch, and he slowed down his pace a lot to the mid-80s from the mid-90s in the second innings a lot of the time. And that allows the ball to dip a little bit, grip a little bit, and do a little bit more. I think that was the difference, and that was mainly because he was allowed to develop into a spell, and he wasn't taken down so quickly. I mean, Jaiswal tried it and got out, and then things changed. So.
And also the fact that the pitch had deteriorated a lot more going into the fourth innings.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, what is the pitch going to be like at Visakhapatnam?
I think, Nigel, India would be shooting themselves in the foot if they go and prepare a rank turner again. Because they will have to stick to their strengths and just try and beat England by doing what they do best. Because as we already discussed, India's batting, especially the middle order, is currently in a state of transition with Shubman Gill, Shreyas Iyer struggling for runs, and Virat Kohli not being there. They're missing the services of Rishabh Pant, who can, change the complexion of the game by producing an innings like Yashasvi Jaiswal did in the first innings. So India would not be doing themselves any favors if they go and double down on the turn.
You think? But I think they will, though. That's my general impression, and the impression I get from reading the reports, what England are expecting. They're expecting something that's even more of a rank turner, to be fair, which would be interesting. It's always a good game when there's a rank turner. Makes things interesting, I always think.
Well,
no scoring game.
Let's ask Arian then about India's selection conundrums, because there's a few of them, aren't there? If you look at that batting when you've lost KL, are we going to see, I'm trying to think of the lad's name, the chunky fellow,
Sarfaraz Khan.
Is it Saurabh Kumar?
Saurabh Kumar is the left-arm spinner.
No. Who am I thinking of?
Sarfaraz Khan.
Sarfaraz Khan. That's the fellow I'm thinking of. He's got a 300 in the Ranji Trophy.
Everyone has a 300 in the Ranji Trophy, as we all know.
A bit like, yes, all right, okay. Who do you think he will get the nod, Arian? What do you reckon?
I think India would do well to bring in Rajat Patidar into the fold, because he is as close to a like-for-like replacement as you can get to Virat Kohli. Because I've been following his domestic exploits. I come from the same state as him, Madhya Pradesh, and he's one of those players who has this lazy elegance, an extra split second to play the ball, and has shots all around the ground, can take on the spinners and provide that little impetus which has been missing in India's innings in the middle order. When it comes to the left arm spinners void, I think Saurabh Kumar would be an excellent fit, because he, just like Jadeja, is a metronome with accuracy and pace variations. So I don't think Sarfaraz Khan might make it to the squad. I think India would fill in Ravindra Jadeja and KL Rahul with Rajat Patidar and Saurabh Kumar.
Okay.
You
don't think the runs against England A are going to help Sarfaraz Khan's case?
But Rajat Patidar pips Sarfaraz to the post because he's got twin centuries against England Lions.
Okay. And Padikkal was originally in the squad, wasn't he? Anyway, as well.
No,
so
he is.
But he was in the first squad as well, wasn't he, Padikkal?
Yeah. So he's like,
he was. So
he hasn't been added. He was there already.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So presumably he gets the spot. I'd have thought it would be a bit odd to leapfrog him with someone you bring into the squad. I would think. Padikkal, he's an opener, and he's a lefty, isn't he? He opens in the IPL.
Yeah.
Saw him a couple of years ago. Yeah.
Made 100 on first class debut. for Madhya
He'll-
Pradesh, I think.
Has he played a test yet, Padikal?
I do not.
No, he's uncapped in the test format, but he's been a regular in the India IA format.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're right.
And
it was 111
just
and
coming back to
151.
the Hartley conversation that we are having, I just find it very assuming that obviously England being a lot more cavalier, they just threw Hartley into the deep end in the first innings because they had the services of Jack Leach. So do you think they would contemplate the decision to introduce Hartley with the new ball? Like rather than entrusting the experienced campaigner that is Leach to kick off proceedings and then introducing Hartley around the 9th or 10th over mark when India introduced Jadeja and Ashwin, when the luster of the ball has wore off and there's more purchase from the surface, to maybe have avoided what Yashasvi Jaiswal did to him?
That is a really good question, David. I can see you're giving that some thought. What do you reckon?
Well, I think they'll do. I mean, Hartley will take a lot of confidence from what's happened now, so he'll just assume the role of senior spinner if Leach isn't playing, I guess. So I think that he would be given this head in the same way as he was in the last test. Yeah.
One would assume so. Yeah. I mean, do we know if Leach is going to be playing? Or he's got a hematoma of the knee or something. Presumably, it's a pretty bad
Maybe they should
bruise.
graft Shamar Joseph's toe onto Jack Leach's leg with the dodgy knee, and we'll have some sort of Frankenstein ultimate bowling machine.
Yeah, because his introduction right with the new ball seemed quite interesting to me, because Hartley is someone who's still a rookie in first class cricket. Like this was just his 21st appearance, and he has a lot of T20 experience under his belt, like 82 matches as Tony Bishop. He plays for Lancashire and Manchester Originals also, I presume.
I don't know who he plays for in the. Does he play in the 100? I never even bloody watched it.
He played more cricket for Ormskirk at Hartley than he has for
But I think
Lancashire.
it was an insight into. It was an insight into England's philosophy of backing their players to the hilt, like in believing them they can get the job done.
Yeah, very much. I mean, he almost bowled that first spell like he was bowling in a T20. A lot of drag down. I mean, he got 2 wickets, but they were shit. I mean, they were half trackers that got smashed to cow corner's throat. You know, it wasn't like he did anything spectacular. It was both batsmen gave them their wickets away to him in the first innings, so he got away with it really. And at one point he was going at like 9 or 10 and over, wasn't he? After about 9 over.
But Stokes just said, "Keep going, lad."
Yeah,
you'll
gave him his head. Yeah.
Which was just, what a piece of captaincy. It is interesting, and I think this will interest David as well, because we are both huge lovers of county cricket. I suspect of the 4 of us sitting at the bar here, 2 of us love county cricket and 2 of us less so. One by dint of geographical distance, and the other just because he doesn't. If you look at England's last 3 debutants, Josh Tongue, he hadn't been having a particularly great season. Rayan Ahmed fits into the young guy, hardly played any county cricket. And then Tom Hartley, all of whom came straight into the team and took wickets. 5 was in possibly each case, I think.
Yeah, Ryan Armour's was second innings, Hartley's was second innings. I don't know what Josh Jones was.
And I mean, I often quote him because I think he's just a fabulous analyst and writer. There's a really interesting article by Mike Atherton in the Times, which was about how England rely more on data than they do on form. And they also have a kind of an approach which works sort of front to back. So in other words, they define the need of the team in terms of attributes, and then they use all of the data. And let's face it, we're in a data-driven age. You can find out just about every stat you need, from dip, turn, pace, angle. It's all. You've got the camera, the umpire's camera. You've got all of this.
Well,
that's how they then go. This is why we think Hartley's the right guy. They don't go 40 wickets, 50 wickets this season at about 20. He must be our guy because he's done well in the county championship. I don't think, David, that it implies, and I did, and maybe I think less so now, it doesn't imply a distrust of the county championship. It just implies a greater trust in data and kind of insight from data than it does on the conditions. It's more about the conditions, the context of when those wickets are taken.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to unpick the difference between data and stats in that sense, but it's also that when you go back to the selection of Chris Cothick under Fletcher, it was a feeling that here's someone who can step up and perform a role, particular role. I think that's what you're getting at, and there's a hunch factor that they seeing someone bowling and thinking that can.
And we're back. Who's on?
I've never seen you move so fast, Bear.
Well, you know, they came back rather quickly, didn't they?
Messi, myself, and you.
And now, yes, what a lovely team. Gary,
Hang on.
turn your picture off, mate. You're not on yet. Thank you. So we're coming back after lunch. Didn't everyone have a nice luncheon?
Well, neither of us did, because it's 5:30 in the afternoon.
Tea then. Afternoon tea, high tea, scones.
Scones. Bit fucking hot here for scones. It's still 42 degrees here.
I presume you've got all the doors shut and the aircon on. Rooty
absolutely.
is around the wicket. It's defended. First ball, Jaiswell out to the offside. There's no run. The protagonists after lunch are this man bowling.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Second ball after lunch. Lean towards the Jaiswell, defends into the offside. There's no run. He sounds like this.
From Surya in Uttar Pradesh, Yashasvi Jaswal.
And the next guy at the other end. I'll play his jingle in a minute. Root bowls that straighter, and Jaiswell gets more, defends, and there's no run.
Diving away at the edge of the play, it's so tragic. Rolling in pain up the field again, it's tragic.
Root around the wicket. Ooh, beats out to that one, turns. Beats the outside edge of the bat. Folks destroys the stumps again, but there's no run.
Yeah, there's a bit of turn in the pitch, which England will have to chase in the fourth innings. They like chasing though, but
They
it's already
do.
doing a bit.
And there'll be a lot of sweeping, would be my bet. And whether it comes off, who knows. Fifth ball to the over, Joe as well. On the back foot, forces it out through vacant covers. Around Armena's out in the deep. And everybody's thinking, why does he not try Ryan Ahmed?
No, that's a mystery.
It is, isn't it?
No. He's decided Joe Root's an all-rounder for this series, though. Seriously, an all-rounder.
Yeah.
Not about that. He's taken his old place as the all-rounder in
Well,
the team.
exactly. Well, it kind of makes sense. And he's a reasonable all-rounder. He's got 5 for 8 in India. He's got 4 in the first innings, the last test.
And the more he bowls, the more of an all-rounder he'll be. All he needs really is just lots of bowling in him, and he's a very decent spinner.
Yeah.
As long as he's not too knackered by the time he comes into bat.
Well, I do think it does affect his batting a little bit. On the back foot, forced up to mid-off, and there's no one. It gives him something else to think about rather than his batting. But he needs He's got 67 Test wickets, I think. So if he gets 33 more, he'll be considered as a genuine all-rounder. Isn't that right? It's 100 Test wickets and then whatever, 1,000 Test runs or something. And presumably he'd be one of the best in history.
100%. I mean, in of recent vintage, he's up there with Jacques Kallis, you'd say.
Well, Jack Kallis is probably the greatest all-rounder of all time, although he doesn't get called it. But
yeah, but you know,
they see rankings. He's ranked above Stokes as an all-rounder.
What, Root?
He will be now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there were the 4 great all-rounders of the 80s: Hadley, Kapil Dev, Botham, and Imran. That was the absolute apogee, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Of all things. You don't get those anymore, but it's very hard with today's schedule to be equally as good as both, which was why Kallis was such a remarkable outlier.
Well,
someone like Tendulkar could have been, a really good Test spinner in one suspect, but he just had to put so much into his batting.
I'm not sure his spinning was that good. Anyway, Jimmy's going to bowl.
Mog says, what crack are you smoking there, Forthy? Better than colours.
Well, Jimmy in, pulled by Shreyas Iyer, first ball. Oh, there is a man out in the deep. Yeah, so I think it's Hartley down there, deep backward square leg. It'll be just a single.
A lot of strange drugs flowing through the streets of Melbourne, as you know all too well, Mog.
Mog tries to avoid being on the streets as much as possible.
I thought he hunted the streets at night with his axes and his helmets.
That's his,
rooting out evil.
Do that.
Oh no! I nearly got done. I nearly got Tony.
No, I nearly got done as well.
Yeah. Bishop.
That was a poor shot by Shubman Gill, really. I mean, there was absolutely no need of playing it out.
He and Rohit were really pretty ordinary, weren't they?
Well, Rohit, you can kind of understand. It's a straight ball. You got to turn it around the corner. I think most batsmen just have an instinctual need to, just turn it around the corner because it's on the leg stump. It's across Joe as well, who lets it go. No run.
Yeah.
But Shubman Gill, that was, it's on a line of about a sixth stump, and he's already played loads of shots. He's playing at balls that just don't need to play at.
Yeah, as you say, I mean, there's so many knocking on the door in India. Shubman Gill's can't have too many chances left in him.
No, a very elegant looking player, but
he's averaging less than 30 now.
Yeah. Jimmy in, Jaiswal defends that into the offside. There's no one. It'd be interesting, someone like Jaiswal when he goes abroad. He did all right in India, did South Africa? He did all right in South Africa, or a ton, didn't he, on debut or something?
But he's very young as well.
Yeah.
I think he's got 50 in half his last 10 innings. So they've obviously picked a good one here.
Well, yeah, but this is it. Go, see where I'd like to see him in England against a swinging ball.
Sure. Well, there's very few. We always talk about India, and very few cope with the swinging ball in England.
True. Jaiswal just defends that out to the covers, and there's no run. Yeah, even
we could be in for a clatter of wickets now. Shelley's just joined us on YouTube. She says, "Morning, all the best for the day."
Lovely. Come on, Shelley. We need your magic.
Yeah.
3 more wickets, and we're in the tail, pretty much.
Well, yes, that's right. 2 more, arguably.
Well, that 2 more, arguably. Axar Patel is penciled in at 6.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, not the tail, but lower middle order.
Yeah.
In normal circumstances.
I mean, Ashwin has got 4 tons. It's true.
This is, if not a unique opportunity, with 3 of the big guns missing. This is a good chance for England to get to go 2 up if they can.
Yeah, indeed. That one is past the outside edge of Jaiswal's bat, pulls his bat inside it. It's through to folks, and there's no run.
Leah says, I guess India will have to be the second team to come back from 2-0 down in a 5-test series.
Thing is, this deck is as flat as a fucking pancake. If they can get 400, 450, it doesn't really matter on a flat deck. You can still put pressure on. Go on 40. Defended, no run.
I was going to say, as we discovered, because we kept looking it up, there's only one team's ever done that, and that was Australia in the 1930s.
Oh, come back from that deficit in the first inning.
Coming back from 2-0 down to win 3-2. It's only been done once in the whole.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
And England would have done it. And
They certainly would.
Had it not fucking rained in Manchester.
Can I just say something about the phrase moral victory?
Yes.
It's beginning to get under my skin. Clearly, the thing is, it clearly was a moral victory.
Yes.
I think Australia very cleverly turned it into a massive joke and meme and moral victory. It was a moral victory. It doesn't matter how many times Australians keep making a joke about it. It was a fucking moral victory.
It was.
There we are.
We were about to. We were going to slaughter them in Manchester.
But I think what it comes down to the fact is moral victories are fucking worthless.
Well, sure. No one is putting a value judgment on what a moral victory is worth. It's still a moral victory.
Hartley rolls the first ball. So Root rolled 1 over, and then Hartley is on. Shuffling the pack. It's a single down to round on 45.
Stephen Kelk reckons if it's so fucking hot where I am, I should be tempted to wear fewer clothes.
I did look up Stephen Kelk because he was quite nice about my podcast. My God, he's got a scary CV. He's a very, very clever man, Stephen Kelk.
Oh, that reminds me. We didn't really push the GPL today, did we? That's defended in the offside.
We didn't. I entirely forgot.
Yeah. Did it actually want to actually enter? The problem is when we don't mention
Just have a look.
No.
It's gone down, Bear. It was 102 quid at the end of the 5th day. It's gone back down to 98 quid.
That's what I thought. I don't understand that.
Did you have to pay the electricity?
No. And maybe I didn't enter a... Oh, no, I did, I think.
Maybe it's got something to do with having opened it for day 1 instead of day 4 or whatever happened the other day.
Yeah, or maybe I didn't enter a score at the end of the thing. That last ball was just played out in the offside and there's no run. Let me just look. Did I enter a score at the end of day 4? Oh, that'll be why, because I didn't enter the result at the end of... No one won it on the last day, did they?
No.
Who was the last person to win it?
Ooh. It was quite
a while ago.
Decent pot, I think.
It was in the World Cup, wasn't it? And you missed out by 1 a few days, and then someone else.
I always miss out by 1.
Or weren't you going to win it, and then someone hit some runs off the last ball of the over, and
something
match
like
and
that.
took it away from you. Defended into the offside, and there is no run.
I'm used to it now.
Do you enter yourself, Bear?
No. Too many things to do. I'm just going to rank up a number.
Yeah. I mean, it's bad enough me being in. At least I don't have access to the back end anymore. But Bear being in when he actually controls it it's not a great look.
Exactly. I could alter it at the end. I could win every time. Shiraz is facing up to Hartley around the wicket. Plays a little bit, stabs at it, goes out past Silimidov, who's in. So it covers, they get a single. It's up to 104, it should have been.
Jonathan Shawland said, during lunch I've been listening to the new album by Disinterested Handjob. It's called Eternal Autopsy. It is quite a specialised genre. I think that's quite a good way of putting it, Jonathan. You gotta like that sort of stuff. The light roller says Mog preferred a drive through Velvet Hands job too.
Right, tomorrow it'll be correct on £104. You know what?
And Mog says I'll kick in a super chat if England don't take any wickets by the end of this guy's stint. Oh, there you go, Bear. Now you're torn.
No, come on.
Don't want a wicket.
No, well, I'll take Kalki's money. I'd rather have a wicket. Now that's pulled down behind square. There's 2 men quite close together, isn't there? There's a backward square leg who's quite backward, and a long leg. They're only about 10 yards apart, pretty deep. Some sort of theory.
Oh, we're going to win either way. Because Stephen Kelk's going to do a super chat if we get a wicket in the next 10 overs.
Exactly.
And then it's the Shelley. So, yeah, can't lose.
It's only the 1 run. As that was pulled. There's a short ball strategy here, but it's the pitch doesn't really look like it's getting up, and Jimmy's not a real pace man, so seems a bit of an odd
You're
one.
asking a lot, aren't you? If
Yeah.
you're one or aged 41 to put in a short pitch barrow.
Aren't you just?
Oh, Brown in Brisbane's with us. This is the Bear. Come on, 3 more wickets. We're into the tail. Hopeful as ever.
I'm always hopeful. It's worked square by Jarswell off his legs. All looks very easy though for the Indians at the moment. They're on 111 for 2.
Well, they got suckered into playing 5 rash shots in the first innings last time out, thinking it didn't really matter what they did. Not sure they'll do.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, it does look difficult to take wickets.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it should suit England. I'm of the view now, as things stand, that England have a better batting lineup than either India or Australia. Right now.
Well, it's more settled, isn't it, really? That's pulled, and a settled lineup is always a good thing. Out to deep mid, Hartley is out there. It'll be just a 1 run. Shreyas into double figures. I mean, the thing is, Australia have decided that Piggy's going to open. I just think that's not wise. But clearly, they don't think they've only got anyone else who can open at international level, which is, not a good thing either.
Yeah, I mean, people have been banging on for ages about England failing to replace Cook's partner, but really, Warner's partner has been a bit of a revolving door.
Yeah, very much so.
Never been fully resolved. Khawaja's obviously coming in the last 12 to 18 months, done a great job.
Yeah, defended up to mid-off, and there's no one. Yeah, I think Khawaja's made that space his own, but he's 36, isn't he, Khawaja? Can't have that long.
Yeah, he's probably only got a couple more years left.
And then exactly that. Then you've got to, and openers are the hardest ones to find in the game. England struggled for fucking years. I mean, we've stumbled into Crawley and Duckett in a way, and we've had to completely change the way we approach cricket to sort of accomplish it.
Lith, Robson, Compton, Carberry, Jennings, Lees, Sibley, Burns, Hamid, Hales.
There's a lot.
Jesus, yes.
That one's across Jaiswal, who just leaves it through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I should say, though, that while all the attention was on Shamar Joseph's bowling, rightly, it was a superb spell of bowling in Brisbane, Smith's 90 was also a superb innings. He batted beautifully.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Smith, I think, is you're always going to get, you're going to get runs out of him. I don't think he's he's not as infallible as he was a couple of years ago, and that one is driven up to mid-off and there's no run. I mean, everyone has purple patches, and he certainly had one a few years back, but he's just come off the edge of that a little bit, looks a bit vulnerable, is getting out LBW, going across his stumps for a change. And he's one of your best batsmen. If you suddenly chuck him up to open and he starts failing there, it doesn't do anyone any favours. He scored a shed load of runs, much like leaving Root at 4. If that's where they're happy, leave them there.
Yeah, it's an unusual move because everyone's eyes begin to go as you get older, and in your early 30s the process begins, which is why the main reason why sportsmen go off the boil sometimes, not necessarily physical fitness, it's particularly with cricket, it's the eye. So it's an unusual move to move a man up to open when you need your best possible eyesight at this stage of his career.
Yeah.
I can't really think, I'm trying to think of a precedent of a great batsman moving up to open.
I can't really think of one. That's defended in the offside and there's no run. Well, I guess whoever it is, one of the Indians batted everywhere, didn't he?
Ravi?
Ravi, yeah, ended up opening, didn't he?
He did, I suppose, yeah.
Shreyas facing up, Hartley around the wicket. He's gone for 27 in his 8 overs. That's a good, decent ball. Turns a little bit outside half of the bat. Doesn't quite beat the man at short backward point.
He had a bit of a wobble for 1 over.
Yeah.
He pulled it back.
Bowled those horrible full tosses. That's it. Probably 2 of his overs have gone for about 17 runs, so the rest of them haven't gone for many at all. Hartley bowls. That's a decent ball on the right line, right length, reasonably flat. And just
I mean, you know, as a spinner, presumably if the batsman isn't intending to go after you as a spinner, it allows you to settle far more easily into a rhythm.
That's what you want. You want the batsman not really playing shots at you, and then you try and drag him around once you've settled. That's a decent ball again. Good line, good length, and Jaiswal went a long way up, and then there's a fucking horrific throw from about 10 yards, and then he went over the top of Hartley, who nearly tipped it over mid-on. Yeah, and the thing about players like Smith as well is that with the kind of setup that they have, it's like someone like KP or other, if you're an attacking batsman and the eyes go, suddenly it can all go wrong quite quickly.
Yeah.
and because you're basically relying on that, as that's driven back to Hartley, no run.
Yeah, I think it depends a lot on technique as well. If you've got a completely orthodox technique, like someone like Raoul Dravid, then that can see you through, and there's more of a gradual decline. But with Smith's odd technique, we wait and see.
Exactly.
I understand the rationale of trying to get Green into the lineup, and he actually batted very well until he got a snorter from Joseph in Brisbane.
Well, he keeps getting touted. Didn't do a lot against us, did he? In the summer.
No, he didn't. He was a disappointment.
Hartley around the wicket, and last ball of the over is just defended firmly by Shreyas. Out to covers, no run, 112 for 2, 36 done. Over to you, Messi.
Mog says, sounds like you're heaping a pile of value on this moral victory thing. Stephen Kelp's feeling very pleased after hearing what you said. He said, I think I'll have to clip that out for you and put it on my website.
You're welcome.
What does Stephen
Kieran
Kelp
Roseblade's
do?
with us. He says, morning all. Nice to wake up to this again. I've got a bit carried away with the England win last game and emailed my local cricket club and ended up joining for the season. I haven't picked up a bat or ball in 20 years and I was shit when I did. So I don't know what I'm expecting, but if Jimmy is still playing at his age, I have no excuse. And look forward to pre-season training in the frost. Kieran, that'll be fun.
Jimmy bowls across Gysel, dies in a pitch, beats his outside edge, bounces before it gets to Folkes, and there is no run. His speeds are down to 127 now. He's not up to where he was at the beginning of the day. That was a cross-seam delivery.
Yeah, that was a deliberately slower ball, wasn't it? He's been executing the wobble seam so far this morning, which is relatively late in his career. He's really absolutely mastered. So you never quite know which way it's going to go with the wobble seam. If you can bowl it, it's a brilliant ball.
Aye, Jimmy in. Oh, Christ! Gysel takes a step down the pitch and must have missed that by a little whisker as it went through the Folkes, and there's no run.
Yeah, that was a great ball, wasn't it? He still got it.
He still got it.
Yeah, certainly has. Stephen Kelp encapsulates what cricket's all about, really. He says, great story, Kieran. I took up cricket again in 2022 after a short break of 25 years. I was shit, and now I'm even shitter, but it's nice to play again.
I toyed with the idea of trying to get into the Surrey after Andy's performances for Hertfordshire over 50s. I thought, yeah, maybe I could probably get a game somewhere. That quickly went out the window. Defending the offside and there's no run. I thought if I make loads of money and feel like sort of semi-retiring, then that's something I could do.
Do any of your children play, Bear?
No, I've got two girls who are never interested. I tried to get Nate in. I really wanted him to play cricket, and I made him join my club, and he went for 2 years to sort of summer camp when he was probably 8, 9, 10. Played one game.
Didn't take.
Played a couple of games, yeah, and then the third season of Winter Nets he didn't want to go, and didn't have any natural aptitude for it. Actually, no, it's not true. That's worked around a corner from Gysel off his hip down to long leg, get himself a single. He did have a little run. I kind of remind him a little bit of Jordan, Chris Jordan.
Oh yeah.
With his run up, rolled his shoulders when he came out. He's quite stocky. But you know what they're like at that age. They bowl about 7 wides and over anyway. So, you know, double bouncers, bowling off the wrong foot. Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah.
And it was frustrating trying to coach him to bat because you're trying to loosen your hands, get a cross eye over the ball, doesn't it? You know, they still missed everything.
Stephen Kelk says Bear must play. He says you can re-import all the tricks you've learned in the IPL.
Yeah. Well, you don't forget it. Anderson in. Oh, Christ almighty. Shratar goes back. I think it was a slower ball into the pitch. Well, it wasn't that slow.
What the fuck was that?
Well, he tried to go back and play a kind of ODI shot, smashing it into the offside. Got an under edge that could have quite easily gone onto his stumps.
That was dreadful.
It
That
was.
was absolute brain fade. Imagine if he played that down onto his stumps. What was he thinking? He ends up literally 2 yards. He's ended up closer to the square leg umpire there. It's
So-
like a shot that you feel you have to play for the last ball of a T20
Yeah.
when you need to.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
That gives Jimmy more hope. See that.
Well, he's in again.
There you are,
He
isn't
tries that again, and Shreyas
He's gonna try it again.
tries it again too. Maybe he just wants to get on top of the bowling. Give you an opportunity, eh?
Yeah, maybe.
Look at that, 11 overs to 24. He's just going a smidgen over 2 and over.
Wow.
That's crazy stuff from Sheares. I mean, Jimmy's not going to be bowling for very long, so just let it go. Shelley says, a guerrilla cricket team, I'm in that. Menzel Matt says, I'm happy to umpire for a guerrilla cricket team. Kieran says, can Bear run a training session for me? Stephen Kelt says, you probably have to pay him in the super chats, Kieran.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know if I can run and say. We played a couple of games. Unfortunately, Dan Lucas died suddenly of a heart attack. One of our commentators, driven up to mid-off, who's very deep, but he's not long off. There'll be a single for Jaiswal. Dan Lucas unfortunately died. He was diabetic and just died of a heart attack in his early 30s. It's very tragic. About 7 years ago now. Might have been around Brexit time. And we had he used to work for the Guardian as well, so we had a couple of years where his girlfriend set up a match between us and the Guardian, which was good fun. That was probably the last games I played. Well, Tony's son Louis got very upset with me because I dropped an absolute dolly, and then caught an absolute screamer off my own bowling.
He was the guy who was really into The Simpsons, wasn't he?
Yes,
Dan,
yes.
The obituary to him in The Guardian.
Yeah.
This over is going to result in a super chat, either from Mog if there's no wicket, or from who was it? Stephen, I think, if there is a wicket.
It's win-win.
Win-win.
Yeah, a Rooty. Oh dear, he's done a Rooty thing. He's banged one into the pitch halfway down. Shiraz has not missed out. He's pulled it behind square. There's no one down there, and it'll be 4 runs. Stephen Kirk says 6 overs to go roughly.
It's such an unusual weapon for a spitch bowl.
Yeah.
I think it's worth like once a session, as long as it's just once a session.
Exactly.
A medium pace bouncer.
It all looks very easy out there, doesn't it? That was just tipped out to deep mid wicket. There's no run. There's still no sign of Brown armour bowling. I do find this quite weird.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Josie,
I mean,
Josiak has a good question for you. He says, if there's a moral victory, there should be an immoral victory too. What's an immoral victory?
Someone cheating to win. Sandpaper gate. If they won.
Or an amoral victory as well, I suppose. One where no sense of morals are recognised at all.
This is very Stokesy though, isn't it? He does, when nothing's happening, he just wrangles his bowlers all the time until something happens. That's driven up to mid-off. They go through for an easy single.
Yeah, he's an interesting character, isn't he? It's that thing about book smart and street smart and the different types of intelligence there are, particularly sporting intelligence. I mean, someone like Paul Gascoigne, no one in their right mind would describe him as an intelligent normally, but on the football field, brilliantly intelligent. I'm not saying that he's similar in other ways to Ben Stokes, but he's just got such an instinct for the game, Stokes.
Yeah, Rooty. It's worked around the corner by Shreyas as he comes around the wicket turn. They get a single. 8 off the over.
By the way, for anybody who's actually interested, in the ODI, West Indies were all out for 231. Xavier Bartlett took 4 for, it's off the screen, 18 I think, which isn't bad on David.
It isn't very bad on Davey. Driven up to mid-off to end the over by Jaiswal. He'll retain the strike. And 9 off that Rooty over. He's gone for 32 off 8.
Mog says, I haven't driven past the velvet hand jobs since the World Cup ended, but I have 75 dodgy massage joints within 1 kilometre of me anyway. And Chris the Choir says, the trouble with listening in bed at 4 a.m. is commentary merges with dreams. I was Tony's gopher in London, losing my clothes to demonstrate bowling to a group of hotheads. Well, you do have interesting dreams, Chris. You really do.
That's a funny comment, actually. I drifted off halfway through the second half of some football this week and was convinced that Fulham had scored. And then when I woke back up again and saw the mini-match, they hadn't. Like, I could picture the goal. It went in off the underside of the bar. I saw them celebrating. Turned out it was all part of one of those weird dawn dreams.
They're sometimes the best games to watch.
Guys, we are due a change.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
It's 10 past.
So we're up to date on tweets. Who's
me.
on tweets?
Me.
Okay.
Gary and Krishna should be coming in.
Catch you in half an hour.
Okie dokie. See you in a bit. Morning, Gary.
Hello.
Welcome back, Chris.
Morning.
Hi, Gary.
Tom Hartley goes to bowl, doesn't bowl. He rather does this thing, Hartley. If the batsman starts jumping about in the crease, he refuses to bowl, plays a bit of the game of chicken with them, and they certainly are jumping about in the crease a little at the moment. It's Jaiswal that time, and he just gets one on the leg side and he clips it round the corner where there's an athletic stop there by the new boy, Shoaib Bashir. And
hi, Gary. I haven't met you before. My name's Krishna. How are you?
I'm okay, Krishna. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Yes, we all rather leap in, don't we, with the spinners on, and we're immediately into the action.
Brilliant. And you can see Jimmy Anderson just keeping control of the run rate at the other end. It's been really good.
Yeah, Hartley's wide and short there, and he's clipped, but as England have done, really, or rather as India have done, they don't really find the gaps like they ought to. And it was Rayan Ahmed, the as yet unbowled Rayan Ahmed, who was at cover point. He fielded that one. Some curious shots by Shreyas Iyer in the previous over. I'll come back to that after this next ball. As Hartley's in, it's a good ball on off stump. It's defended again to the man at cover point. Yeah, I mean, one thinks of Indian batsmen in the Ranji Trophy sort of batting 2.5 days to make 281, and there's always these huge scores in the Ranji Trophy. So you feel that there's patience in the Indian first-class game, and yet you don't always see that patience these days in the Test team, as again showing little impatience is Shreyas, but England are very much on the case there, and the man was running in from point to stop the singles. It's good stuff from England.
Yeah, I think they're playing on Shreyas's ego, and he's getting sucked in by it.
Yeah, there's a fine line between positive cricket and running the singles and simply taking too many chances. That ball, though, is on leg stump, and it's able just to be worked with a push to wide mid-on. They're through for the single. India are 124 for 2. Jaiswal has 59 in a bit of a stop-start innings, and Shreyas Iyer has 17 from 30, and I think he had 10 off 2 balls earlier, which shows he's a bit stop-start as well. They've got a good pitch to work on here, as Hartley is in, and he goes back, does Jaiswal, hits it hard to the man quite deep at mid-off, who's Jimmy Anderson, who makes an athletic stop. So that is the end of the 39th over. England getting through their work quickly, 124 for 2, and we have your tweets.
Yep, Ombre Noy says, morning wonderful GC, stupid he put my knee out playing footy last night, drank himself into a stupid painkiller, meaning he missed the morning session. Is it possible for a mini summary? Yeah, England came out, got put in the field, Rohit worked around a corner to short leg slip, and Shubman Gill hung his bat out to dry to a ball that he should have left alone outside the off stump. Other than that, India were untroubled really, got themselves to about 100 at lunchtime. It's a very flat pitch for the time being.
I want to ask Krishna a question about Rohit's dismissal. Did you see it, Krishna?
Yes, I did, yes.
Did you think something that I often think with dismissals caught at leg slip, which is that he didn't know the man was there?
It did look like that, didn't it? And if that's the case, then it's very poor batting.
There's a horrible wide of leg stump delivery there from Joe Root round the wicket, and there's a big appeal. They're thinking he got a little edge from a swish Shreyas Iyer. Ben Folks is interested. Nobody's quite sure. This would be taking a little bit of a punt. Ben Stokes comes in from three-quarters of the way back to the boundary, which you can't see much from there.
I love the bouncer that Joe Root bowled to Shreyas in the past over. It was like, we know you're weak against the short ball, so I'm going to bounce you as well.
Well, he does have that in his locker, as they say, Joe Root. Like most bowlers who bat, because of their balance and because of their athleticism, they have a powerful shoulder which they can use for the spin bowler's bouncer. This is defended again, or rather it's pushed into the leg side, and again there's good athletic work there. And the previous delivery where England were interested in a review, he missed it by a mile.
I don't know what they must have heard. Quick in the bat.
Root again round the wicket, and it's on leg stump, and Shreyas goes back for all the time in the world to clip it to Rayan Akpat, who must be wondering where he's done wrong to be miles from anybody, sweeping on the leg side and not bowling, through for a single.
Yeah, I'd give him a shout.
I mean, maybe they're thinking he's in for the second innings, and I'm going to ask Krishna a question about that after this next ball. Because Jaiswal is on strike, the left-hander. Root stays round the wicket to him, goes wide on the crease, and Jaiswal just pushes it to the man in Jonty Rhodes' position at backward point, and there is no run. I've noticed when Jimmy is bowling, there's just a little bit of discolouring of the pitch, as though it is getting a little dusty already at the end where Jimmy is bowling. Not too much, as this ball has defended no run, but India are playing two paces. The sun will be beating down on this pitch in Vizag. Do you think there'll be some rough to work with in the second innings for England? As Root's in again, tosses it so up it's a half volley, and it's punched to extra cover where England again have the fielders in the right place, or rather India are hitting the field. They're 125 for 2 off 40 overs. The current partnership is established, 36 off 67, but not fluent.
There definitely will be rough.
Sorry, Krishna.
Yep, there definitely will be rough for the bowlers to work with. And the way the Indian curators are working on these pitches is that they tend to leave the ends of the pitch dry and only water the centre area of the pitch. So, yeah, it will help the bowlers in the third and fourth innings for sure.
Yeah, Jimmy is not a kind of heavy-footed bowler. You do get these pacers who always sort of rough up the pitch as they run down it after delivery. But Jimmy is not one of them, and Hartley does what he tends to do. I'd be inclined to just bowl delivery if the batsman's jumping about, but the batsman starts moving and Hartley pulls out and rolls his eyes at him, saying, well, if you're going to be moving, I'm not going to be bowling. He does again this little step backwards and forwards as Shreyas just pushes the ball to backward point. There is no run, but I think this is a moral victory for Hartley, because
I wonder what he does in one-day cricket, because I wonder what he does in one-day cricket, because there's a lot of batsmen moving around.
Yeah, I think
the innings would go for a long time.
This ball is defended. There is no run. I think it's part of a bit of mind games here, because I think he wants to say, I'll bowl when I'm ready, not when you're jumping about. But in another sense, I think he wants to encourage him to keep jumping about here, because, I mean, he's got a day and a half or more to bat here if he wants to, Shreyas Iyer. So why he's doing this, I don't know. As this ball is just pushed to backward point, no run. Other than the fact that England have got a bit of a stranglehold. But what I would suggest is that Iyer would be better going up and down the pitch. There's very little turn, so he can defend if he takes a couple of steps down the pitch. And of course, once he does that, he's making the length rather than the bowler making the length, as he defends this ball and they're through for a quick single. That is good work there, as Ben Duckett's in his usual position at short extra can't stop the single. They are through for one. They worked very hard for that single though, didn't they, Christian?
Yeah, they did. And what India are missing here is the Pujara type of batsman, just to be the glue whilst these ego-filled batsmen bat around them. Pujara can just hold up and end, and that's not happening here.
Yeah, the kind of batsman who makes 100 in a day, where those around him can make 190 or something. As this is punched quite hard to, I think that's Jimmy Anderson at a very wideish mid-off. I saw twin 140s from Stephen Smith at Edgbaston in 2019, and the number of singles he just pushed one side or the other of the close field was absolutely remarkable. India are doing a reverse here, where they're finding the field as there's a leg slip goes in. This is a horrible long hop though, and he goes back, does Jaiswal, and he hits that as hard as he likes to cow corner, and the pressure is released. 4 runs from that delivery. India are 130 for 2. Jaiswal is on to 63, and we have your tweets.
Well, I should say, disinterested hand job. Our man Mog has given us $50 on Super Chat. Thank you very much, Mog. He said, as threatened, promised. He said if there wasn't a wicket, because Stephen Kirk was going to give us some money if there was. Mog said he would if there wasn't, and there wasn't in our last spell. So he's given us some money on Super Chat. Thank you very much. You can all Super Chat us on YouTube. It's very helpful. Keeps a steady flow.
Has Mog paid in Australian currency or British pounds?
No, you pay in your home currency from where you are, so it's 50 Australian dollars. All gets converted at our end. On tweets, Jonathan Shortland has been listening to Disinterested Handjob's new album, funnily enough.
This ball is defended into the leg side by Shreyas, and there is no run. Joe Root here is doing that kind of Ashley Giles, albeit his right arm round the wicket rather than Ashley Giles being left arm round the wicket. He was looking to build pressure by firing the ball into the pads with a close-in leg side field, which is an attempt to stop the runs being made. And as if to make that point, this is wide of the leg stump, and Shreyas just lets the ball hit the pads, goes out into the leg side. Of course, no run if the no shot is attempted by the batsman.
Do you think that England are trying to ball him out, Rooty, here?
There might be a little bit of that. Root again round the wicket, again it's down the leg side, again it's padded up, and again it's the man at leg slip who stops the ball. So it's a little bit negative from England, but they'll say the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and if they can get Shreyas to play a false shot in the next 20 minutes, they'll feel they've won.
They're definitely playing on his ego, and you see here that the Indians don't generally sweep.
Yeah,
with these wide down the leg side balls.
Very full and on leg stump, and therefore Shreyas is able to punch it through the vacant mid-wicket to Rahan, who is fielding on the mid-wicket boundary, and he's through for a single. He goes to 20 from 41. I'd like to know the last time he hit a boundary. It feels some time ago.
So there were 3 cricket matches that started around the globe within half an hour of each other today.
There was, as Root is in. It's a good ball to Jaiswal.
At the MCG, West Indies were bowled out for 231, and the cavernous MCG has got 12,000 patrons sitting there watching that game.
It's feel a bit half-hearted. That's launched wide of off stump. It's a half volley, and Jaiswal's not missing out on that. He's launched it over long off ball. What are these?
To end that over, let me get some tweets in because I'm falling behind here. Jonathan Short here was listening to Disinterested Handjob's new album, which is quite quick because didn't you release one not that long ago that you put up on our thing and had about 50 tracks on? I listened to some of those, and he says quite rightly the tracks are all quite short, but I haven't listed to all of them yet. That is something to look forward to. Yeah, it's an acquired taste. There's a lot of songs that sort of 35 seconds long on Mog's albums. They're all quite interesting. Very hardcore. Good morning from Coventry, says Matty the mad old Batty. Christ the Choir says, although I know it's Chris the Choir, but in a book detailing the 7 types of genius, George Best was the example of physical genius. Diana Patterson says, I always find it odd when you need to introduce yourselves as commentators when I know you all. Yet if I appeared, you would not know me. Strange eavesdropping through the internet broadcast. We'd know you, Diana, if you came in.
So that ball was down the leg side from Hartley, and good work behind the stumps from Ben Folkes. Whipped the bails off, but the batsmen have not left his crease, and therefore it wasn't an appeal. So Hartley, with one slip and a silly mid-off, is in. This is just defended by Shreyas Iyer. I won't quite use the Graham Gooch quote about facing New Zealand's attack in the 80s, which was, of course, the World 11 at one end and Ilford Seconds at the other. But there's a distinct difference in the quality of batting at the moment with Shreyas and Jaiswal. And that, as if to prove that point, Shreyas goes back to a ball he probably should have been forward to. It was wide of off stump. It was there to be hit, but he missed it. And he's ticking a bit here, is Shreyas. He needs to get through this.
That previous over, that shot by Jaiswal, the 6th over long off, was such a beautiful shot.
It was. And he gets the single that he's looking for here, does Shreyas Iyer. I think he'll be feeling a bit better now with a ball outside off stump that he's able to just push square on the offside. Yeah, it was a half volley. It was there to be hit, but committed to the stroke. And when he hits them, they stay hit from Jaiswal. Like so many batsmen these days, he doesn't look a particularly powerful man, but he's wiry. And when he hits them, they go a long, long way. 22 years old, first class average of 70 as he punches this ball back to Hartley. And there is no run. Partnership 49. I would have thought that Jaiswal had rather more of that 49 than he does have, but just goes to show the scorebook and one's perception are not always aligned. And there is the 50 partnership with a push down the ground to deepish mid-on. It's the end of the over. 50 partnership of 85 balls. India 139 for 2. And Bear, you're back in.
Well, Ombre Noeva says, many thanks. If it's a flat pitch, have India done the same as our last tour? Lose the first and kill the rest of the pitches? Or is this historically a flat pitch? Or am I being cynical? Now, historically, this starts flat and then turns square after a couple of days. So win the toss bat is always a good thing. Snack time in the weather cave. Messages has just sent us a picture of what looks like a sausage patty with 2 slices of toast with fried eggs on. And it's 42.2 degrees. Ugh.
Ooh. I've got a question for Krishna after this ball. It's a little unfair, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Oh, it's Shoaib Bashir who's in and starts off with a ball wide of the off stump where Rayan Ahmed misfields. Yes, he does. He's made a couple of misfields out there at sweeping on the offside, and they're through for 2. India 141 for 2. The always listenable Harsha Bogle was on the television commentary I was watching in the first session, and he mentioned that the Dr. Vizzy end at Vizag is named for a cricketer. I'll come back to him in a moment if this ball is defended. But a cricketing Maharaja who, as Harsha said, was rumoured to have more Rolls Royces than runs in his career. Do you know anything about Dr. Vizzy, or can you tell us anything about the kind of golden age of Maharajas playing for India teams, as this ball is punched hard back to Bashir and there is no run?
I cannot actually. I have not heard of Dr. Vizzy, so I'm fascinated to hear what Harsha said. He has a lot of knowledge about the Indian diaspora, I guess.
Here is
a lot of information.
Here is Bashir asking plenty of questions of Jaiswal, hopefully without the dodgy research of his namesake some 30 years ago. Yes, there was a golden age, wasn't there, of Maharajas as kind of captains who batted number 10 and would play without a helmet to show that they weren't afraid of the ball, but had zero technique as this ball was defended and there is no run. There's some glorious history of Indian cricket. I think there's a book, 22 Yards to Freedom, is it called, which I read 20 odd years ago. As Bashir is in, this is short, outside off stump, and it's clipped hard to Rehan, who this time does field well. They're through for a single. It's a glorious history of Indian cricket, which is wrapped up with the Raj, it's wrapped up with the different ethnicities in India, partition in 1947 and Maharajas and all kinds of stuff, and that history is being changed all the time. Obviously, that's what happens with history, but with the redevelopment of cricket grounds, they're losing some of that architectural history, and of course with the game transformed by television and transformed by the increasing middle class in India, some of that is changing. This ball is delivered by Hartley outside off stump to Jaiswal, and there is no Krishna.
Fascinating. There was a Steve Waugh documentary where he toured around India, posted cricket career as a photographer.
Yes, he did.
And I'll pause.
Yeah, his diaries go into some of his India trips in some detail. Oh, well, that's a good ball from Hartley. I don't know whether it was the arm ball, but there was a flashing edge that went past the diving route at slip. We'll see if this was a chance. Jaiswal's got 4 to his name, and he'll tell you to look in the scorebook. But there have been very few false strokes. It goes back, it's too close for him to cut, and that was half a chance there for Root. I think I'm loath to criticise Root's slipping technique because he does take some good catches, but his hands, I'm afraid, were on the way up. And once your hands are on the way up, it's very hard to get them down again. I do think that Mark Waugh would have snaffled that. So too Mahela Jayawardene, but Root didn't. As this ball, to add insult to injury, of course, is a half volley, and it's slammed by Jaiswal, who's motoring now to the long off boundary for 4. India 150 for 2. Jaiswal has 81.
4.
He's playing
Another
with
lovely shot.
Considerable authority now, Jaiswal, Krishna.
Yes, he was. Yeah, he is, and that's a lovely shot through the offside.
This is very full again, and Jaiswal just helps himself through extra cover. Another lovely stroke. He's digging it out a little bit, but when you're hitting the ball this hard, it doesn't make any difference. Out to the boundary it goes.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
So the catch that Root didn't get a hand to, which he really ought to have got a hand to, it was a difficult chance, but you have to rely on your slippers at least getting a hand to those. Has already cost 12 runs with 3 consecutive 4s here to Jaiswal. He threw away 100 in the last test at Hyderabad. I have a feeling he's not going to throw away 100 here.
No, he shouldn't. I mean, it's a beautiful batting pitch, and the bounce is even on the first day, so that just helped the ease with which he is batting.
Yeah, Hartley's in again, left arm round to the left hand to Jaiswal, who this time just defends this ball. He does have the air of a kind of great in waiting to me, Jaiswal. He's got all the shots, and he seems to be developing an understanding of the rhythm of Test cricket even before our eyes. And he's in again is Hartley, and he just comes forward there, and again that's classy batting. He scored 3 boundaries in the over. He gets one full on leg stump. He just taps it for an easy single. He goes to 86 and retains the strike. Lovely stuff from Jaiswal. And we have your tweets.
We haven't got any tweets. No one's tweeted us in.
All right.
Evil
Just
people.
to finish that Steve Waugh story,
Please do.
That documentary, he actually, as part of his tour around India as a photographer, he visits a palace where there is a Maharaj living in there, and it's quite funny actually. They play cricket against each other inside the interior of the palace, so it's quite interesting viewing to see that.
How does Wari do against? Does he let the Maharaj win?
No, I mean he's got white line fever.
Yeah,
Whoever
exactly.
he plays against, he wants to win, right?
I can imagine that from Steve Waugh. I always used to love Steve Waugh. He was such a hard fucker.
In the past, he'd have taken chai the next morning and gone off and shot half a dozen tigers in the afternoon of the day, but no more of that anymore. So it's the 155, the bus that goes to Tooting. India are 155 for 2, halfway through the day, and we're working ahead of schedule, which is good stuff. As Shoaib is in, it's a half volley, and Jaiswal, who's absolutely in the zone here, punches that all but straight back past the bowler for 4 more.
4 on the floor. And one more fall than the four before. That's what fours are for. To get funky on the dance floor.
With Rohit not being in particular form, the indisposition of Virat, it's an inexperienced Indian lineup here, and Jaiswal is very much stepping into the responsibility of taking on the role of a leading batsman. He is very impressive. He's on 90 here. What in the Indian media, I don't know if you're following it, Krishna, is there fervent speculation as to when Virat will be back, as Shoaib's in again, this is defended, and there is no run.
I think they did expect him back for the third test, but he has kept it very, very quiet as to why he's taken this break. There were rumours that he's expecting, or his wife's expecting again. Don't know, so it is very quiet.
Shoaib's in again, and that's the first kind of slightly false stroke there, because he was trying to hit that ball a little too hard with Jaiswal. It was wide of off stump, and he mistimed it. He's just taken himself off for a little walk to point there, and he's just making Shoaib Bashir wait before he bowls this next ball. And comes in again round the wicket to Shoaib, and that's defended with some respect by Jaiswal. I've been impressed with Shoaib Bashir's bowling in terms of his mixing up his pace. He does have a good slower ball, which is genuinely slower. The more one looks at that route slip chance, the worse it looks. As this is outside off stump, and it's slashed really by Jaiswal to Rayan Ahmed, who's got a lot of work to do sweeping on the cover boundary. Through for a single. India 160 for 2. I do dislike it when spinners have their when slips have their hands too high when they're slipping to a spinner. You have to have your hands low. And
he looked like he was late.
Yeah, he was late because his hands were moving up as the bowler comes in. You see the hands moving up, and then he can't get them back down again. Because it wasn't a particularly low chance. It was more knee high than shin high.
Yeah, it was shin high. It wasn't that far off the ground.
Well, this ball has just touched into the leg side. It's the end of the over, 160 for 2, and maybe we do have tweets now.
No, still no tweets. People are having their morning showers, getting ready to go to work, or they're on the tubes.
Krishna, what do you think? Do you think I'm bagging Root a bit too much on his absence of technique there and staying low?
Like he's a brilliant fielder, and he's taken so many good catches in his career. So yeah, I think we'll let him get away with that. I mean, he should have, but in the end of the day, it's 4 runs in the scorebook, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a sharp chance. It's a sharp chance as well. I mean, they were never that easy at slip off a spinner. You don't get a lot of time to react.
That's why you've got to have your hands in the right place to begin with. This ball is hit quite hard to long on, or I think the captain fields it, but they're conceding 1 there because Jaiswal is hitting the ball so hard. I understand that he goes to 92. It's a cliche to say it, but cliches are often cliches because they're true. It's a game of fine margins if you want to win test matches in India, and the fine margin there is keep your hands low. As this ball is just pushed by Shreyas Iyer, who still doesn't look entirely at ease at the crease. And there is.
I think what he should be doing is just picking up the singles and giving the strike to Jaiswal just while his innings is maturing.
Yeah.
And not let the frustration get to him.
Yeah, I think you're right, but they're still preying on the Iyer ego. And it's Tom Hartley round it. It's still no rain after, as this ball is on leg stump, and that's what he's looking for all the time. If he gets the ball on leg stump, he knows he's got an easy single into the leg side, and he takes it. He goes to 22.
The most pleasing thing I heard in the media this morning was that Rishabh Pant is well on his way to recovery, and apparently will emerge for the Delhi Capitals when the IPL starts this year. So that's great news.
It's great news for cricket as well, as this ball is pushed down the leg side by Hartley, and Jaiswal misses out really. Picks up the man at square leg, and there is no run. I saw an interview, I didn't see all of it, where he was talking about the pressure he felt with the crowd shouting Dhoni, Dhoni, Dhoni every time he made an error behind the stumps when he was quite a young man brought into the Indian team. Another misfield from England, this time it's Ben Duckett, but they were always going to get one. India 163 for 2.
It reminds me of when Gilchrist made his debut. He was booed by the Brisbane crowd in his first test because he came in for Ian Healy.
Yeah, crowds can be capricious, can't they? Again, Hartley pulls out as Sherez attempts to jump about in the crease. Firing one in there. Yorker, but he's in again as Hartley. Again, Aya moves around in the crease, does all of that work, and only gets the ball and pushes to Ben Duckett at extra cover. It's the end of the over, 163 for 2. Bear, have you got anything?
No, but we're due a change. Oh no, I've got a couple. I'm very nuevo. Not wanting to you to have to do nothing, Sir Bear. Not that you don't have enough to keep your GC on air. Question is it wrong to have wine with breakfast as a painkiller? Caveat, I'm on holiday back in Kingston from the dark, misty borderlands of Coventry. Well, if you so wish to have wine for breakfast, why the fuck not? That's what I say. And Josie Oak says, I guess everyone is snoozing on the sofa like me while Gary is on. Does he think Everton will get relegated? Ooh, there's a question. He's gone. Tone, you're supposed to be on. I hope you're not asleep next door. Dave, you're here. Hello, Dave.
Yeah,
nice.
me.
To
How's
see
it going?
you.
How you doing?
Oh, very well, man. How are you? And Messers is supposed to be back as well. There he is.
There he is. We got him.
I guess I'll
How you
just,
doing, Messers?
I'll carry on in case, and hopefully Tony will, appear maybe. You're supposed to be commentating, though, Dave.
Yeah. Sis myself and Tony.
Hello,
Messers.
Dave.
How you doing?
It should be on a,
You having a little
drink
snooze?
break right now, anyhow.
Tony has woken up. I've woken him up by shouting at him. He's going to come over and take over from me.
There's a lot of finger pointing going on for our listeners.
Oh yeah.
Oh well.
I'll see you. I'll be back.
Always getting into each other.
Exactly.
It's a love-hate thing, you know. It's
A
like
lot of love, a lot of hate.
Indeed. I'll be back in half an hour.
Good
Okay,
to
see you, man.
Yeah, good so far. But I have to admit, this is my first proper look at Bashir. I think we've all probably seen that clip of him bowling to Alistair Cook. That seems to be now the medium where people will see cricketers. We'll just see people on short little Twitter videos.
Indeed.
But it's just the world we live in, I guess.
The world we live in.
I know, yeah. I mean, to be honest, for a long while, I think it might have been when Warren was on his sabbatical, his drug-related sabbatical. You probably, if you saw documentaries about Shane Warne or you saw clips of Shane Warne, you just saw gadding ball after gadding ball after, I don't know, just him bowling to South Africans, just taking tons of wickets. But then it's only when you see him in the Ashes, you see him bowling like a long, proper spell, you realise the craft that goes into it. So,
yeah, that's actually really true. I saw a beautiful compilation the other day of Bumrah's wickets, which just looked amazing. But it does take out all the work that's involved in building up to every one of those wickets. And a craftsman like Jimmy, it's just a joy to watch that whole thing, isn't it?
there's a new style coming in as well. I mean, it's social media related. Everything's social media related these days. But they do compilations where it's just like each ball of a spell, where you can do a constant build-up of 4 overs, say. And you really get to see the magic of, say, Jimmy at work, Stuart Broad, Ravi Ashwin. And it's incredible to watch, it really is. It's quite rhythmic to watch. But we have our drinks break, just having a look at our bowlers. Haven't seen Rehan Ahmed yet. It's quite interesting.
Well, we were talking quite a lot about that earlier. He's holding him back, isn't he? I think they worry about control for Ahmed. He will go for a few, even if he can produce the odd magic ball. But it's unusual for England. Normally their style would be take the risks, bowl to take wickets, don't worry about the odd run going here or there.
Are they getting cautious? Wiser with age, perhaps?
I don't know if it's wiser.
Yeah. Hombre Nuevo says, not wanting you to have nothing to do, Sir Bear. Not that you don't have enough to do to keep GC on the air. Question is it wrong to have wine with breakfast as a painkiller? Caveat, I am on holiday back in Kingston from the dark, misty borderlands of Coventry. If you're on holiday, Hombre Nuevo, you can have wine whenever you fucking well like.
Do whatever you want.
Holiday in Kingston?
Whether it's... Yeah.
Oh, as in Kingston upon Thames. Oh, splendid.
Presumably, yeah, unless it's in Jamaica. You know, it's whether it's a painkiller or not, it's just a joy bringer at breakfast time as well. So go for it.
6 o'clock somewhere in the world.
And then he says, happy days, Mrs. Ombre has just passed me the wine.
Excellent.
There you go.
Good.
There you go. It's all been resolved. We've got Bashir continuing. He is bowling around the wicket to Jaswal. That's short, played off the back foot, no run.
You do sense England are in need of something to happen here, though. This partnership is once you get if you get to 200 for 2, that starts to look a very, very dominant picture.
That is played off the front foot quite well by Jaswal to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Rehan Ahmed tidies that up just for 164 for 2. Yeah, I'm trying to read this with Ben Stokes goggles. What exactly is he thinking? I think if you got a wicket, you could. As in, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. I think Iyer looks very edgy.
Yes.
Bashir's bowling to the right hand. He's bowling over the wicket. That's played off the back foot for no run. He looks very edgy, so I feel like he could get that opening. It's just if Jaswal gets past this 100 and just keeps on bombing it, then I think you may have more problems.
Oh, this is going to shock you. The goose is tapping at the window. It's food time.
Get those trousers off, missus. We now know it's not the food it comes for.
Bloody hell. That ball played by...
I'll go at the beginning of the next over.
Got Ahmed there clapping on the boundary, wondering when he'll get his next ball. Bashir comes in. Full delivery, that's played back to the bowler, the offside. 81.7 kilometres. Yeah, just have to keep a bit of control here, I think, with the two lads. I think it's run out city. I think there's something going to happen. Last ball, the over. Bashir in. Full on the offside, and that is played... It could have got a single perhaps to mid-off, but they choose not to. That's one off the over, 164 for 2.
Okay, so Josie Oak says, I guess everyone is snoozing on the sofa like me. And it's a bit late now. While Gary is on, does he think Everton will get relegated? Well, they'll probably get more points taken away from them to make sure they do get relegated. It looks like it's all set up for that, isn't it? Profit Test Cricket, this says Ajit, from Aya and Jaiswal. The former has got the runs flowing while the latter is still biding his time. Time for another go with the older ball for Wiley, Crossman, Anderson, or Ben Stokes could fit perfectly. I suspect they'll give Anderson a little longer of a rest.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Ben Stokes would be handy, but I suspect he's not going to bowl for a while, particularly if he hasn't bowled Rian Ahmed yet.
No, he hasn't gone through those cards yet. Hartley bowling left arm round. That is full. Jaswal looks at the single, but it's not really on. It is fielded by the bowler. 87.8 kilometres from Hartley.
I'll be back in a couple of minutes after I've made the ducks happy.
These aren't. We're not talking euphemisms, are we? No, we're not.
Well, there's all sorts of strange things.
It doesn't
going on
matter for the listener. It doesn't really matter, does it? That is played over his pad by Jaswal. No run. 85.5 kilometres. Keeping an eye on the speed gun. It's all about rip and speed and shape and all these words that spin bowling coaches are using these days. Carl Crowe, Jeetan Patel. It's a good time to be a spin coach in the England camp. Hartley comes in. He's down the wicket. Is Jaswal, and that is played handsomely in the air for 6.
What a way to bring up 100.
What a way to bring your 100. 100 off 151 deliveries. There will be problems for Ben Stokes if this continues, and you can see that youngster is very much enjoying this. It's quite a celebration. He is embracing that crowd, and he is embracing the cricket world watching this incredible innings. 170 for 2. Jaswal has had quite a start to his career, really has. 511 runs in his 10 tests, an average of 56.8. 100 coming off 151 deliveries.
Yeah, it was a fantastic knock, and he looked relatively untroubled and way through it as well. Let's celebrate it with. It was one of these to get there. I'll let you commentate over it.
Hartley dug that one in, the next delivery. It was shorter, it bounced a bit, just seemed to hit him on the pad. I mean, I was never going to be LBW, but I mean, that is what Hartley is meant to do. He's going to dig into that pitch. Now, sometimes they sit up and Jaswal has a go at them. He's kind of well placed for that. That is full. It is flicked down too wide-ish. Hang on. It's kind of juggled a bit. And they run for 2, I believe. Yep.
Here's his little celebration of his 100.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Partly, and that is blocked in the offside, and they scramble through for a single. Probably the most fluent of running I've seen for the two of them. And that was the end of the over, 173 for 2, with 9 off the over.
I should mention, apart from the fact that my ducks and I are happy, that there's been a lot of discussion on YouTube around the various possibilities involving Guerrilla Cricket Team, which I won't go through in detail, but I encourage you to actually go onto our YouTube channel and at least read the chat, if not become part of the chat. It's good fun over there. Leah says that's a good recovery from Iyer and Jaswal there. And I'm really pleased to see Jaswal reach the century after doing so well in the first test. Josie Oak says, I'm no Mary Whitehouse, but I think there's far too much conversation revolving around Missy's trousers. I agree, Josie. I wonder how many people there are who've never heard of Mary Whitehouse and wonder what the fuck we're talking about. I suspect it's a growing number.
I'll tell you something about Mary Whitehouse, actually, in a wee while.
Yeah.
No, well, I'll
oh, yeah. And that is bowled in by Bashir, around the wicket to Jaswal, and that's blocked for no run.
Surprisingly, I used to do quite a lot for our sixth form union at school, and we had her as a guest speaker, and she was utterly charming and a really likeable person.
There you go. Bashir comes in again. Yeah. That's full on leg stump and is flicked just for a wee single by Jaswal.
That's not to say she wasn't barking mad, but nonetheless, in having lunch with her in the Harrow School canteen, very pleasant, very pleasant.
You can be many
very
things.
Nice, yeah.
There are nice nutters and there are nasty nutters.
Yeah, I'd put her in the sort of the nice nutter category.
Oh, I love a nice nutter. That is blocked by Iyer for single, 95.4 kilometres.
Then there was the whole comedy, the Mary Whitehouse Experience. Do you remember the Mary Whitehouse Experience?
I don't.
It's a comedy troupe. I'm trying to remember. It launched a fair few careers.
That is played off the back foot by Iyer to Ahmed, who's sweeping on the leg side boundary. Just a single, 93.5 kilometres. Keeping an eye on the speed gun. Sorry, Tony.
I was just looking up who I was trying to remember who was in the Mary Whitehouse Experience. I'm just looking up to find out who it was.
Makes me think of the Merry Wallopers, the Irish trad band. Bashir coming round the wicket. He has a put at that. It was a shortish delivery, but goes straight to the fielder. No run. 89.8. It's just 2 off the over, 1 left. See how Bashir does with this last one.
Oh yeah, I mean it definitely did. Hugh Dennis, Steve Punt.
There you go. That is full. Bashir has a drive, or no, not Bashir. Jaswal has a drive, and there's a little bit of a mix-up. I think that was Ben Stokes who ran in on that brand new knee he's had fitted for him. And of course, they decide against the run, and that is the over.
And David Baddiel and Rob Newman. That was the main 4 of the Mary Whitehouse Experience.
Well, very good names.
Stephen Kelk says Mary Whitehouse's experience with Dave was only a twinkle in somebody's eye then.
Jesus.
Oh dear. Leah tweets a joke about elephants, lions, and chimps, which it's not funny enough to read the whole thing out. To be honest, Leah, I'm
A
sorry.
German joke that's not funny. I think you're being a bit harsh there. Surely it's an absolute rib tickler.
Well, I tell you what,
Right,
you have
just-
a read of it. If you think it's that funny, you read it out.
He's the editor. Tony, the editor. Hartley comes in. That is driven very well down the ground by Iyer. That is as fluent as I've seen him so far in my stint. Just kind of muscle that straight down the ground for 4.
Oh. And the jingle I choose to play immediately goes 1, 2, 3, 4. That was completely
There you go.
coincidental.
There you
I'm sorry.
It was very full there from Hartley. A bit shorter. Gets it. Nope, doesn't get it. 3 Ben Stokes a cover. No run. 88.3 kilometres from Hartley. No wicket so far for 65 runs from his 15. Hartley continues, skips in his very tall frame. Very full, kind of tries to flick it across his pad. It's no run. Can't quite see who that fielder is at mid-on. Deepish mid-on. 179 for 2 off 50 overs, India.
Right.
Hartley continues. Skips in. A bit wider the crease now. Drives it in. Oh, he looks like... Oh, yeah, he's got the wicket. He's picked it up. It was a bit of a skimmer. He kind of dragged it down to the surface. Didn't carry. Had a cut, did Iyer. And then got a little nick to folks.
Finally. What a breakthrough that is for England. It's
That was a-
the man again. It's him again, Hartley Hare. Well done, lad.
It's a little late, Stephen Kelk, but I think that's still worth the super chat, isn't it?
That was a lovely piece of cricket. He goes wider just to do a little bit of something different as Hartley. Then the batter has a cut, and it's a very good take. Very good take from folks. So Iyer falls 27 off 59 balls, strike rate of 46. He looked troubled. He was trying very many things with very little success. India 179 for 3. And now we have Patidar coming in.
Well, I will jingle him up. I can also
Here we
say,
go.
Leah, keep the jokes coming, Leah. Not because it was funny, because I actually don't understand it. But I was reading it and the wicket fell. So I actually looked up and I went, oh, blimey.
Keep 'em coming. How many jokes
So
you got?
just keep them coming in, and I'll keep reading them, albeit to myself, and perhaps more
10 will do.
wickets will ensue. Yeah, 10. Well, no, we only need 7 more. 7 more.
Yeah, we'll take them.
Of your hilariously funny jokes. Hold on 1 second.
Do
who have
they
we
all
got?
see in German though? German jokes?
Well, it's a bit harsh to say. There's Henning
you're-
Vane. I do like Henning Vane. He makes me laugh. He's very funny. Anyway, here is our new man.
Richard Padidar. Richard Padidar. Richard Padidar. From the top of the order.
Quite a formidable first-class record as Patidar have. He has 12 hundreds and 22 50s in his first-class career. I mean, all these Indian batters that have come in, they've done something special to warrant a place in that side. They've got Nobel prizes, they've got PhDs in batting, they've got
Or a triple
all the
century in the
all the degrees you can
in
get
the Ranji Trophy.
Yeah, exactly, in the University of Indian batting. So he is here now facing his first delivery in Test cricket, and it is full on leg stump, flicked out for no run. So he survives. That was very well done by Hartley. Goes wide, drives it in. It doesn't get up. Very clear edge. There was no question about that, really. And then Folks was the man in the right place at the right time, as he so often is, with that great footwork. That was
We have a
full-
super chat.
Go on, super chat me.
€2.50 from Stephen Kelk, who renewed his pledge for services rendered 1 wicket or 1 butter pie. Thanks, Stephen. Good on you.
Thank you very much. And that is the over 180 for 3.
Leah points out that Henning Wegn is totally unknown in Germany. Well, I guess that's because he works England so well.
Well, yeah, that is very true. Rajat Patidar, he's only played one ODI, hasn't he? In South Africa in December, he made 22. What else has he done? He made tons in both the Lions games, though. Not the third one, but because obviously he wasn't playing in that. But 111 in the warm-up, and then 151. So he's certainly been in good order there. Before that, not too much from Madhya Pradesh. Made a 9 and an 8 not out versus Uttarakhand. 33 versus South Africa A and Benoni. Then 73 and 70 for Madhya Pradesh in the Vijay Hazare Trophy. So he's certainly he's got some form behind him.
Yeah, comes in with a bit of work behind him, bit of a body of work. Now we have one debutant bowling to another debutant. Bashir coming in.
We could jingle
the
up.
batter. The batter gets himself settled.
It's good work to make your debut at the age of 30, I reckon. Shows persistence.
Yeah, what age was Mike Hussey when he made his debut? He was 30, 28?
Yeah, probably.
Wasn't Chris Rogers one of the oldest?
Oh yeah, he was.
From an Australian perspective, I think he was 30. No, because he'd played earlier in his career, and then he had about a 12-year gap, didn't he? And then came back. Yeah.
Bashir in. That is short, and that is punched away. Ooh, just almost a mix-up. The debutant is very. He obviously wants to get that first run. You can feel it, but there was just a slight mix-up. It was tied up by the fielder, sorry, and he was halfway down. Then he was sent back by Jaswal.
Well, he's already got a single, so he's off the mark.
Oh, he does. He does.
He wants to keep rolling.
He does. He wants to keep rolling, just as roll as he has gone so far.
And England, from their perspective, after so long without a wicket, would love to get, 2, 3 in a bit of a rush.
Well, that's flicked by the debutant for down to Rehan Ahmed on the deep leg side boundary for 1.
Since 2000,
Mike Hussey was almost exactly the same age when he made his debut. He was 30.
Ah. Since the year 2000, only 6 Indians have made the debut when over 30.
Right.
Interesting.
Now, don't ask me to name them. But that apparently is how many. So what's that? 24 years, only 6 have passed 30 when they've been called up to play their first test.
Bloody hell, so they've got a type anyway. Bashir bowling to the left-handed Jaswal. Comes in, skips in, wide of the crease. That is full. They think of a run, but it's tied up by the bowler. Just dabbed into the leg side. We can kind of see. Oh, let's have a look again at this run out chance earlier in the over. He was very lazy getting back in, was the debutant. And then folks, yeah.
He's comfortably in.
He was comfortably in at the end, but Bashir, that is very full to the left-hander, and that is driven through for 4. Very smartly played by Jaswal.
Good footwork as well.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Yeah, it's tough. He looks very good on that drive outside off. You don't want to feed him short deliveries, by no means. But he's just so good with setting up. And when he hits that through the eye of a needle. If he has any sort of gap, he's getting that through. Bashir with the last delivery of his over. How can he follow this up to that boundary? Wide again. It's full. It's just flicked through the leg side for a single. 6 off the over. 186 for 3. Have we got any socials?
Are you with us?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to get a score off the ADI. Light Roller says, Messi, where's your trousers? Isn't that an old Scottish ditty? Yeah.
It's Donald, where's
I'm
your
ahead
trousers?
of my time. Yeah.
Where's your trousers?
And YouTube's gone all quiet ever since Stephen put in his €2.50.
Super chat.
Yeah. Please feel free to super chat us, even if you haven't made a promise about wickets. We can use every cent.
Who was it who'd injured their Achilles earlier this morning? Was it Kiwi by day?
It was something by moonlight.
Something by moonlight.
Moonlight.
Oh, what's his
Serenades?
name? I'm looking back. It is.
That was away into the offside for a single, by the way. While with
Yeah, he just skipped down the wicket. I just wanted to see if we could figure this out. Which Kiwi it was. There's so many of them.
Well, I only asked because Rajat Patidar was sidelined for a season with an Achilles problem.
Oh?
So I think that was last year, actually. Let me have a look. Sidelined for much of 2023 because of Achilles. It needed surgery. He came to London for the surgery on his Achilles.
They're not great injuries. Got to keep an eye on
It's
those.
interesting how sports people come to England for surgery, but nobody else can get surgery in England. Without
You can chip the.
Yes.
That goes down the leg side. That was. Yeah, maybe did he see him coming? He kind of darted it down the leg side. Folks couldn't get his hands to it.
He just got enough bat on it, didn't he, to tickle it around the corner?
Yeah.
And in fact, you could argue it was a chance, but it
That's what I'm thinking. I think he saw him slightly early, darted it down the leg side. Folks, if he had gotten to it and he'd whipped the stumps off, then I think you would have said that was absolutely super. But he is human. Jaswell comes down the wicket, has a dance, gets an outside edge, and that is chased by Bairstow at short third man. They get 2. They scramble back. Set of 6 off 2 deliveries.
Just kept Johnny Bairstow interested for a while. He seemed to lose it, didn't he? He thought, I'm in the game.
It would have been a great catch.
Oh, it would have been incredible.
Let's have a look. No, it was well clear. Well, it wasn't that far clear of him.
No.
He was just set. He was just that 5 yards too far forward, wasn't he? And by the time
I
he
don't
turned,
think you can even put it down as a drop, can you?
No, not really, no. Partly in. That's just on a length. It's respected by the batter, Jaswell, and played back. Yeah, possibly maybe Bairstow of yesteryear could have said he could have got there. Maybe with the salmon leap could have got there, but a very tough chance. I think it would be very unfair to put that against him. But a chance created.
Flying redhead.
Yeah. That is driven through point to the fielder on the boundary, Jimmy Anderson, the evergreen. And that is thrown top of the stumps. 193 for 3.
well, I don't think you could say he lost it in the air.
No.
I know that happened a fair bit at Hyderabad because they had red seats. So if any seats weren't occupied, there was more than one occasion in Hyderabad where, but the ball had gone up, players were saying they were struggling to make it out. But that definitely wouldn't be a problem here.
Who decides the colour of seats? That's what I want to know. The real questions.
That's a very well. In my house, I can tell you exactly who it is, but for cricket stadia, probably not. No, you wouldn't really want Vivian necessarily choosing.
It is interesting.
Purple seats everywhere.
The Gabba, they're all dappled, so you can't tell if there are people in them or not, which is quite a clever idea.
Yeah, actually, I like that. But clever whoever came up with it. Yeah. But yeah, if anyone knows, if anyone has any answers to that very, very big question in my mind right now, who decides the colour of seats in cricket stadiums? It's huge. It's probably one of the biggest excuses given when someone drops a catch. Bashir comes in round the wicket, and that is on his pads. Jaswell just flicks it out for a single, and it brings the right-hander onto strike. Bashir 1 for 57. Off his 15 overs.
It's a nice stadium, though. Beautiful location.
It is. It certainly is.
It has I like stadiums which aren't just great big bowls, and you can't really tell one part from the other. It's got some character, this one.
It's the smallest for a while, isn't it? It's 27,000.
That was just outside the off stump for Bashir, just getting that nice off stump line, and that is played back. It's quite a full delivery. We can see Rehan Ahmed getting warmed up, just giving his shoulders a bit of a shake, checking those fingers out. He doesn't need much of a warm up. These young'uns, he could probably just rip a few right now. Bashir comes in to the right-hander.
This is all about giving a message to the captain, isn't it?
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. It's either he's gotten a message, they're going to throw him in for a breakthrough, or he's saying to Stokes, "Come on, give me a go, give me a go." He's trying those palms on the outfield.
I can tell you in the ODI that Josh English is on a tear. He's 50 from 28 deliveries. Australia
Oh,
is
bloody hell.
62 for 1 after 7 overs.
What are they? They're chasing 248 or something, or
242, I think it is.
Oh, yeah.
To win.
That is short, driven into the surface, and is flicked, or not flicked, sorry, it is punched off the back foot by the right-handed batter.
232, I'm sorry.
232. Seems to be Bashir's modus operandi, driving it into the surface. It seems to be what England want from their very tall young spinners. Bashir skips in. That is, goes onto the leg stump, and that is turned around the corner for a single, and that is the over. 195 for 3. And are we due a change, perhaps?
We are indeed. I think we're up to date on tweets and on YouTube.
I think the change is me. Should be 40.
And
Krishna. With a bit of luck. That's the plan.
Gary, just as I was leaving, there was a question about Everton, I remember. Or just as you were leaving and I was coming in, there was a question about Everton, then you departed. So maybe you can address that.
Well, I'll give you it very quickly. I thought I was actually on summarising, but I'm happy to be.
Yes,
proved
you are.
otherwise.
You're on
right.
with Tony.
Oh, I was looking in the wrong place.
You're on
Yes,
with Tony
it's
and
me and
Bear.
Bear.
Right.
I was reading the wrong session completely.
Everton will stay up comfortably on 2 provisos. First of all, they don't get a further penalty from the faceless bureaucrats of the Premier League, and secondly, Jordan Pickford stays fit. Only 3 clubs have conceded fewer goals than Everton this season.
Hartley is in. Forward comes Fatidar. Test debut for him, just the one ODI to his name so far.
I've got a Hartley and sighting the ball story I can tell you in a moment.
Oh, that would be good to know. And he comes again, he has the slip in place, which is Joe Root, I suspect.
Well,
Defended
I'm
again by Patidar, no run.
I'm pretty sure that Tom Hartley has played cricket at Wallasey because he's played on most of the Liverpool competition grounds. And I remember playing at Wallasey, this would be about 1980, I would guess, maybe 81. And just next to Wallasey's cricket ground, there is a red brick school, a bit like Archbishop Tennyson's at the Oval.
Oh, yeah. We'll wait for Hartley, who I'm sure himself wants to know this story about him.
Well,
as this one's down the leg side, no run.
I was deep square leg, and there was a spinner bowling, long hop, and I saw the ball leave the bat, hit hard and flat towards me, and then it completely disappeared until it ended up slapping my hands, and I caught it. I don't know how, but I did.
Defended by Patidar. Good spell by Hartley at the moment. He's found his range, dropping the ball in, just teasing Patidar with just enough flight. Patidar not yet into his rhythm. 3 from 14 for him. 195 for 3. Sorry, well, hold on, Gary. Just we'll wait. There's the slipper, the forward short leg, but neither of those will be called into because the 2 short legs of Duckett go scurrying away from mid-off, and they will get a single. And Jaiswal, 117 for him. He's been the defining rock of this India innings. 196 for 3. Jaiswal 117 of them. Fantastic knock from him.
Exactly, we do getting him out, couldn't we?
Well,
good. I'll just finish the red brick story, if I may, because I'll come to it after this ball.
Hartley wheels in, coming over the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal, who just guides him out towards cover.
Red brick buildings tend in England to date from the 1850s and 1860s because it was when the railways opened up the Midlands as a source of bricks, and of course that was at the height of kind of industrial development, but it was also at the height of the founding of cricket clubs in municipal areas. So you often had red brick buildings around cricket grounds because they were developed around the same time. And therefore you will often have places where, particularly club grounds, where sighting it becomes difficult against a red brick background. Of course, what they've done at the Oval is they put stands in the way, so you don't quite have that problem. But history is written before our eyes, as long as we have the eyes to see.
Well, we are being treated to a large, looks like a dredger of some kind, out on the Bay of Bengal there.
Colin Dredger.
Oh, it could be called that. Defended by Patidar. And there is no run. It's the only city in India with 2 major ports. Did you know that? Vishakhapatnam?
No, I did not.
Yeah.
I was going to mention that Colin Dredge had one of the great nicknames in cricket. You might know it, Tony. I don't know.
I don't. Well, we'll just wait for Bashir. Slip and a leg slip. But it's worked towards short fine. And there's no run.
He was known as the Demon of Froome. Was Colin Dredge.
The Demon of Froome. Is that where he was from? Presumably.
It was, yeah. Somerset seamer with a very unusual action.
Ah. Bashir again. Bit of loop on that one. Guided to backward point. Barajat Patidar.
There was something
no
of
run.
Frank Tyson in Colin Dredge's action, but he was 20 miles an hour slower.
Bashir does that little shake of his arm when he comes in, just loosens his right arm before whirling. That's out towards mid-wicket. Again, no run. He certainly seemed nerveless when he bowled this morning. I mean, Hartley, you could absolutely say, when, as wonderful as the game turned out, he was off to an uncertain start. And just like he has done right there, Bashir has been pretty much on the money. And it's a very different kettle of fish having to bowl first on a wicket that hasn't yet really started to genuinely provide huge amounts of help for the spin bowlers. That's thrown up on the off stump, but eased very easily indeed out towards deep extra cover. Barry, all right. You are joining us at some point, are you, in this discussion?
Yeah. No, I was just skinning up my my breakfast reefer.
I'll just fill for a moment then to say that Ben Folkes, I thought, did very, very well for that catch to dismiss the somewhat hesitant Shreyas Iyer, and it must give young spinners such a boost to see that kind of support from behind the behind the stumps. It was a really, really good catch. And Kevin Peterson on the radio reckoned that Joe Root would have caught that chance from Jaiswal 1 in 100. I think Mark Waugh and Jaya Water would have caught it 99 times in 100. And the reason why it was a good catch from Folkes is he had his hands in the right place for it. All about that
at the end of his arms.
And technique. Yeah, at the end of his arms, indeed.
Well, you mentioned Joe Root. Joe Root, actually. And he's going to be Joe Root, actually. Here he is. No, he's not. Completely missed that. Let's try again.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pit, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself. Joe Root. Introduce yourself. Joe Root. Introduce yourself. Joe Root, actually.
And still Rayan Ahmed waits. Wonder what's going on there. What's happening there?
I have no idea.
Excellent.
I'm still trying to get my shit together.
Root around the wicket, and that pops up. But back to Root. Patidar looking a little suspiciously at the pitch.
I must admit, a little earlier, I had a wry smile when the bear was offering advice not to indulge in too many painkillers.
Well, it's all got self-medicate.
And a leg slip for Rooty. That one's on off stump. Patidar angles the bat, steers out towards cover. Rayan Ahmed comes herring in. Huge enthusiasm. Every step saying, "Skipper, give me a bowl.
Give me a bowl.
Give me a bowl." We can't quite figure out what's going on and why he is not called into the attack yet when everything else has been rotated.
Yeah, it's very weird, that, isn't it?
I mean, you have the right arm off spin, you have the left arm, and who else? You've got two off spinners. You've got two off spinners and a lefty. So the lefty's moving it in the similar direction to a leg break, so surely you would want to give your leg break bowler a run. That's uppish! Cut backward a point, down towards Bashir, who's sporting with great pride his England cap. They will take a single, and the score will move on to 199 for 3. 2 runs off this Ruti over. No wickets for him yet, none for 42.
I can only think he thinks it's first innings. There's not much spin. I get more control with the guys who bowl sort of orthodox than a leggy. That's the only thing. But it doesn't seem very Stokesy to me either.
Yeah, but you'd think, okay, but you would still think, especially as the frequency with which he's rotated the bowling generally, that it wouldn't be the massively high risk to slip in a couple of overs on the let's see what happens basis. That one's tucked off leg stump out towards mid-wicket. They will amble a single. The run rate pretty decent, south of 4 and over. India have rarely seemed to be in a big hurry. The 200, however, is up for them. 200 for 3.
They're going along at a fair clip. 3 and over, 3 and a half.
3, yeah, it's under 4 by Baz standards. That's average. Sorry.
I mean, they've had a dominant batsman in Jaiswal, but they haven't really had dominant partnerships because whoever's at the other end has lacked the kind of fluency you need to really get on top of the bowling. So England have felt in the game throughout.
This one there's that sort of round arm one from Ruti that he pushes through. They take one out into the onside. They won't take a second.
Well, that's presumably because they don't want to sweep, Gary. And it's kind of weird, isn't it? Because everyone knows that to score runs against spin, you've got to sweep, and yet you hear all these stories in the press in the last week about how India aren't very good at the sweep.
Well, and have been practicing it.
And it's like, well, we're English and we don't really play in these conditions. We sweep every fucking thing.
Well, the fact is, they're still 201 for 3, and they would very happily have taken that before the start of play, as they say. So this one is nicely turned towards Bairstow at deep square leg. They'll take a single. 202 for 3. Ended the over.
Jaiswal has 119 off 171 deliveries without sweeping. He'll say, well, why should I use that shot?
Well, yeah, but he's used his feet and come down the track and smashed the odd one over the top. Which is, I think, how they approach it. They think you should do that. But you've got to be proactive in that, haven't you? You've got to be proactive with a sweep, but England are proactive with a sweep, and they're not so proactive at coming down to meet the ball. Having said that, it is the first innings. If England get a decent score and the pitch stays flat for a couple of days, it'll be interesting to see how they do if England reach parity and the ball starts to turn in the second innings.
Well, Test cricket poses many questions, but the delight is that it also allows for many answers. And India are finding...
Bashir to continue. Big stride from Patidar and slashes it away through point for 4 runs. A fine shot
too. If you kids can't listen, and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
He's beautifully steered.
He's latched onto the half volleys, hasn't he? And he's made 1 or 2 by his movement down the track. He looks a very classy bat indeed.
It's not the batsman I thought.
Oh, it's Patidar.
It's Patidar. Patidar again is nicely forward, steered to backward point.
Well, nice shot.
No run on this occasion.
There. Taking a leaf out of Jaiswal's book and punishing the half volley. So that's my recovery there from mistaking the right-hander for the left-hander.
206 for 3. Slip and a leg slip. And that one kept a little bit low, was pushed through. Patidar steered it out to mid-wicket where Duckett fielded. They will take a single. Ball. 5 from this over so far.
Danger ball, going back playing French cricket to a fairly full ball, playing across the line. There's not much percentage in that shot. He got a bat on it, so fair enough. But England will be encouraged by that decision by Patidar.
What the fuck is that? Great India strike.
This one guided to mid-on by the Jaiswal. No run. Bashir, there he goes, there's that little wave of his arm and in he wheels. Forward comes Jaiswal. out towards point. No run. 207 for 3. India in command. England need, well, what they really need is to see the back of Jaiswal. Then,
yes,
I think the game will look slightly different from their perspective. That again is pushed through by Bashir. Jaiswal, the left-hander, steps back and eases it into the offside. It's the end of that Bashir over. 5 runs from it. And we can go to the Bear for some messages.
Well, PJ Mead says, morning Gorillas. I'm listening to you as I watch the Under-19 World Cup, where Sri Lanka has conceded 6 wides in 12 overs. One bowler has the tips hand, has sent down 5 consecutive wides. Annie Chave is replying to someone, if we don't get dot points for it. If English counties can make a few pitches that don't get spinners to commit self-harm from frustration, kids like Hartley and Bashir have real potential in them. That was an Indo, to which Annie replied, if they don't get dot points for it, of course, yes. Well, that's what... Didn't that happen to Somerset? They got dot points a few years back?
Well, yes.
Because their pitch spun.
Yes, hence it was Chris and Hyderabad.
Yes. But, you know, how else are you supposed to encourage people?
But they've produced plenty of turning pitches without points being docked.
Well, absolutely right.
And Martin Lawrence is watching their first test. I don't know if I'm imagining it, but it looks like Jimmy Anderson has done something different to his hair. He looks
he certainly has, Martin. Yeah, that's reverse swept. Bear, you wanted to see it, and Patidar has executed it perfectly. It's gone away backward a point, which has become square leg for one of these. And he played that very tidily, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Yeah, that was fully popish.
If they've been practicing it, practice pays off then.
I've got a question that I'm not on much after tea, but something
around comes Root. That's driven between cover and extra cover, and it's going to be consecutive boundaries conceded by Joe Root. And England just need to make sure they don't get a little bit raggedy here.
He looks very good, this batsman. He's completely not the batsman I was thinking of when we did the podcast, though. I was thinking of a tall left-hander who I thought was Patidar in the IPL, who came in and smashed 100 on debut or something, or close to it, and that's where I thought Patidar was. He was completely not that person.
8 off 2, none for 53 for Joe Root, 215 for 3. Now India, having won the toss, remember, and surprising no one by choosing to bat. Rooty drops that short, but it's pulled straight to square leg, and there's no run.
England have got a batsman who bowls here in Root, and they've got tyro spinners in Shoaib Bashir, Tom Hartley, and Rayan Ahmed.
The one we haven't used.
Yeah, I'll come to that in a moment.
Rooty onto the leg stump of Patidar, looking to get that ball to move across him from leg to off. Patidar defends.
We're in back-to-back tests. These bowlers are not used to bowling long spells, the concentration, the physical demands. I just think we've got to be very careful, and maybe this is why Stokes is holding back Rayan Ahmed. We've got to be very careful in the evening session and maybe into tomorrow that these bowlers don't get mentally exhausted. Because they just haven't got the overs, they haven't got day after day bowling.
I think that's a very good point. That's given some extra air by Rooty. Fielded at mid-wicket and no run. The concern, I think, with Root, and I don't think he did, I can't remember exactly, but he got one very low score, didn't he, and one sort of middling score, is if you're asking your main run maker in India to also be one of your principal bowlers, as that one is left because it was wide of leg stump. Bounced off, folks. He didn't take it cleanly, not for the first time today.
It bounced off the batter.
It's 215 for 3, but before Bear gives us some messages, the concern is that you overwork Root with the bowling, and the impact is then had on his batting.
Yeah, I do worry a little bit about that, and where he gets a bit frantic in Bazball too, when he's good enough not to bother. But hey, you know, it's important for him to bowl probably out here.
Any messages you could give us while you're there?
No, not really. No one's
Well, I'm going to say on the root point, what's important is that he doesn't come in at 23 for 2. If he comes in at 123 for 2, then he ought to be able to deal with it. He's a very experienced professional cricketer, and he should be able to get the batting head on properly. But if he's done a lot of bowling and then he's straight into batting, that's tough. But we do have a pivotal moment in the test.
Well, whether that's true or not, we'll wait. Remains to be seen. But we certainly are going to see the young leg spinner that everyone's been calling for. It's this man.
His mission from the original squad was to guard re-enactment from dubious jingles.
And his first ball is whipped off his toes by Jaiswal down towards long leg, and Jaiswal will march ever onwards. 120 now for him. 216 for 3, India.
I say pivotal because obviously he's there to take wickets, but if India hit him out of the attack here, either side of T, then Stokes' options become very limited. And I don't think India are going to just push the ball back here to Rehan. I think they're going to go after him a bit.
He's bowling from the it's the DV Sabah row end, and that's nicely big high elbow steered away to extra cover, misfielded, but Rajat Patidar decides that not running is the smarter move, so it's a dot ball, just the one run off the 2 deliveries from Rehan Ahmed so far.
There was another quarter chance that England missed, I saw. I'll come back to it in a moment.
This one again is just easily pushed by Patidar. Jimmy Anderson's patrolling the cover boundary, and they'll take an easy single.
Patidar, quite early in his innings, was very slow getting back to his crease, and he would have been out easily with a hit. As it was, the ball went into Folks' gloves, which gave him that opportunity to put the bat down. But you know, Steve Waugh used to talk about the 1%ers, didn't he?
He did. This one is pulled away towards deep mid-wicket by Jaiswal. He'll move on to 121. 3 runs from the over.
We saw when Ben Stokes ran out Jadeja in the last test, and famously when Andrew Flintoff threw out Ricky Ponting at the Oval in 2009, just how important hitting the stumps is.
On that one, it gets a leading edge. It was a leg break.
I think it might have been the googly.
Do you think so? I think I think it was moving the other way. Well, I'm sure we'll see a replay. You'd like to think, here it comes. Was it the googly or was it the leg break? I still think it was the leg break. It was just a taller man would have had that, I suspect. That one is more defensively pushed towards
maybe
point.
8 foot. It was quite a long way over.
You think so? Well, don't forget Ahmed's not the tallest. Certainly not when compared to the 2 6'4". Bashir and Hartley are both 6'4", aren't they?
Yeah.
It didn't have, well, you could argue he didn't have the best of it, I suppose, in Hyderabad. What did he make? 2 for 105 off 24. And none for 33. So he was certainly the more expensive, and obviously it was Hartley who was getting all of the wickets and the glory in that extraordinary 4th innings.
There's a nice analysis of the catch on the screen here from Ben Folks, showing how his gloves were on the ground, came up with the delivery, but were already starting to go down as the catch was taken.
218 for 3. That's wide of the Jaiswal off stump, who cuts, but he cuts straight to point. And again, there is no run. Bashir, the bowler now.
The problem is when these pitches are like this, so the spin really hasn't started to take hold. They bowl so flat and fast.
Hence the toss being
so important. Yeah.
Bashir round the wicket, defended by Jaiswal to cover. Duckett fields on this occasion.
He's bowled quite a few, Bashir, in the 70 kilometres per hour bracket. He does have a good slower ball.
Yeah.
In again. That one he drags down a wee bit, and it's cut, and it beats
that's
backward
good
point and bisects the two of them, and it has gone all the way along the ground for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Played quite close to him, Gary, on that occasion, wasn't it? And yet he
yeah, and he's a classy
very
operator.
risky.
There's very little room between the two men backward of point there on the offside, and he threaded the eye of a needle.
Yeah.
Such a class man here is Jaiswal.
Yeah, he's been excellent to watch. That one is defended into the onside. 88 kilometres an hour. 222 for 3.
Ashar dropping Hope was so critical in the first.
Yeah,
test. I wonder
really
how
was.
critical Root not getting a hand on the chance earlier from Jaiswal.
Forward comes Jaiswal out towards cover. No run. That was the second. Well, it was the equal smallest margin of victory for England or for either side in the England Test match. That 28 runs when you've won by having batted first. Yeah. And the other one was 1972, I think. We should have been what, sort of Ray Illingworth's England round about then?
No, I presume so. Yeah.
Forward into the offside.
I was a little young then. I was only a year old.
Was that on tour in India? Because there was a series around that time that Tony Lewis, I think.
It was Eden Gardens. It was Eden Gardens in 1972. That was also a 28-run victory.
Yeah, I think Tony Lewis's tour might have been.
A
few years after. But he was brought in, wasn't he, as captain on debut? They used to do that sort of thing in those days.
I could look it up actually. Can you have a look, Bear?
Feels a little early for that Tony Lewis tour. Feels like
I find it.
You Google India versus England, Eden Gardens 1972, and you should then easily find the scorecard. Normally, Cricinfo will give you everything you need to know. Beautiful view we have, as you can see the Bay of Bengal in the background. Many beaches.
Very Soviet
Vishakhapatnam. Rayan Ahmed is in. Steered to cover, no run. Sorry, Gary, I missed that.
No, it's very Soviet-looking blocks, sort of 6 or 7 apartment blocks all in a row.
Moscow by the sea.
Yes.
Nicely defended by Patidar. 22 for him. 2-2-2 for 3 for India.
Wonderful. Look at that. Found a scorecard.
And 100. Okay, who was captain?
I'm getting there. It's taking a little while to open.
Flicked quite
Tony
ristily.
Lewis was captain.
There you are. Gary Naylor, award yourself I don't know, bacon sandwich? What's going to be the right thing for the time of day?
Award myself with Observer Book of Cricket 1973, I suspect.
Oh, well, there you go.
Very low scoring test, though. India got 210, England replied with 174. India got 155, and then England won.
Your kind of test?
Yeah.
A Bear test. Nicely defended. Full toss, actually. Didn't quite pitch. He's not got the... This is only the 1 run off the over, though, from Rayan.
Jesus, look at this, though.
Although he ended... Hang on a second. Roundly gives himself plenty of width. And that one was defended right in front of his middle stump by Jaiswal. Bear.
Yeah.
So, at the end of day 1, India were 148 for 5. That was fucking dull. At the end of day 2, England were 126 for 6.
Again, he's well wide of the wicket as he comes around it to the left-hander. Jaiswal defends. Better over from Rayan Ahmed, just 1 off it. This first over had gone for 3. It's 223 for 3, and we can get Bear to shift modes from statistician to social media operative. Possibly.
Well, either Twitter's broken.
It's definitely more than likely.
Yeah, more than likely. I haven't had a tweet for 19 minutes.
It's an X Twitter.
Oh, very good.
Come on a wicket. What's going to happen?
Well, we've got Bashir back to bash away. He's bowled 19 overs in 2 sessions of cricket. This will be his 20th over in 2 sessions. I doubt he's done that too often in his first-class career. and we shouldn't underestimate the challenge of concentration. Adrenaline fuels a man on debut. I just wonder if Tom Hartley's due to come off his adrenaline surge that he would have been on for the last 4 or 5 days.
Bashir, in he comes. That turns just a little bit. Patidar played it right in front of his pad, which he'd pushed forward. Had he got it outside the line when he played the shot? No, I don't think he had. And he just angled the bat right in front of the knee roll on his pad to turn it into the onside. Bashir again, that possibly hit pad first. No, says Gaffers, who's looking very dapper in his what do you call those hats? Panamas, yeah, in his Panama hat.
It's again nice variation in pace here from Bashir. I'd go as far as to say he doesn't really have a stock pace. He seems to go 70s, 80s, 90s kilometres an hour.
What's he got on this occasion? Yeah, that one pushes Patidar back. He clips straight to mid-wicket. There is no run. That, no,
it's not a bad
thumped
shout.
into the pad. I'm surprised England didn't make more of that.
It was questionable on the line as well, yeah, certainly.
Bashir, that's watchful defence, perhaps just starting to think that T is here. Should be the end of this over, shouldn't it?
It should be.
So it's a good time to attack if you're a bowler.
England are probably still smarting from burning 3 reviews and 13 overs.
Yeah, that's. I think they do look like they've learnt a lesson there. There's a couple of occasions today Ben Stokes has turned down ones we suspect he may have taken the other day. Oh, they get some runs here though. They may get 4 pennyworth. No, they won't, because Johnny Bairstow thunders around from mid-on towards what is pretty straight and restricts them to 2. So we think this should be the last over before tea time. Last ball before tea time as well. 225 for 3. Bashir is going to be bowling it to Patidar, who's on 25.
Yeah, he's had a decent debut, hasn't he? He looks at ease, not panicking. 30 years old, so there's no timer.
And Patidar defends Duckett Fields. Everyone's bustling with a sense of purpose, and I think they can eye sponge cake and cups of tea and whatever else might be included on the tea menu. It's 225 for 3. 63 overs completed. India, remember, won the toss and immediately, to no one's surprise whatsoever, decided that they wanted to bat. It's been a decent afternoon session for them, I think. Just the 1 wicket for 122 runs. Run rate nudging towards 4 and over. He lost the 2 wickets in the morning session. Probably most crucially of all, Gary, is that the Jazz Whale is still playing sweet music as far as India are concerned.
Yeah,
and
well,
not so much as far as England are concerned.
Well, a whale in a casino is a high stakes gambler who makes big money and loses big money, and I think there's an element of Jaiswal who is a bit of a whale in the sense that he will take chances because he hits the ball hard, he hits the ball in the air, but boy is he cashing in here. Looks an absolute class bat. But we're coming up, it's always a crucial next session, of course. We're coming up to a session with India on 225 for 3, and we'll get to more than 90 overs in the day's play, I suspect.
Oh, yeah.
Where England have really, I think, if they want to come out even on this game, I think
they need 2-3 wickets, don't they?
They need 3, I think, in this session to come out even. If India go in 5 down, and let's say they're on 330, 340, then it will be very much, I think, India's day. 5 down, 6 down, particularly with a lot of kind of all-rounders from bowlers who bat to come, then England will feel they've slightly got away with it, losing the toss on a fantastic batting track. So it's a really crucial session coming up, but one man has towered above the day's play so far, and that is Jaiswal. What an innings this is.
Yeah, he has been quite superb. Bear, any final messages, or we'll put put some entertainment on for tea time.
Yeah, Mog says Gary breaking new ground with his ex-Twitter comedy stylings. And Diana Patterson says, an X for you. Possibly you do need to be introduced to each other. Tony, meet Gary the vegetarian. Don't offer him a bacon sandwich.
That's right.
I didn't know you were a vegetarian, Gary.
There you go.
God,
How long have you known each other?
Well,
yeah, I mean, Christmas Day 1985 is the last time I ate meat, so it's been a while.
oh well, bacon sandwich definitely not what.
Fake bacon sandwich.
Fake,
maybe.
yeah, you can get fake bacon.
You can. It's horrible though.
Well, I can imagine it probably is. I eat turkey bacon these days. I don't eat
Really?
bacon so much. Turkey
I
bacon's
don't
quite
eat a
good.
lot of bacon, but it's got to be. I prefer
Very rarely
rashers.
as well. I do. What do I eat that?
I like
sorry.
rashers of bacon, not the back bacon. The rashers.
Well,
streaky.
There you go, streaky. Yeah.
Yeah, streaky bacon.
When you're at the crease, it's all important not to lean back when you're playing shots.
Oh, very good indeed.
Boom.
Well, on that dubious note, we shall love you and leave you until after tea. And what's going to entertain people?
Finish off the podcast, can't we?
So we're back in the Bishop and Bear, are we?
Yeah, we're in the Bishop
with
and Bear.
David Brooke and Alin Shirana, our splendid website cricket writer. And well, enjoy.
We'll be back shortly.
They can offer what we're looking for. It partly was almost an Axar Patel kind of, trying to match.
Well,
the
that's what they said, wasn't it? That was besides the reason they saw him as the Axar Patel of England. Basically,
Yeah.
that's what we were told. But the interesting thing is, you say, Tone, yeah, they've got this new system, haven't they, in England in first-class cricket, where iHawk. So every game is recorded, kind of like Hawkeye.
Right.
From the umpire's point of view, so they can get the data of every bowler in England, download it, see where their pitch map is, see how fast they're bowling, what their lines are like, what movement they're getting, and all that kind of stuff. They can get that, so they can analyse the data much better than just getting contemporaneous, this guy's good over at Lancashire, or this guy's good over in Yorkshire, or Durham, or wherever, from not having seen them. They can get that data and make a more informed choice as to who they're going to get. And plus, you got to remember, England doesn't have spinners, so who the fuck are you going to go to anyway? You've got to take a punt on somebody. I do believe Rayan Ahmed, they'll stick with Rayan Ahmed, because I think he has potential as a leg spinner. He's got great speed of arm over the top. He's got great control of length. They just need to get him. They need someone to get hold of him and get to learn how to use the ball a little bit better, I think. But he's only 19, and so I think moving forward they should stick with him, and he'll have his chances.
I mean, it's a 4-ball and over on offer from him at the moment.
Yeah, well, you get that with leg spinners, you do, but he needs to take more wickets, and for that he needs bigger spin, I think. But as I said, if you watched his balls, they were coming out with massive scrambled seams a lot of the time. It doesn't seem to have the, you watch Shane Warne in his prime, and the ball just like spinning top going down. You see the seam the whole time, lands on it, does what it does. You watch Rayan Ahmed, the steam's going all over the place, so he's not getting the bite and turn that he possibly should.
Selection
Yes,
process
when
has
we-
changed massively. Sorry, Arian.
When we speak about the selectors digging deep to find out obscure information like release points and trajectories, this has been a work in progress when it comes to England cricket, because I remember even when Owen Morgan was at the helm, the selector chief Ed Smith, these guys used to look out for these little bit of details that can be the X factor when it comes to playing a player ahead of someone. And a classic example of that was that they were able to decipher that when Sam Curran partners Anderson and Broad in the test side, their average is half combined.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, so the left arm variety that Sam Curran brings, it is actually increasing the wicket taking prospects of Broad and Anderson. So this is the level of depth they are able to achieve in their research process.
Interesting.
I can tell you it's 4,876 miles from Old Trafford to Hyderabad.
Oh,
But
nice.
somebody, it just shows you how different it is when you get there.
Yeah, well, very much
Tom
so.
Hartley. Well, so a question then, David. So Tom Hartley, let's say he does carry on, he takes that confidence, takes more wickets. Come next season, he's going to struggle to get a place still in the Lancashire side because they've invested quite heavily in an overseas spinner of no small repute, haven't they?
Well, if he's in so many Test matches coming up, if he's in the England squad, he wouldn't play much county cricket anyway. I guess. So, and will Nathan Lyon arrive in time for the start of the season? I don't know if he's going to be there for the kickoff. So maybe Hartley will get a couple of games in then. But no, I agree. It's Lancashire haven't shown a lot of confidence in him as a 4-day as a red ball bowler, hence the signing of Nathan Lyon. So surely this has come as much of a surprise to them, Lancashire, as it has to the rest of us. I mean, Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think he'll be in the squad next. Leach is your main spinner. It's England, isn't it? You're only going to ever have one spinner in the side. I mean, Stokes likes having a spinner in the side. Maybe it'd be harsh on Leach having played 35 tests, and I do think he's a decent spin bowler now.
They both offer the same.
They do. And this is England. This is the problem. This is why we don't have spinners and why we're relying on Hartley in India. Basically, English wickets aren't conducive to spin, and therefore you don't really use them.
The new processes and the new technologies and the millions of multiple data points you have to underpin that.
That's a fair point.
And do we get a look at Shoaib Bashir in Hyderabad, Visakhapatnam?
Shoaib Bashir.
Do we get a look at Shoaib Bashir next?
Well, I think it would be, unless Jack Leach isn't fit, which is a real possibility, or England do say, do you know what, we're going all seam. In which case,
all spin.
I mean, the end of the day, spin.
All spin, yeah.
I don't know what's going on today. I mean, Mark Wood had a belligerent performance with the bat. I think I'm right. I don't think he got a wicket, did he?
No, he didn't.
The hope was that
Bumrah got 6 in comparison.
Yeah. They wanted to use him to rough up, particularly Axar Patel, didn't they? Because he doesn't like it up him, so it's Woody time. But the reality was, it was a pretty modest contribution across the 5 days. Although Woody, you're always stronger for his personality, and he'll never let you down for effort. And he did what he had to do as best he could. But it might not be beyond the realms of possibility that they decide, well, we're just going to chuck Shoaib in there as well. And let's outspin India.
You've got to be pretty special, haven't you, to be able to take. I mean, if you look at Bumrah, was head and shoulders above anyone else with a ball of the pace bowlers. No one else really got the ball to do anything or trouble the batsman. But what did Bumrah got? 5 or 6 in the game?
Six.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean,
he is something special, though, isn't he?
He is something special. He is phenomenal.
England creates something called depth charts. That's what underpins the sort of the definition of the attributes required. Sorry.
No. I just think, this is it. I mean, if the pitch is turning, they might. The question is, if Stokes has had his operation, can he actually bowl? No one's indicated that he can, because if he could, then you could go over 4 spinners and just say Stokes is your seamer every once in a while as captain.
When you're leaving Anderson and Robinson carrying the drinks.
Well, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I would probably, for me, of all the bowlers who might prosper in India, I would probably go for Robinson. He's not the paciest, but he's got the height, and if there is invariable bounce, he gets good seam position. He does have a cutter. And of all the bowlers that England have got out there, if it's not Anderson, it'd be Robinson for me. I mean, I think they just went for the pure pace. But I mean, if you watched Woody, he got a couple of overs to reverse swing, but he got nothing off the seam. And the pitch was so slow, banging it in and still bouncing before got through to what's his name behind the stump, folks behind the stump. So
Yeah, Anderson in contrast does get reverse swing, because if you guys remember the in-swinging pitches he bowled consecutively to Ajinkya Rahane and Shubman Gill on the last stop.
Yeah, exactly.
Knocking them through the gate.
Anderson's figures in India stack up pretty well.
Yeah, they do.
You could take other players famously, of course, and say less so. Chris Wokes being the most obvious example when you look at his figures in India versus figures at home. But Anderson takes his wickets at about 29-30 odd in India, and he's taken plenty of them. It almost feels like you could pick any one of the seamers, and it would be fine. My guts feel, and I'm, thank God for England's sake, I'm not the selector or coach. But in football the analogy is don't change a winning team. I've got a feeling they would stick to what they have, having thought about it. I'd be kind of surprised if they didn't. What we really should do is move on to talk about Australia, and I really did want to cover that, or Australia and the West Indies. David, I guess let's really focus with you on that one. Well, firstly, any idea what they put into the magic spray that went onto Shamar Joseph's toe?
Well, it wasn't a one-off, was it? He had taken 5 foot in the first test.
He had.
Yeah.
Sadly, we won't see a third deciding test, which is one of those great anomalies, 2-test series. He's got that spirit and confidence and belief that comes at the start of a career. That spell of 7, with the stumps flying out the ground and the pace and the bounce that he was getting and carrying was quite remarkable. I mean, there was some support. Alzari Joseph bowled well, and Kemal Roach took 3 in the first innings.
He bowled very well in the first innings.
Yeah, he did. Obviously all the talk is, West Indies are back and the rest of it, which follows every victory. I don't want to deflate that.
And then proves to be completely wrong. Yeah.
Well, it usually does, yeah. I mean, the batting still looks pretty weak. De Silva and Hodge did very well to get them up to over 300 in the first innings. It was, but it was that one spell from Joseph that was the difference, and it made some of the Australian batting look fallible for the first time. Usually, someone comes off, don't they? There's usually, and Smith was there at the end, stranded on
91, wasn't he?
91, which I'm sure we all enjoyed seeing him stranded
Yes.
at that end. I mean, he had the opportunity to take it into his own hands and win the match, but he didn't. So you'd have to say, could he have taken more of the strike? But no, I think we should concentrate on a remarkable, fantastic performance of West Indies. Great to see the enthusiasm for Test cricket, and Joseph saying that he, given the choice of an IPL, IPL won't clash. If there was a clash between T20 and Test cricket, he's saying he will always choose Test cricket. I hope that turns out to be the case.
Will it be when someone?
Euphoria,
well, exactly. And someone offers him £500,000 to go and play some poxy tournament for 4 weeks in the UAE, and he'll go, "Oh yeah, thanks, I'll take that."
Well,
I mean,
he's said it. We should embrace it, and it was one of the best spells we've seen since probably Jerome Taylor took those 7 against England back in the day. That's probably the one that springs to mind.
Carl Mayers, I think. Was it Carl Mayers? He took about 7 against us when we were in the West Indies last time, didn't he? Those little diddly dobblers completely destroyed us in them.
And when David talks about his spell in Adelaide, it wasn't just another fifer because he removed Steve Smith off his very first delivery.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did. That's right. He actually did. What a! And his celebration is well worth watching as well. I mean, he clearly. I mean, you mentioned his comment, David, which I think was interesting. That commitment to Test cricket, which was going to bring us on to the KP tweet rather nicely, actually. But I mean, the thing I'd like to sort of ask you is, does it run risk of being a very brief false dawn, or can Colin Graves, isn't it? I seem to be mixing my names up. And the
Justin?
No, the chairman of West Indies cricket.
Oh, the president now is Keisha Shallow, isn't it? Who are you talking about there?
Somebody Graves.
Oh, Johnny Graves.
Johnny Graves.
The CEO, Johnny Graves.
Yeah, I'm getting confusing with the guy at Yorkshire. What really is the sad point for me, I think, is there isn't a third and deciding test.
Yeah.
That to me is a tragedy when a series is so beautifully teed up with all kinds of interesting subplots. Smith as opener, Shamar Joseph on fire with wickets. A third and deciding test would be a phenomenal TV attraction, and yet it doesn't get one. Is this again cricket shooting itself in the foot, or is it just an economic necessity?
Yeah, 2 test series, the oxymoron. It's a great sort of, 2 kids at a playground wouldn't do best of 2. It doesn't make any good. To me, it doesn't make commercial sense because it takes the intrigue out of the series. if you look at it, another way of reading the numbers would say the cost of putting the test on and what they could be playing at the same time.
Didn't I hear though that West Indies were losing money by sending a team out to Australia?
Yeah, costing them about best part of $2 million to send a team there, and they're not getting anything back in terms of return from it.
Because the home team now keeps the revenue. That was the change that was made.
Yeah.
It has to be, in answer to your question, Tony, about moving on to Test cricket. There has to be some change that can be made in the distribution of funds to sort this out.
Yeah,
or the creation of windows, because we're losing so many players now. Test cricket is losing so many players either through being unavailable or premature retirement, whatever, and something has to be done. It's time for action.
Well, that brings us beautifully onto. I'm just going to read that KP tweet. Sorry, go on, Bear.
I was going to say let Arian have it.
Arian,
he wanted to something coming there.
Yeah, Tony. No, what makes 2-match Test series all the more baffling at the present is that since the turn of the century, there has been a significant decrease in the amount of drawn tests, so which increases the possibility of having a 1-1 scoreline when you stage a 2-game Test series. So at the turn of the century, we had around 24% drawn Test games, and now it's come down to 6%. So it is a knock-on effect of T20 cricket with the accelerated scoring rates and proliferation of wicket-taking chances. So I think having a 3-game Test series makes more sense.
You had that absurd juxtaposition of West Indies getting that famous victory, immediately followed by the presentation of the trophy to the Australian team. It kind of made mess
because they retained it, I guess.
Yeah, presumably they retained it. Yeah.
Well, and also you mentioned that trophy. It is worth saying it's the Frank Worrell Trophy, right? 100 years since his birth. Am I also right? So in the 100th year celebration, the West Indies produce a performance to honour him.
I guess we better get it back. We'll have to wait for Messi Ozil sitting his underpants in the heat.
Yeah, just following on from that podcast there, are we really to believe that it costs $2 million? It didn't say what, I take it's dollars, maybe pounds, to send the West Indies to Australia for a 2-test series.
Exactly.
How can it cost that much?
Well, hotels,
well, it's big entourage, and
I presume that's including pay and everything.
One of the serious anomalies is that the visiting team gets nothing from the TV rights that are in the country.
I'm not saying that is an equitable, and the whole division of the money in world cricket is in any sense equitable. But if it's costing you £2 million for a 2-test tour of Australia, somebody's raking something off that, I can tell you that.
Well, they are, but that's the point, isn't it? There's money. There's money in the game.
$2 million.
Yeah, but still, it's a lot of money. The point is, exactly. And there's enough money sloshing around in cricket that should be covered. I mean, the cost of these things should be,
Well, as I said, I think it was about women's cricket. How much does it cost to stage a women's test match? I mean, aside from the televising of it just can't cost the kind of money that they're talking about. If women want to play more test cricket, it should be organised for women to play more test cricket. It should never cost too much. Anyway, that's a different subject because we need to get back to Vizag, where England are up against it here. India have put together a succession of partnerships. None of them have really gone on as yet, but one gets the feeling that this session is going to be a lot of work for England. And they have a man who's looking to do some hard work because he hasn't bowled much, only 2 overs so far in the match, for Rayan Ahmed, who's around the wicket, and this ball is just pushed into the leg side by the man of the day so far. It was Jayswell. We'll do some jingles in between times, I hope.
Yeah, I can give you some jingles. I was just saying, I just saw Soph Murder has turned up on YouTube again. Morning, Soph.
Defended by Jayswell, who is left-handed, 22 years old, and has already built up a kind of record that he just pushes this into the leg side. Who was the guy who made those 2 double hundreds? Liked a bit of bling in the 80s. Made that big schoolboy partnership with Sachin Tendulkar. He had a start to his Test career and his first-class career with tons of runs. Goes back in his crease, does Jaiswal, and picks up a single. It's a square leg.
Don't mean Ganguly, do you? So Ganguly?
No. He only played, I think, 17 Test matches, but he made a double century against England in, I think, 1984. God, why can't I remember his name? Liked a bit of bling, slightly lost his way in the early days of the kind of money that was coming into Indian cricket. Oh, beautiful delivery from Rayan Ahmed to Patidar there. He looked better bowling at right hand as he pulled him forward and then he turned the ball past the outside edge. That's perfect spin bowling, is it not?
That is. And as I was musing in the podcast, I wonder if he scrambles the seam so he doesn't turn it too much.
This ball looks a bit more like a top spinner to me and bounced up, but it was wide of the off stump and Patidar patted it out to point. Took a single. India 227 for 3. England getting through their work.
Anyone with us, Messrs?
Sorry, yes. Is that Soph and KL, Soph Murder?
No, Soph Murder. She's on YouTube.
Yeah, I saw that. I just wondered if it was the same person.
I don't think so.
Gertie Bagat says Jaswal 200 loading. Maybe. Cat Martin says, lock up your geese. And Kieran Roseblade says, I think India may have this one worked out. They just need to bat England out of the game. I can't recall Bazball producing monster scores, just decent ones very quickly. Well, I don't know. I mean, if England bat all day, there's a good chance they'll make 450.
Well, exactly. And they made 500 on day one in Rawalpindi or wherever it was in Pakistan.
Yeah, that's right. So
they made some big scores in Pakistan.
500 isn't a safe score against England the way things are.
So the next bowler, as yet unjingled, is down the leg side. He has 691 wickets, so you won't need too many guesses to work out who it is.
It's this man.
Geese. Little geese story coming up. Got to be careful of them in Sweden. They're very aggressive in Sweden, the geese, I can tell you. But as Jimmy is in, and this is defended by Patidar, big gap between bat and pat, but no problem. There's a YouTuber called Tom Scott who makes some very good YouTube videos, although he's stopped making some of them now. He's having a break. His idea, I think, was to do the kind of things that in play school, where they would go through the round window or the arched window and have these quite short little films about interesting stuff. Anyway, one of his videos involves geese, where he goes to France, which I'll come to in a moment, because Jimmy Anderson is about to load up. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Patidar, who lets that go fairly close to the stumps there, but good judgment. Goes through to the keeper. There's a guy in France who has raised geese, and he makes sure that they get to the wintering grounds. I think they travel from Scandinavia down to France, and this is not exploitative, but it's going to sound it because I'm doing the story quite quickly. Now, this guy in France flies with geese on a microlight, and Tom Scott goes into the microlight with him, and they fly in formation with the geese, and they fly so close to them as this ball is just pushed into...
They chop a few up in the propeller blades, yeah?
Well, they don't, because the geese are flying in front, and because the guy has been with them and they've done that pairing that geese do with the parent, then they'll kind of take the lead. And he says you've got to exercise geese like dogs. You've got to take them up every day. And he goes with tourists. Tourists can pay to be in the passenger seat on the microlight. And some drone coverage with it. It's just extraordinary how close they fly to these geese. At one point, Tom Scott is able to kind of pack the goose as it's flying. Wonderful stuff. As Jimmy Anderson is in, and this is punched. There was probably one there to the left hand of Ben Stokes, wideish mid-off, but they don't take it. 2:27 to 3. So I encourage you, if you want to have a kind of endorphin, is that the right stuff? Serotonin, whatever that good feeling is. If you want sort of 7 or 8 minutes of a good feeling, then look up Tom Scott flying with geese.
Apparently he's retired now, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, but he's got some lovely videos which are both informative and extremely well done. As he goes back, does Patidar and punches it to mid-off. I'll just say one other thing about him. As a YouTuber, he's very personable, and he's clearly got lots of interpersonal skills, but he really gets wound up with YouTubers who do not subtitle their videos, and I think that's a lesson for anyone who is making videos for YouTube. Get the subtitles on. It's fair to people, not just those who are deaf, but those who have problems hearing, and I'm one, so please do.
Can you not do that automatically? Isn't it the choice of the viewer?
They're hopeless. They're hopelessly automatic.
All right.
Yeah.
As Mog says, fire up, Gary.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't had to speak for 5 minutes.
Yes. This is my last session of the test match, I think, though, so I'm going to make the most of it. He goes back, does Jay Swell, and punches that to mid-on. They're through for a single. Yeah, weekends I work, and I mean, I probably could do something later in the test match, but sometimes I've got to recover. These 4 a.m. starts hurt a little bit.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah,
especially given your theatre stuff.
Well, I've got to, as Ray hands in again, and this is uppish. It popped a bit there on Patidar, and it just landed in front of the man at silly mid-off. The odd one is stopping a little in this pitch. Is there an element of caprice coming into the wicket?
You love that word, don't you?
Oh, I do. That was the googly from Rayhan, but it's slow off the pitch, and Patidar can go back and pat it out to mid-wicket, and they're through for 2. I've liked the cut of Patidar's jib. 28 he has now. India 230 for 3.
Kieran says, I've also realised, discounting Joe Root, if you take the main 4 bowlers, Anderson has about 180 more test appearances than the rest of the bowlers combined. Surely the highest difference ever. Cat Martin says, Guston Glehotfult, which I've no idea what that means, Cat, but no doubt you'll tell us. Kieran says, if 500 is possible for England in a day, why can't they make 200 in an ODI World Cup? I suppose we should all, the England team included, just try and forget all of that World Cup.
England, sorry, Jez, the game's going on.
Bloody cricket.
Yeah, India played out a dot ball, and then Patidar punched a delivery to long off and through for a single. Sorry, Jez.
Sorry about that. Spinners always get me.
Ryan's in again, and this is just pushed to the right hand of short mid-wicket, and it's Duckett to deep mid-wicket who does fielding, and India are just milking Rayhan here. 5 off that over, 232 for 3. Yes, I'm going to miss out on the action as well after this commentary stint, because I have to write up a review of The Handmaid's Tale, English National Opera's Handmaid's Tale, which I saw last night. It was very distressing, but very good. And then I've got to sleep in it in the afternoon because I've got a musical tonight. So
Jesus, look at you!
It's a tough old.
It's a tough old gig being Gary.
Does anybody pay you to go to these things at all? Or is it just...
No, but a seat at English National Opera's The Handmaid's Tale, you don't get that out of a small change in your pocket, I promise
That's
you.
True, that's true. Kieran says, is Messi exercising the goose in his pants every day? 7 to 8 minutes of goose fun there. This story has many parallels.
Oh, dear. Getting down with the geese.
I generalising from the particular, I suppose, but certainly my goose is extraordinarily intelligent and sensitive to what's going on around it.
Yeah.
It knows that there's somebody strange in the house, won't come close and tap on the window if it knows somebody else is here, and that sort of stuff. It looks after all the ducks.
Here's Jimmy in again.
1,000 ducks.
And this is defended to backup point, no run.
Yeah, it's a mother hen to the ducks, as it were.
Are geese indigenous to Australia? It doesn't feel like geese should be
I doubt
indigenous
it.
to Australia.
I doubt it very much.
'Cause one of Tom Scott's excellent videos is about the protection of New Zealand's indigenous creatures, which are very susceptible to imported predators because New Zealand has an ecosystem all of its own. And there's some excellent work there going on to protect the endangered indigenous species of New Zealand. And he does a really good video about that.
That's why there are so many flightless birds in New Zealand, because there were no
Exactly.
land-based predators at all.
This ball is through to the keeper, and there is no run. Rats are the main things they catch because the rat just sighs through the local creatures with no predator to sort them out.
Get cats, but then I suppose you create another problem. Don't you? They'll just do the same. They'll just eat the rats and then do the birds.
Yeah, there was an old lady who swallowed a fly. I don't know why she swallowed a fly. And,
Perhaps she'll die.
Yeah, that's right. Well, so too the flightless birds of New Zealand. As Jimmy's in again, and this ball is just eased through the backward point area. Very much an old school one-day shot there from Jay Swell, running it off the face of the bat through for a single 233 for 3. One of the reasons we're talking about these matters is that England have started quite quietly after the break here. India are easing their way into the session. They know India that the runs will come. There will be 4 balls later in the day.
Well, one thing is we're going to get a new ball in about an hour.
Yeah, but new ball in India, it's not what it is at...
No, it's true. It isn't.
That's true. I should mention that in Colombo, Afghanistan are 168 for 5 against Sri Lanka.
Is that a test?
In the first day of their test.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
it is. It's the only test. It's not even a 2-test series.
Jimmy's in again. This is outside off stump, and Patidar does what Shubman Gill didn't, and does not play at a ball beyond his eye line. Goes through on the bounce there to Ben Folks. There is the odd one sort of keeping low and dying in the wicket, and the odd one gripping. I'm going to venture to suggest that batting on day 5 may be much more of a challenge than it is here. On day 1.
I think Jimmy's going to retire when he gets past Shane Warne.
Oh no, he's going from early.
It can't be, surely.
Jimmy's in again.
Well, I see no reason for him not to keep going to the next sessions in Australia.
He would. That'd be another. So it'd be 44, around 42, or 43.
I mean, it's amazing.
He's a better bowler than anybody else in the England squad, in my judgment.
It's amazing how he keeps his fitness. I mean, he looks exactly the same physiology as when he came into the side as an 18 or 19-year-old. Oh, he's bowled a no ball there, though. He hasn't done that many of those in his career. But that wasn't. Ooh, it's very tight, but I suspect it is. And Jimmy's in again. This ball just angles in there. I think that was the wobble seam that came back into the right-handed Patidar. No run. I mean, he must work hard to maintain that, but I think he has, the natural benefit of a lean physiology, which obviously avoids injury to some extent, but also makes it easier to retain the fitness you need to play 5-day Test cricket. Of course, he doesn't play any one-day cricket and barely plays any county games. It would still be a stretch to play much longer than he already has played. And a little bit of an in-dipper there. Is this reverse swing?
I
He's
don't
hiding
know.
the ball.
Yeah, he is hiding the ball
on the way in.
He's
And he's got a smile on his face, which is unusual.
So maybe something is beginning to happen for Jimmy. Ben Stokes is easing himself back into bowling. He has been bowling in the nets. I just wonder if he might explore a little bit of, if you can bowl for half an hour in the nets, can you bowl for half an hour in the middle?
Well,
if the ball's reversing, he might try and give it a go.
It'd be nice if he could.
Josie Oak says, "What is
Go on, Jeff.
Jezdiak says, what is Messi's goose called? Dinner? No, it's called Blanche. Although, given that it's white, although there's every chance that it's a male.
Right, well, that ball is just pushed backward of point by Jayswal, and there is no run. We're just seeing this delivery now. It does seem to be a bit of reverse. It's not wobble. Oh, that's wobble seam, the delivery that really comes in. False stroke there from Jayswal. Almost yorked himself. Had a big yahoo at that delivery from Rayan Ahmed, and didn't make a good connection. Something happening for England here. Jimmy has gone through his variations there. There was a cutter, which I'd like to see more of, in there as well. So this is good stuff from Jimmy Anderson. A little bit of in-duck there from Rayan Ahmed, and largely the benefit of the previous delivery, which Jayswal mistimed. That was a half volley he could have hit into the leg side, but he didn't. He just jammed the back down on it, and there is no run. So we've seen quite a few dot balls in the last few minutes, but Jayswal knows the rhythm of Test cricket, and he knows that now is time to put the pressure back, and he takes a sachet down the track to a perfectly ordinary but nevertheless orthodox delivery from Rayan Ahmed, and dispatches it over extra cover for six.
One talk over the line, sweet Jesus, one talk over the line.
That's good batting, isn't it?
You see, this is my point with Rayan Ahmed, and this is what I said this before. I don't know if you feel the same, Gary. Is he doesn't rotate the seam; he just rotates the ball.
Yeah.
Is there a reason for that? Do you think?
There's something in that there. This ball does turn, and it's defended by Jayswal. Yeah, Graham Swan was the person I first saw where the seam was perfectly rotating as it went down towards the batsman. I'm not sure that Rayan has that kind of control, at least not yet. He goes back and cuts does Jayswal. Immediately I said that England were getting on top. He's hit 2 boundaries, 10 runs and 3 balls. This lad is a class act. He goes to 139 off 200 deliveries. India 244 for 3.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's what I mean. He'd get much bigger spin if he actually spun it on the seam, it seems to me.
Yeah, you kind of need that seam pointing at slip or pointing at leg slip.
Exactly.
And then rotating as it goes down the track. But you're right, and I'm not sure he does that. But there's going to be
someone needs to someone needs to teach him it. That's someone needs to teach him it. He needs to get.
Well, Jeetan Patel's there, and he knows plenty about spin bowling.
Brian in Brisbane says, so long as Messi doesn't start choking his chicken. Kieran says, Messi's right here. Who else would you put in there that would be better? Ralph the Wonder Llama's with us. Says, morning, Grillers. Morning, everyone. Are we doomed yet? Not yet.
Well, not yet, but Jimmy's just bowled a delivery that outside off stump, and Patidar made another good leave to that. He does seem to leave on a 5th stump line, which is a handy attribute to have. Goes through to the keeper, no run.
And Borthew, as our birdman, says Cape Barren geese are endemic to southern Australia. I saw some in Tasmania last month. There you go.
Excellent. As Jimmy's in again, and this is outside off stump, and he just swung a little bit of a bat at that with Patidar. Got it to backward point off the middle, where it was fielded. There is no run.
Yeah, England need something to happen, don't they?
Yeah, the last over from Jimmy was quite encouraging. Whether Stokes will persist with Rayan Ahmed, I don't know. It seems to have been a while since Tom Hartley's had a bowl. Maybe it's time for him. But this is going to be a long, hard session for England if they can't make things happen. As you say, Jimmy's in again. Right hand to Patidar, who defends slightly with a pad coming down the line of leg stump and a bat coming down the line of off stump. But this is the way the game's played these days. And there is no run.
I mean, look at his economy. He's going for just under 2 and over. Old boy Jimmy. He's got a wicket.
Yeah, I mean, he always finds a way to contribute these days, regardless of the match conditions. except when he gets injured in the first Ashes Test of 2019. But otherwise, he's extremely reliable. Surprising he wasn't playing in the first Test. That ball's hit harder by Patidar, and again he picks out the man at the back of the point.
I think in that first test they decided that they were going to try the old adage that only pace really counts in India because the flat, so slow. So they just went. I think it was a sort of Pavlovian response. They just went for Woody.
Yeah, I mean that's harks back to the days of Duncan Fletcher when he was always looking for that 90-mile-an-hour bowler.
Yeah.
Even if that 90-mile-an-hour bowler was Saj Mahmood. Cutters and variation, I think, is what's needed on these wickets. Jimmy gets that on leg stump, and Patidar, who seems to understand red ball cricket, had been waiting to tuck one off the pads for a single, and he got it and didn't miss out on the single, and India 245 for
That is,
three.
of course, unless you're Jasprit Bumrah, who has all attributes. He's a class act, isn't he, Bumrah?
Yeah, he absolutely is. Of course, he benefits from that crazy release point that he has, which is about 12 inches further towards the batsman than any other bowler, due to his hyperextension elbow. This ball is defended by Jace. Well, that was on him a little quicker than he expected there, but he protects his wickets. It's the end of the over. India are 245 for 3. Jimmy Anderson has 1 for 27 off 14. The current partnership is 66 off 111, and England need to make something happen.
That they do.
Our social media is a little quiet at the moment. It's a good time to remind people that if you'd like to support us, you have the option to super chat us on YouTube, but also in the longer term, you might like to support us with a monthly contribution, anywhere from $2 upwards. If you go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, you will see all the options available for supporting us in the long term. We have a lot of people who do that, and thank you for all of you who do it, because that's what makes it possible for us to keep going, because there are quite a lot of costs involved in this.
Yeah, and talking about keeping going, so is Rehan Ahmed, who starts off with a horrible wide-ish long hop, but Patidar is happy just to help himself to a single down to deep point, and the score advances to 246 for 3. What can England do differently here, Bear?
It's not a lot they can do. The pitch isn't very helpful, and they got a bunch of inexperienced bowlers.
Round the wicket comes Rehan, and again it's just a slightly short ball, which is punched to Ben Duckett, who waits for it to roll up to him like he's on a crown green.
See, I thought a better balance would just be going with 3 spinners and extra seamer. I'd have had probably Jimmy Anderson and Ollie Robinson.
Rehan's in again. This is defended, and there is no run. He's trying something different here, Rehan. He's gone over the wicket to the right-handed Patidar. He's a better bowler to the right-hander.
And if Hartley hadn't taken those 7 second wicket innings, 7 wickets.
Short and cut backward of point where there is a man sweeping, who is the aforementioned Parkley, through for a single. This is all very easy for India.
Bear, can you let David in, please?
I can do. Oh, and Annie.
Annie! Oh, the ratings are going to soar.
Jaiswal on 140. Round the wicket to the left-hander comes Rehan Ahmed, and it's just defended into the leg side. Ben Folks runs round to do the fielding. As the cameras pick out lots of Brits in the crowd. It's good to see support for both England and India in the crowd. Capacity, but still a decent crowd in. As this is tucked off the pads by Jaiswal, and Jimmy Anderson returns it underarm, like he used to underarm the ball. Bob Willis, did Bob Willis underarm the ball? There was an England player who always underarmed it in. 249 for 3. I think we've got time for one more over, am I right?
Indeed.
We have, yeah. Dave Gower always used to throw an underarm, didn't
he did, yeah.
He'd go to touch his shoulder.
Josie Oak Josie Oakers sent a tweet that I thought would have come from Farong. He says it must be time to give Duckett a bowl.
Of course.
Yes. Well, as a keeper bowling, there's been MS Stoney, Tatenda Taibu. He was a keeper who bowled. A.B. de Villiers was stumpings and wickets bowl, but of course A.B. de Villiers could do anything. As Jimmy Anderson, who in the past has been able to do anything with the ball in his hand. He gets that one to go a little bit to the left-handed Jay Swell. Am I getting overexcited there? A little bit of swing, I think.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit of something went away from him.
Yeah.
Head and shoulders the best bowler is Jimmy, eh?
Well, he should be, really. He should be. He's probably bowled, 3-4 times as many overs as the rest of the attack put together. Maybe
I think
more
that's,
than that.
yeah, I was going to say, maybe probably a lot
6, 7.
more.
He's in, and he is a performer in India. He and Dale Steyn have got excellent records in India. Glenn McGrath too, I think. That's a lovely delivery. Pulled Jaiswal forward. It beat the defensive bat as he pushed the ball, and it did not get the edge. And if you're beating a man on this pitch at this time of the first day, who's on 141, you're doing something right.
Yeah.
Lovely stuff. And Jaiswal acknowledges it with a pursed lip there. It's one warrior showing to another that he respects the work he's doing. 2 slips for Jimmy. We haven't seen much in the way of short legs and silly points throughout the match, to be honest. This one's a little close to the stumps, and Jaiswal recognises that by getting his head over the ball, just pushing it too short with the wicket, and it is no run. So you're missing out on the tones of Kevin Peterson, who is on commentary on telly. So support guerrilla cricket, and we'll be able to keep you away from Kevin Peterson for the foreseeable future. If that doesn't sell, nothing will.
No.
Yes, the jousting with Harsha Bogle again after the tiff in the last test, as this ball is pushed forward a point by Jaiswal, who doesn't look as easy against Jimmy Anderson as he does against the rest of the attack. He's slightly moving around. He's had the sort of zen-like calm, as all the best batsmen do, but he's walking around a bit little in the crease, fiddling with the helmet and the grill, rehearsing a forward defensive. Just needs to get his concentration back here. You know, he's in the middle of a testing spell here from Anderson, who is getting a little bit of movement. 2 balls left in this over, 4 dots so far, as Jimmy is in and Jaiswal leaves that outside off stump with an exemplary leave. What I think Duncan Fletcher used to refer to as a positive leave. You get your feet in the right place, you lift the bat, and then you show that you're leaving the ball. There's no sense of the ball ever coming back onto the bat in any way. It's, not sure who that is there. Taken out in the crowd.
He's bald.
Yeah. Looks like Ben Duckett in sort of 15 years' time. Father or something, I don't know. This will be the last delivery for this particular set of gorillas before another whoop or flange, I can't remember which it is.
A whoop.
A whoop. Another whoop of gorillas will join you for the next half hour of this critical session, where India will seek to take a stranglehold on the match and England will seek to establish a foothold therein. 249 for 3. We're about to finish the 71st over. Jimmy's into Jaiswal, who lets that ball go through to the keeper. Thank you for listening to me. I'll be back at some point in the 3rd test, I expect, and I'll hand you over to the new whoop.
Thanks, Gary. I'll just do a couple of messages. Stephen Kelk says, the wickets have tumbled. I say, not. And Ralph the Wonder Lama says, what do you think of the decision to only bowl 1 seamer again? My view is it was rash. But then, I'm not captain. And Leah has sent us a link to a video of Dhoni bowling and Kohli keeping in New Zealand. Thanks, Leah. And that puts us up to date on socials. Tony, catch you in half an hour.
Fantastic.
Cheers, lads.
Here we are again with St Annie.
Hello.
Have you put your sort of Irish look on specifically for
yes,
Dave there?
anti-Irish looking today.
Cheers, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Oh, we just got a wicket. We just have a wicket.
The luck of the Irish.
The green just did it. That was a top spinner by Rehan Ahmed. It was smartly played by Patidar, but then the bounce just came up. And then it bounced back on the ground, and then it spun back in the stubs. It just goes to show what happens when you put a lot of revolutions on the ball. Let's just have a look at that.
After you've gone.
That's one of those you maybe expect the batter to kind of kick it away.
Yeah, he tried, didn't he? But he
tried.
didn't quite get there.
It was a slow motion car crash, wasn't it?
It was. It was even, monumentally slow. He couldn't quite get his legs across. But that is a stupendous delivery from Rehan Ahmed, and a very timely breakthrough.
Yeah, and it must have been us just joining in and giving them luck. Yeah.
Instant gratification.
Mm-hmm.
The best kind.
So, I'm just catching up with you. Like, Tony, you've been on already all morning, have you? Or
yes.
Did you start at 2:00?
I did. 2:15. My alarm went off. To be fair, 2:15. But I was already awake. Sod's law.
There you go.
And you've been here a bit as well, yeah?
Dave, Dave's been here.
Dave.
I've been here.
Yeah, I've been here.
Where have you been?
Dublin time. I fear Tony's on Vizag time. He's just. I think at this point you should just change your sleeping habits to.
Well, I did actually. I did
continuity.
I was caught out at one point. I was asleep on the sofa and missed the start of one of my slots.
What?
Yes,
I've been Annie Nurse this morning.
Oh, of course, because you're looking after your dad, aren't you?
Yeah. So I haven't seen an awful lot of the cricket, although my dad and I have talked a lot about it.
Fantastic.
Very good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what a breakthrough that was, eh? Goodness me.
Exactly.
Just what England needed. Now another one or two, and suddenly it's a different game again. But what hasn't really happened, the wickets haven't come in clusters, have they? That's what defines a good bowling performance. Here, they just haven't done that. There's been a long wait between each one.
Yeah, it's not been Jeffrey Boycott, has it? Because he likes
No.
Yeah. It's been really nice watching Anderson, but smiling as he's bowling. It's been great. I don't see that very often.
Yeah, you don't actually, which is kind of unusual. Rehan bowls around the wicket to the left-handed Akshar, who's just walked to the wicket.
He really does put a lot of effort onto the ball, doesn't he, does Rehan Ahmed?
Yeah.
He does. He kind of just stumbles in, bumbles in, throws it over, and really gives it a rip. But he's got tremendous shoulders for it. That is full on Akshar's off stump, and that is blocked. It's just kind of building a bit of a spell here. It's Rehan.
Yes.
Those are that's something from the nightmare segment. Something you'll block the delivery perfectly, and that just bounces and spins back to hit your stumps. That's a bit quicker. It is a googly, I think, on middle and leg. Akshar gets back, but can only bunt it out to mid wicket for no run.
Yeah, it was getting quite a good partnership between the two of them, wasn't it? So it was definitely very much needed.
Yeah, Rehan continues. That is short again. That just kind of scoots along the ground. It would have been kind of in the category of Shane Warne bowling around the wicket to left-handers. Akshar gets enough of a bat on it to keep the ball away from his stumps.
Well, he nearly looked more. Yeah.
Just died. Yeah.
Yeah.
It looked like he was really carving it away through cover, and then it just sort of ended up not making it out of the crease.
Yeah, it just kind of died in the pitch. Akshar will be interested in that anyway when he comes on to bowl later on in the test match. That is short, and it is a top spinner on middle of the leg, and it is blocked by the left-handed Akshar. 249 for 4. Yeah, wicket maiden. That is 1 for 25 from Rehan off his 7 overs.
Right. Anyway. Shelley back. We've got a super chat from Super Shelley.
Super chat.
The destroyer of worlds. Wicket time, she says. And Stephen Kelk wants to know: are you paying retrospectively, Shelley, or in advance? That's actually a pretty good question, I think. Let's have a look. Ombre Nuevo says, "Hi Annie."
Hiya.
So hello
he's
to
he's just getting ready
Hombre.
so that I have to
Who I
say
think
his name lots.
think I heard earlier is back in Kingston.
Oh, right.
Anderson continues just on that left-hander's off stump, shaping it away from Jaswell, who leaves it well alone. Yeah, he looks like he could trouble the left-handers. I wonder how many overs they have planned for Anderson though in this Test match.
Yeah, I shouldn't think a whole
Well, the thing he
heap,
has
but-
done though is he's really brought control, and that's
Oh,
I think
100%.
as soon as they lost Leach, who I think they felt was very much the
the
controller, then Anderson was the next best choice. Obviously, he can't bowl the overs in succession as a pacer.
But he is good with the old ball, isn't he, Anderson?
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, that's what.
Gets a
he
bit of
brings
reverse,
as well.
can bowl a few cutters. He's quite handy on the Asian subcontinent. Comes in now round the wicket. Doesn't shape it. Folks was very interested in that one, but is left well alone by Jaswell outside the off stump.
Stokes is interested in quite a lot, though, isn't he? Let's face it.
Yeah, you got to keep yourself busy. In fairness, so well, actually, no. In fairness, if I was keeping the James Anderson, if I was able to lay a glove on any of the deliveries, I'd be very
Yes.
enthused with what was going on behind the stumps. Jaswell looking very fresh and young. Anderson, what age is he now?
42.
Jimmy, yeah.
Jimmy, as he thunders in, as he always did, round the wicket, and that is driven through point, I think, or no, it's gone down to third man for a single.
Yeah, it's
got two
interesting.
lefties.
Interesting you brought up the age thing, because just before I was thinking, gosh, we've got a lot of newbies in this team, not just in England, in Indian side as well, but we do have some of the old stalwarts, don't we, as well?
Actually, we've aged him prematurely. He's 41.
Is he 41?
Jimmy.
Sorry,
Yes.
Jimmy.
41.
A spring chicken.
We're like his dad. We've aged him. He's like, no, that's my son over there. He's 41 and a half. He's 42. 43. He's getting his bus pass soon. Doesn't matter. Anderson, as you'd expect with all those deliveries to Jaswell, they're just kind of in and around that off stump, just threatening. He's so very, very good at keeping things tight. Anderson 1 for 28 off his 15 overs.
Yeah, I mean, that's very impressive, isn't it? As ever.
If you look at a list of seamers bowling in sort of subcontinental
As you do.
conditions,
Oh yeah, I do it all the time.
then Jimmy
Yes.
Jimmy is second highest in terms of overs bowled.
There you go, Jimmy. That's a bit shorter from him. Back of a length, blocked by Akshar, who is still not yet to get off the mark. Hey, 6 deliveries so far. It's
In
not
India,
true for
I beg
Jaswell though. In India, just singularly.
Yeah,
in
most
India.
overs bowled in India from by seamers. 52 to 61. Faisal Mahmood bowled 389.3. Jimmy's second. This is before this test. 375.4. 34 wickets. So, yeah, he certainly has the experience, but not just the experience, obviously, that comes with his age, but in Indian conditions.
Anderson in again. That's just kind of shaping in. It's a bit fuller. Akshar has a drive, and it just goes out to mid-off. These are all just ways, Tony, of saying that he's old, isn't it?
Experienced, mature.
Experience is good. Experience
Yeah,
is
yeah.
good. And you know,
Familiar.
he's a no-brainer. He's good in India. Hey, that's good.
He's very good in India.
What you lose in speed, you gain in maturity and
Age
other
and
things. It's
the
just it's true of
wild.
bowling and true of other things as well.
True
So
in life.
many things, Tony. So many things.
Jimmy thunders in wide of the crease, and that is just back of a length, and it's blocked off. Ooh, there's a bit of a tumble there. England fielder went in to gather that ball needlessly. Had a little bit of
And
a
we're
tumble.
watching the ball.
Yeah, who was that? It was Bairstow. At his age, he shouldn't be tumbling either. Well, especially after his shenanigans on a golf course. The 2-5 for 4 after 73 overs. How are we on social, Tony?
Oh, I was just caught. Well, firstly, I'm getting grief from my own family.
Are you?
Oh, do
Yeah.
tell.
Well, I'm getting my message from my eldest. If you've been up since 2, you need to take a break. Even I'm bored of listening to you.
But yeah, he's actually listening in. Fair play.
Well, of course he does. Yeah,
Young-
because
young
he's
Tonys.
working from home today. He also wanted to know. Have we mentioned the fact that Joe Root has more test runs than the entire India squad for the second test?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yes,
that
I
was,
saw that.
and I was what I was actually doing to reply to that was to send him my intro from earlier, which did very much feature that.
But Tony,
that
he's
point.
already bored of you.
Yeah,
What?
this is danger.
He's
Danger
had
zone.
25 years of me or whatever it is, yeah.
God, poor lad.
It's a good innings. Right hand continues round the wicket to the left-handed Jaswal for no run. This time they get a single down to long on.
So, Tony, will you have a sleep this afternoon then?
Possibly. I might do some exercise and go for a walk and then have a sleep. That's a good combination. It
Is
being
this,
a Friday and all.
Is this your step exercise?
Yes. Yeah, of course, yes. I forgot that little incident.
That is short from right hand. Bounces a bit out of maybe foot marks. Probably too early to say it's foot marks, but it bounces quite a bit with all that fizz that he puts on delivery, and it's kind of bunted away for no run.
The Bristol
What have you
steps.
thought to Rayhan in this match so far?
Comes in again. That is a good bit fuller, and that is driven by Oxari. It's tidied up by what looks like young Johnny Bairstow for a single. 89.6 kilometres, so just 2 off the over so far. He's building a bit of a spell here.
Yeah, has he been looking okay?
I think so. They kept him away for quite a
the
bit.
beginning,
There was a worry about control, I think, but not so much at the moment. He's just kind of warming to a task. That was a good bit short. He plays it off the back foot, does Jaswal, but it died a good bit, so that is something to keep an eye on as the test match goes on. We're getting shots of Zahir Khan somewhere. Looks like some sort of press box.
But the last pitch was very slow for him, wasn't it? I mean, it's not ideal for a leg spinner. So.
No, not really. I mean, he can throw in those revs, that fizz.
Yeah.
So he can add a bit, but yeah, it's not ideal, I suppose.
No.
Now he is moved to over the wicket to the left-hander, just changing up the angle, which is good to see. 86.8 kilometres. And that's the end of the over. 253 for 4.
Well, always like a Hitchhiker's Guide reference. Ralph the Wonder Llama. He may not be 42 yet, but he's been the answer for ages already. Spud. Hello, Spud. And it's a super chat from Spud, so he's leapt
Hello,
immediately to the top of the social media charts.
Super
Evening,
chat, super
gentlemen,
chat.
and Lady Annie. Keep up the definitely not boring chat, Tony. Thank you, Spud. Let me give you the email address of my eldest son, who's apparently I've bored him. But there we go. Shelley says,
Do you give him
Spud,
lots of
thanks for the super
dad
chat.
jokes?
Unfortunately, his jokes are worse than mine.
No way.
And I have
grief
to.
now.
I end up apologising for his jokes, whereupon he immediately says, "Well, where do you think I get that from?" And basically, I've got nowhere to go, have I?
No,
Tony
that's true.
Jr.
Shelley's hoping for a few more on a flat deck. We need some entertainment.
Certainly do. That is full. Anderson has now moved to over the wicket to the left-handed Jaswal. It's driven for no run.
Jaswal is very impressive, isn't he?
He is. It's hard to really know what troubles him.
Yeah.
I think like he could get himself out. He could make a mistake, but aside from that, he looks comfortable against most things, which I don't like.
And he doesn't look tired at all.
Nice. Bloody kids.
I know. What's wrong with them?
They're so fresh faced. Time to go to bed. 253 for 4. Anderson comes in. That is a bit shorter on leg stump. It shapes in, but it's shorter, just played off the back foot by Jaswal for no run.
Well, if the amount of time you appear to have is a mark of a quality batsman, Jaiswal has that in absolute bucket loads, doesn't he? He just seems to
Really
have
does.
forever.
Yeah.
Whatever balls are coming at him. I mean, there's no one of Mark Wood's pace here, but Jemmy's bowling briskly enough.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see Jaswal in a test match in Australia, see how he does. Potentially see how he does against Shamar Joseph, perhaps.
Yeah.
If we ever see him in whites again. That is outside the off stump. It is driven off the back foot. Was almost half covered in the cover region, but Crawley gallantly runs around and cuts off the boundary. It looks like
I think we'll see him in whites again. I think so.
I
think he enjoyed
so.
that so much, didn't he?
But I thought he's just signed a new contract with the West Indies. I thought they
Yeah.
literally
Yeah,
dived straight in to sort of secure him.
I think Dave's just being cynical.
him away.
And I
Oh,
get
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're all a bit cynical about the whole thing, but he's just such a breath of fresh air, obviously.
Oh, it's wonderful, wonderful pace. And,
The West Indies will be desperate to hold on to him, I think, just even from his attitude.
Yeah, absolutely.
As Jimmy comes in, that's a good bit fuller. It's driven by Jaswal to the mid-off fielder for no run. Looks like Ben Stokes, perhaps, down there. Or was it Ollie Pope?
It's the mullet.
He has got a bit of a mullet going on, hasn't he, Ollie
Oh,
Pope?
bloody hell.
And wearing England caps, or indeed Australian baggy greens, or any country's cricket cap, always looks fantastic. But it's not kind to mullets.
No, it really
Because
isn't.
no cap sort of presses the back of your head and squeezes out the sort of the hair
I
at the back.
dream of a mullet, Tony. I
You
dream of having hair long enough for that.
Anderson comes in, it's outside the off.
It'll come back. It's doing a good job.
Yeah.
It's getting there. Look, it's looking great.
Taking its bloody time.
Anyway, and I like that sort of the elfin look, as I think I've
Well, I'm
described
glad
it
you
before.
like it.
Yeah, it looks great. I mean, obviously, it's not my opinion that counts in that particular matter, but I'm just telling you, it looks
Thank
excellent.
you very much. Thank you.
Come on, Tony. You should get an England cap. That'll press it right down. That'll accentuate the mullet.
Yes.
Accentuate the mullet, not the positive. Jaswell, 146 not out after 221 deliveries. Anderson thunders in. He just creates these lovely deliveries, just on leg stump, shaping away from the left-hander as he bowls over the wicket, but for no reward. And that is 255 for 4 after 75 overs.
Another good over.
Shelley's thanking the excellent Spud for his super chat, and Spud has said, "Money well spent, Shelley. Money well spent."
There you go, super chat.
Russell Hibbard. Hello, Russell. Good morning. Many thanks for the commentary. Ex-resident of Frome, now living in the wild west of Ireland.
Oh.
Well,
Different
you must be in heaven. You've got Somerset and Ireland represented.
There you go, right there
in our commentary team. It's almost tailor-made for your personal listening pleasure.
There you go.
This is what
Got it
we
all
try and
covered.
do.
Guerrilla Cricket, give us support. Keep listening.
Absolutely. Leah, what a takedown leg side. That's looking at Sadira Samarukwama to dismiss Ramat Shah in the Sri Lanka-Afghanistan game.
Do we have a score from that, actually?
I will give you that in a moment.
Momentarily.
because
Sorry,
you need
Tony.
to be up with them.
He's only got 2 hands, haven't you, Tony?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Rahan continues in. That's a bit shorter to the left-handed Akshar, and he
Oh.
tickles it away for 4.
Nice.
Nicely done by Akshar.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah, that gave him a lot of time. Sign of the pace of this pitch. Akshar could line up where he wanted to guide that through.
Exactly, and this is where it's not easy for a leg spin, is it?
No, it never is. He was doing quite well. I appreciate this change of angle. He's gone over the wicket from round. He tends to go around a lot to the left-handers. But he was building up some nice pressure. He was getting some deliveries. Some deliveries are bouncing, some were scuttling through. He's doing something nice. He might move back, so it could just be a tactic to change the line. There he is. He's going around the wicket, just as I said. And he's driven that to cover for no run, has Akshar.
Listen to you, Dave.
Bloody
It's
hell.
good to have that influence, isn't it?
Yeah. He's onto something. I mean, that was the old kind of Shane Warneism. It's constantly changing your angles, your speeds. Just mix it up. And that is... It's full to Akshar. Akshar might have wished that he had gotten a bit more on that. He could have possibly got a boundary, but it's still a dot.
Bless you, Tony.
No, it's, still got this cough.
Weird little
that's,
cough, is it?
Yeah.
That is short played on the back foot by Akshar. It's just blocked to the short leg fielder. And that is the over, 259 for 4. Just whizzed through that one, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, but Gary's in heaven today. I mean, the overs have just been flying through.
The over rate. How quick can we get these overs?
Mog's got a message for you, Annie. If it's any consolation, Annie, one of my cats is taking forever to grow some of her fur back too.
Yes, it is.
So you're in good.
Thank you.
You're
Mark.
in good
Thank you.
feline company there. Kieran Roseblade. Oh my God, Russell! I love the Wild West of Ireland. Where in the WWI, not World War One, but presumably that's the Wild West of Ireland.
Yeah.
Do you live? And we are all now on the edge of our seats,
Yeah, I
waiting
want
to
to know,
find
I
out
want to know,
where
I want to-
in the wild west of Ireland is Russell Hibbard. Come on, Russell, let us know. We promise not to give everyone your exact coordinates and send them there to meet you.
We won't give exact ones, or we can give. Yeah, we'll give duplicates. So, but it's the Wild Atlantic Way. I believe it's been branded, and it's meant to be the longest road in the world, the longest planned route. I think
Ah.
goes from kind of Cork up to Donegal. It's a route.
And that's
It's,
the longest road in the world.
it's not really. It's not really. When you go to Australia, it's.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Uh,
I'm sure I've been on
No, it
Just like the
winds
best-
from where was it to Donegal? Doesn't sound quite the same as Route 66.
Cork, Donegal.
does it?
I will say that is not the straightest road in the world, so it does take a lot of bends. It's not exactly the most efficient path from south to north, but there you have it. It's a beautiful way to go. It's a beautiful part of the world. Route has come onto bowl. That
What,
was a
our
thought.
opening bowler route?
Yeah, opening bowler all-rounder route,
Yeah.
I believe, is how we would like to be referred to. But that has gone for 4. It doesn't matter how well he bowls. And that is 150 for Jaswell. He's played so incredibly well. He's just taken it on his incredibly young shoulders. And he's decided this is
Well
it. This is
done.
my day, as he raises his bat and enjoys the adulation of the crowd. Flags are waving.
See if
Another
I thought
fantastic
we
innings.
had 150 somewhere. Yes. Oh no, that's 150 partner. Here we are. Here's 150 jingle.
Here we go.
You shall not shift me. You shall
Talk over it though.
You shall not shift me. I have made it to
Dave.
100.
Bowled wide of the crease from Root, and that is just kind of flicked to the sweeper on the leg side. Very wide in the crease does Root go, but yeah, that he's so good at driving outside that off stump as Jaswell.
Well, it was all going on there.
It'll be your plan, I think, to whatever if you're an off spinner to try get him out, but as soon as you kind of feed him in that area.
I'm not sure we got a route jingle, did we?
Well, no, it
Just
was
saying, you know.
It was the meatloaf principle. There was 3 things that needed my attention, and
Right.
so 2 out of the 3 wasn't bad. I got.
There you go.
I was going to jingle up Joe Root, then it was a 4
meatloaf
and the 150, and I thought, well, Joe
Yeah,
Root
yeah,
will just have
that's
to
it.
wait. He has
All bets are off.
after all bowled already today.
So
That
you
is-
don't love him, basically, is what you're saying.
He's lovely. I've got nothing against him.
Well,
He's perfectly fine.
but you want him and you need him.
Yeah, well, I will. All right, after this ball, just for you, St.
Well,
Annie.
England need him to bowl and take some wickets. It's been 5 off this over. Comes in wide to the left-hand Akshay, who goes in the back
You
foot,
see?
and he
Look at
carves that away through the gap for 4 runs.
Oh,
He's
now
going to have to wait again. It's another.
Which jingle will it be?
Actually, well, do you know what? I'm going to do a bit of
Double
DJ Tony
jingle.
Tone mix mastering.
Like a pig, the massive runs he has hit. So there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
That's a lovely shot, wasn't it? Real punch.
And it's short again. Aksar now has the.
Oh.
Yeah, it's gone for 4. At that pace, at that
Yeah.
angle, you're really setting it up, and Aksar knows exactly where he can play that. There's so many gaps there on that leg side. Well, not so many
Not
gaps. It's a,
Not sure the route experiment is a good one.
Well, that one was 3 4s off the over, and the last one was probably the worst of them. It was short.
yeah,
Axar
it could
just
be a
had
sign.
all the time in the world to just haul it away, didn't he? Oh, I can see a super chat flying in.
Oh, super chat.
we
Do the
like these
chat
super
jingle.
chats.
In case you haven't guessed, we just say super chat all the time when they come in. So super chat, super chat, super chat. Send them in, please.
They do. Another wicket. Shelley, please arrange. That was Stephen Kelp. But Yehan Ariaratnam. I'm sorry, Jehan, I probably made a complete Horlicks of that. I'll try it again. Yehan Ariaratnam. That's better, isn't it? Greetings from Townsville, home of Mitchell Johnson. Will England score 690 overs and really put India under pressure, do you think? That might be a tall order. Jamie Wilson, they've got away from us in the last 90 minutes or so. Yes,
They
from
have.
an England perspective,
I think
Jamie,
so.
that's pretty much true, despite that wicket, because we know how attacking Axar can be. And he certainly
did-
set about
yeah.
Joe Root.
I woke up in the night and saw that the score was 120 for 4, and I think I might have dreamt that. Because it's now 272 for 4.
Bashir has come into bowl. So
Oh dear.
Well, Yes. Mog says, Tony was saying to me off air that he thinks Joe Root is the most overrated hack probably ever.
Oh.
Which, needless to say, I didn't, but it's there you go.
Oof.
Oh no!
Ooh. Bashir has bowled out wide of off stump, and Jaswal has carved that through the two men who were there on the offside behind square. It's tied up. Rehan Ahmed has chased that down, they've thrown it in. Looks like they have gotten three.
Three from that, gosh.
Yeah, everyone's getting a bit of tap after that. It looks after that route over. A bit of momentum has shifted. Yeah, just perfectly bisected the two fielders there, the gully and the short third.
I'm glad you say bisect, because when I first did it, I said dissect, and then I was...
Dissect? I feel like that's a different thing.
Yes.
Slicing the two fielders in half.
Like
That's probably not what it means.
Like a frog in a laboratory. He split the fielders like a frog in a laboratory.
Please don't. Bashir continues. That's a lovely dot, which England will hope for many more of. Akshar just blocking that into the cover region. Bashir's bowled quite well today on his
I was
debut.
going to ask how he looked, because he's got a wicket.
He has, and a good wicket at that. That's just beaten the outside edge of Akshar. He got a Rohit out, I believe.
Yeah.
Using that tremendous height that he has. England spinners are now very, very young and very, very tall.
Yes.
Ooh,
I described him as gangly, and I think that's
gangly. I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah.
He's off to the teenage disco. Anyway, that is dabbed behind square on the offside. Crawley slips. He slipped a second time as he tries to hurl that in from short third. I feel like they have scrambled through for two. Yeah, he's gangly. Bashir's 20, so he doesn't go with the young'uns to the disco anymore, I'd imagine.
Oh, I don't know. When did you stop going to discos? I was getting on a bit.
Oh, I was thinking more of the youth disco, but yeah, maybe you graduated to university disco. I don't know. Is disco a university? That's played for a dot. It's 5 off the over, and that is.
Is it still disco as well? I don't
Yeah, is it? It's a discotheque.
Well,
277 for 4.
Mog, by the way, prefers cleft in twain to bisecting. I like cleft in twain. And Indo is purring at watching Jaiswal. It's been such a pleasure watching Jaiswal bat.
Oh, absolutely.
Been years since I've seen a new top order batter for India with so much poise, control, and free stroking ability.
Oh, I can
Go
hear
along with
him
that.
purring, actually. We must have to make a change.
We are the bear,
Yeah.
who is uncannily always early when it's his ball by ball stint, and prone to be a tad tardy. If all he's having to do is socials. He's right here, sort of breathing down my neck. So I'm going to cut and run.
It is time.
See you soon.
See you. Or I might just hold up the chat while we're changing seats.
Unfortunately, it's a drinks break, so you're not missing anything.
No, not much to be missed.
Bear is all geared up and ready to go.
And I am indeed.
And
Tim is here.
Jahan Ariatnam says, close with my name. It's pronounced Jahan. I grew up in Canterbury, Kent.
Oh.
And you moved to Townsville. I can't think of two places more different than Canterbury and Townsville. God, I'd hate to be in Townsville. I can't stand the humidity. But Mitchell Johnson moved to Perth for a reason.
Townsville's north of Cairns, isn't it?
It's a fucking long way up. Yeah, and they've had some pretty hairy cyclones go through northern Queensland recently.
Yeah.
So good luck to you, Han. So Bear, what do you reckon? Hello, Tim. Welcome.
All right, Tim. Yeah. Let's ask Tim what he reckons first, because it's his first time here. Is that live? No, because that's the middle of an over.
No.
What are your thoughts, Tim?
I think England are in a decent position, but they've got to get Jaiswal out. It's the sort of wicket where India need to get 450 plus. If they don't, I would say it's disappointment from their point of view.
Yeah, they need to get a big score. It's quite easy to bat on, isn't it? There's not much turn. It's easy paced or slow even. It's there's not much. There's basically sod all in it for the bowlers, and if you win, you've got to score big. Exactly. And eat time up, because the wicket will deteriorate. The more time you spend out there, the less time the team batting second is going to have on a decent pitch, and it's going to get precarious pretty quick.
Apologies that I'm in the dark. It's load shedding here again, and my battery-powered lamp has made zero difference.
You're not that dark.
We can see you. We can see you. By the way, I should mention that Australia have absolutely flogged the West Indies by 8 wickets with 11 overs to spare.
Who cares? They won a test match.
Indus Green and Smith all made 50s. And while we're at it, in Colombo, Afghanistan 187 for 7 against Sri Lanka.
Time did that game start? Same time as this one?
Around the same time, within half an hour.
Yeah, pretty much the same.
You realise we're in some danger today of getting more than 90 overs in the 6 hours?
Yeah, I'm sure England won't want to do that. They'll probably slow it down.
There were 63 overs at tea time. Since then, there's only 12 overs left for today.
Yeah.
So they've bowled 78 overs in 5 hours.
Well, they might just do this, and then at sort of 1:45, 10:02, take the new ball.
Yeah, so they've got a couple of cracks at it.
Yeah. Indeed. Root is going to continue after his last over, which was hammered, and that's been hammered, but he's out in the deep. Dan Lawrence is on the field, and he's out at deep extra cover, really, where that was driven by Jaiswal, who, had scored 155 out of 278. You kind of feel that if you can get him out, actually, you might be able to put some serious pressure on the Indian side, because next in is Bharat.
Ashwin?
I think Bharat's coming in before Ashwin.
Yeah.
But you're starting to get down there. Defended back to the bowler, no run.
Tail.
Yeah, it is.
Jadeja is such an important cog to the side. It's just he's so important. It makes a huge difference.
He does indeed, yeah. Defended once more. Axel just propping forward. No run. And the problem is England's generally, without Jimmy, no one's really got control here, have they? None of the bowlers. I mean, Root's experienced enough, but he's not good. He's not a frontline bowler. The frontline bowlers haven't really given you that control. It's defended back down the track. There's no run. At least Leach did that in the last test. He was the most economic of the bowlers. You've got to have a bit of that too. Pardon me. I'm having my morning beer now, as that one is shoved short and into the pads of Axar Patel, who works it sweetly onto the leg side and out to the boundary for 4 more.
Just too easy, really.
Yeah.
The man who's seeing it so well, just too easy. I think Stokes has got most things right today, but I think he's over-bowled Root.
Yeah, I think so too.
In this test.
On the back foot, keeps a little bit low. Axel pushes it out to the covers, and there is no run, and that ends the 79th over. Over to you, Messi.
Sorry, I'm just switching my TV across to Amazon to watch the under-19 game between Australia and the West Indies. And Amazon's come up with this message saying live programming might contain mature themes. I thought, yes, mature themes on a cricket field. Be interesting. Okay, so over on YouTube, we have nothing new. And on Twitter... we have nothing new. There you go.
Well,
we're
come on,
entirely
Pete.
up to date. So
that's okay.
let us have your views. Tell us where.
Oh, jeez, Bashir in. It was a pretty shite ball, to be fair. Jaiswal went back to cut it and did get a big top edge. I think it went wide of the slip route. It went very quickly. He didn't lay a hand on it. I don't know how close it was to him, but it might have been a chance.
A second slip would have caught that, not Root. No.
Oh no! Well, I think he got a little finger on it, didn't he? Deflected it, but it went very quick.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it was
4 runs.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons.
Next ball was just defended by Jaiswal.
Stephen Kelk says it's quiet here. Everyone's being harassed by the boss man. And then Mog says, and just as you start saying it's quiet, the bear screams like a motherfucker.
Well, you know, I need a wicket, and Jaiswal needs to go. That's defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. England would have a chance, I think. Well, they're not out of it on this wicket, I don't think. That's worked into the leg side. There's no run. I mean, if the pitch can hold together like this, I think they'll try and get themselves to 400 or whatever it is that they've got to chase as quick as possible.
It's going to come down to what they score that first innings.
Yeah.
If they can get as close, sort of 50 runs or so, then yes. But it all depends on that first innings.
Got to really be ahead, I think, because you're batting last. Even though it's Bazball, they'll chase anything. But defended back down the track. There's no run. It'll only get worse, won't it? You'd have thought. In which case, chasing 150, 200 might be too far. Bashir around the wicket to Aksar, who just defends back down the track. Ends the over, no run. 80 overs bowled. New ball is due if they want to take it. I think they'll take it now. There's 50 minutes to go until the end of the day.
And Jimmy's been bowling quite a lot already anyhow.
Yeah.
So wouldn't get the best out of it.
No, which is why, as I say, well, if they get a wicket, they might take it. If they got Jaiswal, they might take it.
Stephen Kelk says the bear hates the void. Sex Hammock says, which is Mayank, of course, says Amazon knows all about you and your underwear business, Messi, hence the mature theme.
Yeah. Well, Rayan's coming back on. Go on, Tim. You're going to say something?
No, I think that he was certainly underbowled at the first test. And I was surprised how long they took him to bring him on in this test. And he only came on the 60th over.
I know. It was a bit weird, wasn't it? Maybe Stokes just has a plan. Well, he's coming around the wicket to Jaiswal, who drives it. Good stop by the man at, who's that? Ollie Pope, who's at cover. Diving to his right. He's a pretty good fielder, isn't he, Ollie Pope? Good couple of catches in the last test. Good catch at leg slip today. That's turning into the pads though of Jaiswal. He can just flick it around the corner. They might come back for 2. Dan Lawrence, I think, out there. Still on the field. It'll just be the 1. That's what you do there. Yeah, you see, right-handed off spinner. That's what you think route would be quite reasonable, but it's just not fast enough turn and not inconsistent enough to be able to take the wickets.
Yeah, I just think Root hasn't bowled well enough.
No.
The pitch is a bit more batsman friendly, but I don't think he's bowled well enough.
On the back foot, Aksar just defends into the onside, fielded by mid wicket, no run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he bowls better when there's no pressure on him to be a bowler. As soon as he gets promoted to being an actual bowler, he tends to not bowl so well. Rayan Ahmed bowls around the wicket to Aksar. So leg spinner, spins into him a little bit. He just defends it back down the track. There's no run. Who is the guy sitting next to Rahul Dravid? Who looks a bit like, that's who he looks like, in the offside that's punched by Aksar Patel. Beats the man at cover. Goes out to deep extra cover and just be the 1 run. He looks a bit like one of the characters out of the In-Betweeners. The one who's a bit, I can't remember his name.
He was really.
Well, I don't watch the in-betweeners, so it's meaningless.
Yeah,
to me,
exactly.
yeah.
I need an English person on with me who's watched the In-Betweeners. I can't remember the character's name.
I've watched it, but I couldn't tell you who the guy is, I'm afraid.
Yeah, he's been in a few other things as well. Punched out to cover once more. End of the over. No run. Anything else, Messi?
Stephen Kelk says, why does Tim have his curtains closed? It's noon in South Africa. Well, it's not a good idea to have the light directly behind you when you're on screen.
I will be even more in the dark than I am at the moment if I do that.
How come?
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Oh, I suppose, yeah. You'll be, the light will be behind you, yeah. You'll be silhouetted.
Light's behind me.
Yeah. You need it in front of you.
Johan is a sensible man. He says, I've moved to Perth, just visiting Townsville on holiday. Lived in Melbourne before, but now live in Perth. Lots of Brits and South Africans in Perth. There certainly are. And Stephen Kelk says, I suspect that Tim is hiding the truth.
Well, things have slowed down all of a sudden. I don't know why.
Messi, is the South African and the 19 team getting slaughtered? Because they were when I last looked.
Well, Australia's not doing that well against the West Indies in the under-19. They're 110 for 5. South Africa are 146 for 6 against Sri Lanka after 30.5 overs.
Yeah.
So that's not too bad.
No, but all the best players are out. Spinless has caused us havoc big time.
Yeah,
So
you're
there's
still in a decent position to qualify from that group.
We really need to win. We really need to win that.
Yeah, you do.
Game against Sri Lanka. If we don't, it becomes very difficult. Not impossible,
Yeah.
but difficult.
Yeah, well, if you win, it makes it almost impossible for England then.
That's
That's
what
for
I
sure.
want. So,
Yep.
No, you don't. The under-19 World Cup. I don't even know.
Yeah.
How far through are we? I don't even know what's going on there.
We're in the Super 6 stage now. And England got thumped by Australia the day before yesterday. So they've got 2 points from 3 games in the Super 6s. And they're really struggling.
Okay. There was only does the under-19 World Cup happen every 2 years? Because I think there was one not that long ago, wasn't there?
I think it probably does, actually. Because
you're
it's a
right,
really
yes,
important
yes.
development path.
Yeah.
Well,
there's some very good players in there, too.
Well, I was going to say it's a pretty shit ball. Akhtar's gone to cut it and missed it. Could quite easily got a little nick through to the keeper. But yeah, it was too short from Bashir. It should have been cut, but it wasn't.
Yeah, he's trying to hit it too hard.
Yeah, well, this is the problem. I think when the wicket isn't helpful and is slow, and the turn's slow, as that one again is net through to the keeper, and there's no one. There's a tendency to try and dart it in, but you don't really get a lot if you dart it in. I think they try and put it into the deck to try and get some turn. If they can put it in harder, which means you tend to drag it down a little bit. That one's just worked around the corner square on the leg side, and they'll get a single. It's not easy. That's why I think we could have done with the extra pacer, but hey, maybe Stokesy will finally brush off his leg and have a little bowl at some point.
And the doctor will go ape and say, "Oh, you I told
Idiot!"
you not to do that."
Driven up to long off. That'll be a single. Why are all the under-19 South Africans not playing then?
What about them? Sorry?
Why are they not? You're saying that you've been depleted of resources. Why are they not playing? Why are all the under-19s played out to deep cover for no run?
No, what I meant was in the game that they're playing now, the top players are out.
Oh right, okay.
They've been got out.
Oh okay.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
I thought you meant they were out of the tournament.
I thought maybe they were playing the SA-22.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Well, they were supposed to, but
now there's a big heave ho by Gyswell. Misses it, and the Bales had taken off. I don't think his back foot. I think it left it.
Nah,
I think it nearly left the ground, but it didn't. He nearly overbalanced, but he didn't. England aren't that interested.
That's a tired shot, isn't it? That's a man who needs to stop and breathe and just calm a little. The last thing he wants to do is throw his wicket away at this stage, because that would really open the door to England.
Yeah, his foot never left the ground. It's just a big heave-ho. I presume he scored a triple century in the Ranji Trophy, like everybody else. Jaiswal?
I would imagine so, but I don't know. I don't have that at hand, unfortunately, but I would imagine so.
The advertising in this stadium is quite incredible. It's very massive, like, banners, basically. There's a school.
Astral Pipes.
Astral Pipes. Yeah, it's like the old days when the Cement Boys were always advertising.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was down to wide, long on for a single.
Missy, if this wasn't an Under-19 World Cup, the SA Under-19 guys would be playing SA-20.
Is that right? Oh, I'm pleased to hear that they got their priorities right.
Driven up to long on
for CSA, it was a bridge too far.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
But how much game time would some of those boys get? Probably not a lot in the SA-T20.
I tell you what, 3 of them would have been playing every game.
Oh, really? Okay.
Every game.
That spins into Axar Patel, who just punches it up once more to long on. Another single. Anyone I might have heard of?
Mpaka, left arm like a fast bowler. He's going to be a rising star. Rabida like, except his left arm.
Okay, that's good. That's just defended into leg side, no run.
And 2 opening batsmen who like to smash it. Torres and Stork.
Okay. Well, that's swept. Nicely swept by Jaiswal. Gets down right forward on his front knee. Sweeps it from outside off stump. Goes down to deep square leg and there's a single. It's getting dark. Well, no, it's 3-4. I don't know what time it gets dark here, but it's only 3, whatever it is. 3:50.
It doesn't get dark for a long time.
That's why I don't understand why they're starting these games this early. Defended, well, pushed out into the deep on the offside by Axar, who got himself a single. No, Jaiswal, sorry. No, it was Axar, that's what I thought. Fucking thing.
Yeah, it was. Cricket Daily now says, "Hi everyone, I'm listening to my favourite commentary and in my favourite Marks and Spencer's PJs."
Marvellous.
Sex Hammock says, "The bear with his fantastic descriptions of whoever is sitting next to Dravid. Top-notch radio commentary there."
Well, I don't know who he is, but he looks familiar, and he looks like the guy out of the In-Betweeners, but with a beard and about 20 years older.
Kieran says, "Is there an over-40s World Cup? We'd be great at that. Stop bringing through talent with these underage World Cups. Let's live in nostalgia with the old boys and the wing-back chairs." And Mog says, "Isn't that the Hong Kong Sixes?" And Stephen Kelk says, "Hong Kong Sixes make me think of Party Sevens."
What were Party Sevens?
And in relation to that stumping attempt, Kieran says that foot morally left the ground.
Absolutely, Kieran.
Funnily enough, we're actually hosting the Over 40s World Cup later in the year.
Oh, right.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know there was one. There you go. You learn something new every day. That's floated up by Bashir. But Axar works it into the leg side. There's a single.
I just have a suspicion the Over 40s World Cup is a party World Cup.
Like the Legends. Much like the Legends League, yeah?
Yeah.
But not so many legends in it. That one is worked into the leg side. Well, one more single out to just in front of square. England looking a bit clueless at the moment. Not sure how they're going to take a wicket.
They've got to stop the rotation of strikes somehow.
Well, they're bowling poor lines,
yeah.
aren't they? And the thing is, if they float it up and bowl a decent line, it just looks enough. That's a good ball. In fact, that's probably the best ball he's bowled for a while. It was short enough that it dragged Akhtar forward, but he couldn't get right on top of it. But it's so difficult. Lengths out there on these wickets are so difficult. If he's not turning, they're just slow. And then you've got to get the length just right so they can't hit you or work you, which is tricky. I mean, this is his first proper bowl in a proper game in the Indian subcontinent for this guy. Hartley hasn't bowled for a while, has he? Maybe I should give him a go. Well, it's two left-handers, that's why. I can see why Hartley isn't bowling. That one's worked out to deep mid-wicket for a single. But then maybe give him a go over the wicket and try and get it to spin back in, put a short leg in and a leg slip.
Anything to get the batsman thinking is a good idea.
Yeah. And then if you get it to slide on, maybe you get a catch caught behind. Jaiswal facing up, defended, back to the bowler, no run. That's to someone's point earlier. These boys would have bowled endless long spells. They might not have played first class cricket, but in all cricket they come up there to play overs cricket and bowled all afternoon, I'd have thought.
Yeah.
And most spinners love that anyway. That's driven back to them and there's no run, especially when you're 20 years old. You've got all the energy in the world and you don't get stiff the next day. So 300 is up for India, by the way. They are 300 for 4. Jaiswal is the standout performer, 165. Not out of 243 deliveries. Akhtar Patel 27 of 44. If you could get Jaiswal out, things could be different.
Yeah, Farong sends us a photo of a ball signed by Ben Darkett. He says, enough BS from SB. Throw this thing to the lad and let him rip. And Leo says, I wonder what inventive ways India can find to give this away on the third day. Neil Redding is passing on, saying that Guerrilla Cricket is available through Alexa. Hurrah! Oh, that's good to know. And Warren says, morning all. You've already said morning all ages ago, Warren.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Good to have you back.
Indeed. Just defended and there's no run. In that case, Alexa, play Guerrilla Cricket on TuneIn Radio. There you go. For all you people who are listening. Or,
yeah.
That's just defending the leg side. There's no run. Of course, that doesn't work if you're not listening, does it? Which is a bit of a bummer.
Yeah. Sort of superfluous.
So yeah, exactly. Kind of pointless. So who is the guy sitting next to Rahul Dravid who looks like the guy from the In-Betweeners but 20 years older with a beard? No one's told me who he is yet. No one has any idea.
Not a clue.
That's defended into the offside and there's no run.
Kieran Roseblade wants to know if there's a penitentiary World Cup that Imran Khan could play in.
Yeah.
You could make up a decent team with cricketers who've done time, I suspect.
You probably could. Oh, that one kept a little bit low. It was a googly. Scooted on to Akhtar, but he's able to get back and just defend it out to the offside. There's no run.
Could fit in a couple of South Africans in there.
Who? What? Huh?
Yeah.
Actually, we could fit in a couple of South Africans in that list.
Yeah. Driven by Akhtar up to mid-off, and there is no run. Well, after this over, there's only 5 overs left in the day, so we are going to get more than 90 overs in a day now. That is very novel, because I can't remember that happening. And before the official close of play, that's quite mad. Defended onto the onside, and there is no run. And that ends the 85th over. We'll have one more, I think, probably, and then we'll have a little switcheroo. Anyone out there speaking to us?
Yes. Warren says that was Nigel. Messi. I just woke up. So you've actually slept through most of this game, Warren. You've missed an interesting day's cricket, actually. I wouldn't say it's been hard work, but it's been really interesting the whole day, and Jaiswal's been fantastic.
Punched by Jaiswal. Yeah, he has been fantastic. Out to the cover, and there is no run. We do get him out there now. He's been fantastic enough, Messi. He can stop being
55% of Indians runs.
Well, that's what I mean. If we can get him out, it'd be quite handy. Driven out into the deep for a single. Mind you, Ollie Pope scored nearly 50% of England's runs in that second innings. It's definitely one thing in India. If you can get in, make it count. And this is probably going to be the easiest time to do it. Bashir around the wicket. Cut and out and gone. Jaiswal has gone. No, it's Axar. Shit. I thought it was Jaiswal. It bounced a little bit. It did bounce a little bit. He went to cut it. He couldn't get over the top of it, and he's just slapped it straight to backward point. Now this is where, funny enough, this is where Gary comes into our conversation. He said if England only have 5 down and Jaiswal was still there, it'd be India's day. Well, if we could get 6 down, however, England would feel reasonably happy. And there's half an hour left. England do have 5 down. Let's see what we can do at the end. Let's give them a send-off. Bye-bye. Out for 27 or 51 deliveries. Good little innings, but it did just jump a bit, didn't it? Little inconsistent bounce got a bit higher.
It's getting underneath the ball as well. You didn't need to hit that in the air. The shot was fine, but you didn't need to hit it in the air.
Nah, that's what I mean. I think it just jumped a little bit higher, and they've been keeping reasonably low. That's just got a little bit up on him, and he's cut it and caught the top half of the bat. Which is handy for England. Perfect timing for a wicket. England not out of it here at 300 for 5. They, as you say, they're pretty much into the tail now.
Yeah.
Although
I think
Barrett
India have
really
been
reasonably well.
quite disappointing in terms of their application, in my view.
Well, apart from Jaiswal, you've got to say, exactly that. I mean, he's got 166 out of 301. Which is a good percentage. Yeah, indeed. Barrett will see out the rest of the over. And Bashir's got 2 wickets on debut on a tricky day. 2 for 87 or 24. So that's just over 3 and over. It's not that bad.
No, I think he's bowled well. Taking all the fact that it's his debut and everything, I think he's bowled well.
Yeah.
On a very difficult pitch.
And exactly. Too many drag downs for me. Got to be patient. That's the name of the game. But got a couple of wickets. Showed, good potential. He's going to come over the wicket to the new man, who is Bharat. He might get Hartley back into the attack now. We've got a left hand. There's a short leg. There is a leg slip. There is a slip. Crawley's in that leg slip. Bashir over the wicket to Bharat, who just plays it into the leg side. There's Ryan Ahmed's a man on the 45. Well, there's a little bit squarer than 45. And there'll be no run. He just got underneath it, didn't he? Just pop. Ryan Ahmed takes the catch. Simple as that. And everyone on the England side is happy. It's been a hard day, but they have taken their chances when they come. Start defended. Back to the bowler. No run. It just got a bit big on him. You see it from the side. It got up a little bit too high and he couldn't get over the top of it. Just spooned it to the man at backward point. Marvellous. Bharat faces up to Bashir. Just plays it out on the leg side to mid-wicket. No run. Last ball, and that's it. That's it for us. That's it for me, I think, for the day, because there's not going to be any overspill, so we're not going to require any overspill. Tony is going to take over for me, and he's coming back. And Daisara.
Annie might be a bit late back, so I said I'd stay on until she gets back.
Okie dokie. And Daisara, the man in Ireland, is going to join us too. I'll see you all later.
See you, Bear.
Cheers, Bear.
301 for 5. Yeah, this is pretty handy. I think if they got Jaiswal out, you'd be. That's a good day. It's a good tough day, but You definitely take it. But one thing I think is interesting is like you take a couple of players out of that Indian team that dominated so much. Sorry, his Rehan comes in to Jaswal. We'll fill in while Tony is getting set up.
Right.
Again,
well,
there's not a single player been out in single digits.
There you
go. As this one is worked away off Rehan's bowling by Jaswal.
Yeah, there was a point in my head.
Square.
I might as well get rid of it while I can. Once you get rid of Kohli is out of the side, obviously for personal reasons. Pant obviously has been missing from the side. You used to have the wall of Pujara. You used to have Rahane. With some of the younger lads coming in, it's not as formidable as it once was. Perhaps.
Well, yeah, obviously, and also no KL Rahul in this one.
Yep.
KS Bharat, who took his gloves, is now batting as well, and he's facing Rayan Ahmed. 1 for 40 for him. There is a slip. Forward comes Bharat, way into the offside. There's no runner. Quite a different looking complexion with that 5th wicket. Jaiswal, though, still there on 167. He really has been the standout performer of the day. That turns.
Not a bit of rip.
Goes past the outside edge of Bharat's bat. Folks whips off the bails, but more for show and to keep himself on his toes than anything else.
Tony, he didn't physically steal his gloves, did he?
Right. I don't know. I suspect Johnny Bairstow thinks that Ben Folks stole his gloves.
It's obviously how it works. Well, it works in the club game, yeah. You just kind of borrow kit.
Yeah.
Whoever gets their hands on the gloves, that's it. You got the job.
302 for 5. Rayan Ahmed tosses the ball from hand to hand, jogs in, flips those wrists. And it was one that went on with the arm as defended by Srikar Bharat.
He's
back
looking
towards
really
the
good.
bowler.
Rehan's looking really, really good. It's just kind of a bit of rhythm, bit of something. It's hard to say. Just kind of the confidence of the group.
And that one again is defended by Bharat. Just jumped a little bit. He seemed to.
Yeah, he's
almost
getting a
like
rip.
he was. Yeah, a wee bit like he was handling a lit firework, and he wasn't too sure what he was doing there. It wasn't quite that drastic. But it means that after 87 overs, boy, they've whipped through them today. It's 302 for 5 for India. The eternal Jaiswal is still there on 167. Bharat yet to score. We're going to see Bashir soon, but we'll get some messages. Messrs, you're staying on. Is Annie not joining us? I can see she should be in the waiting room
Annie
somewhere.
said she may be a little late. She's looking after her dad today. So
fair enough. Well, then we will leave her to that.
Mog says, has anyone mentioned that there's a type of music in the Star Wars universe called jizwailing? By anyone, I mean probably Leah.
Bashir is going to come around the wicket. He's forces Jaiswal onto the back foot, but as you would imagine, this late stage in the day, a man who's been there from the start, he's on 167. He plays that with consummate ease and as much time as you could possibly want.
The Jaiswal.
The Jaiswal. He gets a big front foot forward, drives, but he drives straight to Ben Stokes, who's at mid-on. Mid-off even, from the left-hander. They take a single. 303 for 5. So the off-spinner Bashir will have the right-handed KS Bharat to set his sights on. Bharat yet to score. As much as they want Jaiswal, they'll take any wickets they can right now. Working on the Gary Naylor equation of 5 wickets down, 5 wickets down. It's still India's day. 6 wickets down, it tilts towards being England. I think it's a.
I'd call it England's
line.
day, to be honest. I'd call it England's day. It's tough going, but it's kind of hard to measure in Asian conditions. But
It is. But not winning the toss and having to bat a bowler rather
that's
on
not a bad day. I'd take that, or at least that's what they'd be saying. Definitely what they'd be saying in the changing room. Ultra positivity, toxic positivity. I don't know.
Even after, was it the second day, when India were piling up their lead of about 180, 190. It was Jeetan Patel who was interviewed, wasn't it? And he said, "Oh, I thought we're right on top here. We all laughed, but how wrong were we?" As this one is defended by Bharat. In
That was slightly
front of his
frightening,
off stump.
actually. I was re-watching that clip of Jeetan Patel. Slightly frightening in a way. Is he the mastermind behind Bazball? Is he the positive cheerleader who just keeps them going?
I suspect he's drunk the Kool-Aid though. But
oh yeah, 100%.
Undoubtedly he was. There is this irrepressible mood of anything's possible, and certainly 303 for 5. I think you'd call it reasonably even. England will be happy, certainly happy with those two. That though has got Bharat off the mark because he's launched it up and over mid-wicket. Hands are on heads because it was in the air, but it wasn't anywhere near a fielder. And it is going to be 4 of these. How near was that to mid-wicket? Everyone seems to have their hands on their heads going, oh my word, that looked to me like
think
he crunched that away.
they're doing the Shane Warne thing. I think they're kind of like, ooh, that was close. But
in comes Bashir. Nicely met by Bharat. Pushes it back to him. It's just one ball left of this over. 5 off it so far.
And he's back with us, so I shall be leaving you after this ball and catch you tomorrow.
Fantastic. Do you just want to update St. Annie on her
I have
duties? Oh, you've done it. Oh, you've done it very professionally.
Oh. Yep.
Done it off air, sneakily. Very good. Bashir. Somerset boy, of course, so Annie will be happy to be cheering him on. Steers it into the offside. There's no run. It's the end of the 88th over. It's 307 for 5. Jaiswal marches irrepressibly onwards. Bharat is 4 on 4. And we can go to some messages from the pixie-like, dressed in green, Annie Chave.
Bashir, hooray for Bashir! Thank you to Messi. Apparently, Sex Hammock is the next guy on YouTube. I'm sure Oscar Pistorius could get a good chance into the Penitentiary World Cup. Am I missed something, or is this a?
I'm not sure. I heard conversations about veterans or over 40s or whatever it was.
Nick Vicker says Watney's Party 7s, keg beer from the 60s. Not the best, I'm told, but I guess it did a job at parties.
Watney's Party 7, yes.
I've never heard of it, but there you are. William Sykes says hello from Istanbul Airport.
Oh.
Wow. Hello from Istanbul.
Hello to you.
And Leah on Twitter says, funnily enough, the drink served in Jonestown was a Kool-Aid knockoff called Flavor Aid.
Ah, okay.
We've been getting it wrong the whole time, calling it Gatorade.
Rayan Ahmed throws this up outside of Jaiswal's off stump. And he smashes it out to extra cover where Jimmy Anderson fields. They will take a single. Watney's never had the greatest of reputations, I know that, as a beer. There was the famous joke, is why is drinking Watney is like making love in a punt? And the answer is both fucking close to water.
Ah, yeah.
I get it, yeah, it took me a while.
169 for Jaiswal, but it's Bharat who's facing and pulls that away. Oh, just dragged it down short. Up onto his toes went Bharat and crunched it through mid-wicket for 4 of the Queen's finest. Only why he's got the 6 on the end, I don't know. It's in the 4s category, that jingle. It's been misfiled by somebody.
Who would misfile a jingle?
Yeah.
I don't
It's like
know.
Sabotage to me.
It does. In comes Ahmed. Much better ball. That was a leg break. It did turn and it took the outside edge.
Beautifully fielded by Bashir.
Chased by Bashir. Who I was about to say whose long legs were sort of Bambi-like. Didn't seem to be fully in control of them.
Gangly Bambi.
He's already getting picked on by the big kids.
I was about to say he was looking a bit weary, but all Annie saw was balletic grace in his as he smoothly glided down to that third man boundary and
I have these
restricted it to scores to a 3.
rose-tinted glasses all the time.
Yeah, Bashir tinted, Somerset tinted glasses, no doubt about that. 315 for 5. What a knock it's been from Jaiswal, but
yeah,
he's
incredible.
defended that. Well, it was going to be towards Rehan Ahmed, but he turned his back on it. He knew someone else was going to wander in from mid-wicket and field. 1 for 48 for him.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of got the end of your 5-wicket, 6-wicket conversation, and I think 6 wickets is a better feel.
That one is that one. That's an interesting ball, that, isn't it, Davey? Is that
Yeah.
whips away
It just
around the
can't-
corner? It's going to be fielded
It's got
just
those-
short. It's
Oh,
Bashir
Bashir,
again.
that man again. Graceful.
Bashir, who clumsily tumbles and in a bit of a heat, but somehow manages to prevent a 4. Or, if you're Annie,
He
dives with
brilliantly-
consummate grace.
Yes.
171 is where Jaiswal has moved himself onto off 252 balls. He really has been quite magnificent.
Yeah, and we saw in the first test that Barak can bat a bit as well. So
Rehan Ahmed has his 50 up. Dave, that's that one where he seems to sort of almost deliberately drag it down in order to get greater spin. But Jaiswal was too foxy and or too wise.
Foxy Jaiswal.
Foxy,
eh?
I was thinking cunning, fox cunning, but foxy makes it sound
I
like.
quite like Foxy.
Yeah, I know. That's
Cunning
not what I
like a
meant
Jaiswal.
by any means. Certainly not that connotation.
Yeah, he kind
of
of he digs it down. I don't know what height Rehan is. It's obviously he's not as
He's
tall
not
as
6'4".
No. Hartley digs it in, and that gives you an opportunity to give it a smack for 6. Rehan is slightly different.
In comes Rehan Ahmed. That's launched back over his head by Jaiswal. Take some of that. How do you like them
Speaking
apples?
of 6s,
what a crashing blow that
It
was.
was a bit more flighty. That one,
And
wasn't
that
it?
you definitely can have 6 penny worth of.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
Well, what a shot that was. 325 for 5. End of the over. And we can go to 323 for 5. I do beg your pardon. I gave him 2 extra runs I shouldn't have done. Expensive
Take 'em
over.
back.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 off it. Goodness me.
Bloody
2 for Bashir, though, who's had I think a good day despite the 92 he's conceded. Jaiswal's getting a little bit of attention, and we'll give Annie some time with your messages.
Hombre nuevo.
You can't.
Nearly there.
Hombre nuevo.
He says, "Take 2, hi Annie," because he only does this so that I can mispronounce his name.
Do you ever like watching westerns, Annie?
I do. I love westerns.
So we say, "Hey, hombre."
Hombre.
Hey, hombre. So you just go and then just add nuevo after it. Hombre nuevo.
I'll try that.
Hombre
Thank you.
nuevo.
Hombre nuevo.
Still
How
got
would
it wrong,
how would
but-
John Wayne say it though?
Yeah.
Hombre nuevo.
Wasn't that the famous story about John Wayne when he was the centurion in The Greatest Story Ever Told?
What he said?
Well,
What did he
he
do?
was.
I
They
didn't see
shot
it.
it 2 or 3 times, and he only had one line in the whole film.
And he got it wrong.
Whole film. Well, he didn't get it wrong,
Oh.
but he was told.
Didn't
I
get
can't
it right
remember-
either.
I can't remember who the director was, but the director famously said to him, "John," the one line he had to say was, "This man truly was the Son of God," and he kept saying that. And he said, and the director was saying, "Just say it with awe, John. Say it with awe." And he apparently famously went, "Oh, this man truly."
Brilliant. That must be a myth, surely.
Well, it probably is one of those.
There's a few
But
myths
I've
going
heard
around.
it enough times that you'd like to think it was true, wouldn't you?
I heard a myth that he did Macbeth once.
Really?
It gave it a bit of "Is this a dagger I see before me?" But I feel like that's a myth as well.
It would have to be.
There is
Max von
actually
Sydow.
no-
Max von Sydow was Jesus, wasn't he? In Greatest Story Ever Told.
I don't know. I don't know if I've seen it. I
You are
just
correct.
wanted to say there is no play going on. You're not missing anything at the moment.
No.
Not just because we're talking about westerns. But I will say there is on YouTube from George McPherson. He says England haven't been at their best. They could have had India 6 to 7 down by now.
That's true.
Need to get Yashavi out before he gets to his double ton.
Jaiswal.
Yeah, he's put Yashavi, but
Well, that's his first name.
well, there you are. Yeah.
Yashavi
Well,
Jaiswal,
that's good then.
not Jazzwale.
And Peter Ward says it on Twitter, interesting to see TalkSport belatedly applying the guerrilla cricket business model.
Well, TalkSport, yes, indeed, they have. And not only that, interesting enough, the TNT, the broadcaster, they've gone to a studio in Sweden.
They have, yeah. Why have they
said they couldn't get studio space in London. I mean, that strikes me as bizarre, but that's what they've done.
They could have hired out the guerrilla cricket one.
There you go.
Yeah, for a pretty penny, we'd have let them do that. Forward comes Barat and defends out towards mid-off, where Jimmy Anderson fields, and then puts in a little bit of a jog as he does that, just to say, I may be 41, but look, it's near the end of the day. I'm still running. That one is back. Defended again by Barat to Shoaib Bashir.
Yeah, he's got these tremendously long levers. I'd love to see someone maybe could measure his arm length, his wingspan, but I'd say it's huge.
He's in past umpire Erasmus. Again, stroked competently, but fairly harmlessly by Barat out towards extra cover. No run.
He looks a good bat. He looks pretty good.
Well, yeah,
Don't
no,
underestimate him.
No, absolutely not. I'll have a look at his figures for you in a minute. And on cue, he brings out a massive high sweep shot over mid-wicket, all the way up go the arms of Moraes, and it is one of these. Yeah, Shoaib, that's fairly innocuous ball on off stump. And Srika Barat said thank you very much.
Yeah, you don't want to put it there, Bashir.
Good recovery though. Just came around the wicket just that little bit wider, and it didn't give Barat anything like the same time or room.
If only he could cut out the bad balls, eh?
Yeah. If you can fix that by the second innings, then he'd be doing okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, where is Mr. Hartley? We feel like we haven't seen him for a while.
We haven't seen much of him for a bit, have we? Bashir's going to bowl his final ball of his 27th over. That jumped a little bit. Barat had to
bounce,
angle the wrists rather hurriedly at the end. Just 6 off the over, but all in one shot. The rest were dot balls. And we can go to some more social messages from Santani.
Well, Mog's asking how the fuck is it February? And I agree, I don't know. It's a good question because it shouldn't be.
Well, traditionally it follows January.
But it's only just...
Should we probably...
Traditionally, but...
Yeah, we don't go for tradition here.
No. There are the exceptions. But, yeah, it's a incredibly long month. Longest month of the year.
What, February?
January, yeah, February. And it's a leap year. It's a bloody leap year.
It is.
Oh, we get the extra January day, and...
Yes. So my friend was born on a leap year, so...
Oh, wow. What age are they now?
Well... I'm no good at maths.
Well, on leap year day, but on the 29th of February.
Yeah, 5, so I don't know what that would be.
We divide it by 4.
yeah, can you please, because I can't.
What's that, the dog years?
Rayan Ahmed in to Jaiswal, who stabs into the onside. There is no rumble. 10 fours are 40. Add another couple to get you to 48.
God.
So she's only about 12.
Yeah.
12 or 13.
Isn't that nice?
Steered off his legs by Jaiswal. 2 England fielders converge, but they won't prevent the single.
Jimmy's bowled quite well today, but I'm assuming he's done for the day. He's gonna.
Yeah, he has the look of a man who
hanging on the boundary.
Feels his job is done. They just
which is a shame because I think I'd love to see him against Barrett just to test him out.
Yeah, well, if Barrett stays in, we'll see.
KS Barat has moved fairly rapidly onto 17. He won't. He'll stay there for a while though, because this is just angled to backward point. 3:30 for 5. India. Remember, they won the toss and, not surprisingly, elected to bat. And really, the difference for the sides, without a doubt. Ooh. Oh, that's a terrific leg break from Rayan Ahmed that beats the outside edge of a big old forward thrust from by Srika Barat.
He does bowl some really good ones, doesn't he?
Well, he gets into
I
rhythm.
love him. Yeah.
And I think, you know, the control and other
will
varieties
come.
will come. Remember, he's just a boy. He's just a lad.
Yeah.
Just
no
a lad.
shoulders. He's got big shoulders.
Oh, massive shoulders. It's easier to go that way to develop the accuracy than to go the
Yeah.
opposite. It's probably much harder to develop
Yeah.
those revolutions. As they
Yeah,
always
I think
say.
you're absolutely right. Just the single off this over so far. And that will stay that way because Barat defends 330 for 5.
And we mustn't forget that it is a slow wicket, and so he will be bowling those balls that get hit occasionally as well. So.
I mean, it goes without saying, if you'd got Jaiswal early, you'd take best part of 200 off that 330. It would look
Yeah.
a very, very different state of affairs.
It's a very, very good
And that
day.
one is
Ooh.
cut. And has it been cut and caught? It has.
It certainly
A.S.
has.
Barat has fallen
Making a
for a
good
leg
day.
break that just popped up on him. He was looking to cut past backward point. He cut, taken
6
low
wickets
at
down
backward
makes
point.
a difference.
There we go.
Taken, I think, by your man, Annie, young
Yeah,
Bashir.
He's amazing.
He's amazing.
Actually, he is
330.
good.
There is that 6 wicket for England.
The Gary equation.
The Gary equation is, which would be a fantastic name for a progressive 70s rock band.
Nice and low down. You see, he's a tall.
He
lad
lost
and
his
gets right
sunglasses. He
down.
didn't lose his
lost
cap.
it. Was that a crocodile catch as well? I think he got a bit of a ribbing there from maybe Bairstow.
Either
But
way,
he held
it
on.
worked.
It didn't matter. He held on to it.
England have that 6 wickets. It's Srikhar Barat who's gone. He's been caught by Shoaib Bashir off the bowling of Rayan Ahmed. So he goes for 17. India have lost their 6 wicket on 330. We finished the 91st over of the day. I should probably play you a quick wicket jingle. Just this one will do.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
And that will give ample time for St Annie to message us up.
Well, yeah. Oh wait, I do have a couple. So Warren says, Annie Chafe, just say new man, a la Seinfeld.
Well, the bear has dictated what needs to
What's he
happen
saying?
next. So R. Ashwin is going to come to the crease, so we'll jingle him. New ball Jimmy Anderson was the Bears' message.
Oh yeah,
but it's not.
No chance. It's no chance. He's got his feet up.
But it's a good thought, and they might have been thinking that. Crikey, if you could lose one of these two somehow, obviously Jaiswal would be the favoured option from an England perspective. But Bashir, who took that catch, is going to be continuing. 2 for 98 for him. I don't think he should ever be worried about that figure of 98. He has those 2 wickets. He's bowled well on a first unforgiving day in India. That's
Fielded
not a bad performance.
magnificently.
Yeah, of course.
Cut.
Elegant gazelle-like across the field. A very tall gazelle, admittedly, but
cut by
Brilliant
Jaiswal
catch.
to deep
Fantastic
backward point.
low down catch.
They take a single.
Gotta take
and it
him.
will bring Ashwin on to strike.
How
It
many
was a
overs
crocodile
was
catch.
he-
Yep.
How many overs have we got left in the day?
Well, we're past that. We've had the 90.
Yeah.
So in theory, we're getting bonus overs. I thought they probably would stop after 90.
I would be telling Hartley to get a warm up going.
Would you?
Yeah, just for like maybe the last 2 overs, just kind of sneak him on.
He's got a test average of about nearly 27 as R. Ashwin.
Oh,
This
yeah.
one he defends back towards Bashir.
Yeah, Ashwin was there for a good long time in the first test, wasn't he? And then he did that silly rush down the pitch and got stumped.
Yes, as we wait for Bashir, in he comes. There's 3 men around Ashwin's bat. None of them will be needed because it's pushed back
He can
to
certainly
the bowler.
bat in Ashwin. But it'd be interesting to see what he thinks of Bashir. He's treating him with a lot of respect. See
Well,
what the great man thinks.
Purveyors of the same art, aren't they?
Certainly
I'm
are.
sure he'll be
2
watching him with great
tall off spinners.
Professional interest. We've
Give it
got the forward short leg, the leg slip, and the slip. As Bashir tries to
Ooh.
push that one through, but Ashwin defends in front of his off stump.
Being very respectful of that very tight line on off stump is Ashwin. I suppose he knows what could go wrong, so he's going to treat it with respect. But it's good for Bashir.
In he comes again. Nicely defended. Out into the offside. And there is no run. 1 ball left of this over, 2 from it. It's 100 up for Bashir, but as we've said, that's really not something he should be concerning himself with. Bowl to take wickets is the England motto, not bowl to... bowling dry is a thing of the past. And
it'll all be about that third innings when Bashir's bowling. So he's done okay, he's done fine, he's got through a whole truckload of overs. So this is exactly what you'd want.
It is 332 for 6.
Yeah, like we said earlier, Anderson's there for the control, isn't he?
There you go.
Certainly provided it. Unfortunately, you can't bowl the long spells that perhaps a fully fit Jack Leach can. Bashir pulls out of that one. Bit of movement, I think, behind the arm. Jaiswal
What is a fully
disrupts
fit
it.
Jack Leach?
Well, you tend not to see that often. That one is guided out to gully. I think that's Zach Crawley in his floppy hat. Others are sporting their England cap.
Well, I have a lot of chat on YouTube. So
Marvellous. Well,
I'll get through them.
With the score at 332 for 6, tell us what it is.
Prepare your business for sale says, the John Wayne story was told several times in debates and interviews by Christopher Hitchens, so it must be true, provable and beyond doubt.
Oh, well, there you are then.
Sex Hammett says something must be different in England because here in America we have been complaining all week that January has been going on forever. Well, it did feel a bit like that to me, honestly, but there you are. Disinterested Handjob says, what are you doing hanging out with friends so much older than you, Annie? Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
And Sex Hammock said, let's not think about Annie's friends being 12.
Ren Ahmed, that spits up, goes off the
ripper.
outside edge. There's a man at backward point. There is no run. Seemed to surprise Ashwin just a wee bit. He's coming over the wicket to the right-hander is Rayan Ahmed. It's a pretty classical ring field now, isn't it? You've gone the 3 on the off, 3 on the leg. Pretty much could be mirror images of one another. 2 slips though. Onto the back foot goes Ashwin. There is Crawley in his floppy hat. I've got to be honest, Zach. I think everyone else is proudly sporting their England caps. In Europe, I suppose his head is nearer to the sun than quite a few others people's, isn't it?
Not
this one, that one again is defended. How tall is Crawley then? He must be around the 6
He's the
foot
tallest,
4, 6
I think.
foot. I think he's taller than Bashir. Yeah, I think he's taller.
He's taller than Bashir. I want to know what Crawley bowls.
No run there. 3 dot balls from Rayan Ahmed. 2
Crawley
for 57 for him.
balls.
This one is defended once more out to mid-off this time. No run.
Not to say that Ashwin's he's obviously not a tail-ender. He's a very fine batter with very good technique. But I'd love to just give us a googly, give us a big run and rip it through the gate.
This one's launched.
Beautiful.
Ashwin
Lovely.
says enough of this. And he puts a big stride in, hauls it over towards cow corner. And it's gone all the way for 4.
No messing around.
No, he picked that one up really nicely.
I must admit,
Yeah,
I
that
did
might have been the big spinning wrong that I asked for, and was dutifully received by Ashwin and delivered over the rope.
Just trying to see what Zach Crawley is supposed to bowl. Let's have a look. Normally, everybody bowls something, don't they? He bowls off breaks. He does bowl off breaks.
Jesus, but from that height, from that altitude.
From that altitude.
It's basically the Highfield up there.
Let me see. Does he have a
can't be
first-class
much
wicket?
Taller. He's not much taller than Bashir, is he?
Are they walking off? Is this it? No.
Don't think so. Well, there's a
Something's
debate.
going on.
Ashwin's having a wee chat.
Ashwin looks like
maybe he's retired himself. I don't know.
Well, he's already got his gloves off.
Oh, he's having a wee chat. Is
Ashwin's
Ashwin?
saying, I'm not playing anymore.
Yeah, he said it's too dark, I think. I mean, I'm putting words in his mouth.
What, a man who's just launched a slow bowler
out
towards cow corner. But it is the end of the day.
Cricket.
The session is 30 overs in it. 111 exactly runs. 3 wickets, though, for England. A run rate of round about 3.7. And it means then that at the end of the day, I would say things are pretty even. I think England will say we got having to bowl first. We knocked over 6 Indian wickets for 336. That's a good day for us.
Runs on the board.
But runs on the board, and particularly of the phenomenal effort of Yashavi Jaiswal. 179 off
Fantastic innings.
257 for
Yeah,
him. He is getting the warm applause of teammates, coaching staff, and everyone who is there at Visakhapatnam.
Who needs Kohli, eh?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
there you go.
It would be a sorry scorecard without him. Sharma went for 14, and we all know the story of that one. Caught by Ollie Pope, maiden Test wicket for Shoaib Bashir. Shubman Gill 34, he was caught behind off Jimmy Anderson. Shreyas Iyer was caught behind off Tom Hartley. Rajat Patidar was bowled by Ahmed. Axar Patel was bright and breezy for 27, but he was caught by Ahmed off Shoaib Bashir, and then Srikar Bharat was caught by Shoaib Bashir off Rayan Ahmed. So it seems to be a lot of the bowlers helping each other out. But they're not bowling. They're not bowling. They're catching off each other, which is a good thing. Ashwin 5 not out, and of course Yashavi Jaiswal 179 not out. 336 for 6. Bowling 1 for 30 off 17, less than 2 and over from Jimmy Anderson. That's what he was there to do, and he did it superbly. 1 for 30. Joe Root, not his day really. Never really looked like the player he was at Hyderabad. None for 71 off 14. Most expensive of England's bowlers as well, going at over 5. Tom Hartley 1 for 74 off 18. Shoaib Bashir, he's the only bowler with the 3 figures in his runs column, but he has those 2 wickets, 2 for 100. And Rayan Ahmed, possibly we think a tad underused, but I think Ben Stokes might call that impact bowling, because he's made a difference when he's been there. 2 for 61 off 16 for him. I think Annie first magnificently set up for day 2. Those wickets in the evening session to get 6 knocked over set things up beautifully, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And I've got a bit of a, I don't know, a bit of a soft spot for Ashwin in some ways. I sort of love-hate thing, because I think there's always something going on when he's there as well. A bit of antagonism maybe, but also, you know, he can get out there and play a sensible innings as well. So it'll be really, really interesting to see what happens tomorrow. And will Jaiswal,
Yashavi
Jaiswal, will he get his double century?
Well, he's passed his highest score. He got 171 in the Caribbean, didn't he? He's now got 179 and still going.
Yeah, and he so deserves it. So that would be interesting.
Well, we'll come back to you for some final messages very shortly, Annie, but I'd like to hear Dave's take on things.
I think it's a very good day for England. I think you take that. It's tough going. It always is, to be honest, in conditions like this. Pitch is very, very slow. Bowlers stuck at it. I'm just saying stuff that Chetan Patel is going to say in about 5 minutes. But thought they did very, very well. Maybe a couple of drops, I think. Could have been quite on top. Could have been very happy with that. But they stuck at their task, and that's very well bowled by Bashir, as we see some of the highlights there. Intrigued, by the very end. Ashwin's very, very smart. Obviously has kind of great game awareness. And he seemed to kind of... I'd love to know... I don't know if anyone will tease this out, but it's like... Did he really push for the end there? Because it seemed to be like, look, we can get in a few more overs. What's the harm in that? Whereas he just kind of put a stop to that. There was a bit of game management before, I think, with Akshar taking a drink. Folks was off the field, having a toilet break, and they got some drinks on. And it was like, do they need the drinks? They just had a drinks break about 5-10 minutes before. So they were obviously looking at that at the clock.
Yeah.
Whereas Ashwin had just said, no, I've had enough. But is that within his say, really, to say that? But
can I just say, Dave, it's not... Folks wasn't off having a toilet break. He was off feeding the geese. It's
of course, yes.
Which has to have been a euphemism now for just about all kinds of things. I'm just not I'm just off to feed the geese, darling.
Sorry, I just got to feed the geese.
Anyway.
Yes, I've
Annie,
got a few messages.
Let's say some farewells and as we go.
Well, Pirate Badger says, "Ahoy, old salts."
Aha.
So,
ahoy, hoy.
Ahoy. And Messenger says, "It's time, guys." And Disinterested Handjob says, 3 bonus overs. And Farong, I think, is very, very nicely put. It says, "Well, it appears we will get play on day 3, being Sunday.
Yeah.
But more importantly, Yorkshire Pud Day. Pud off would make for great radio." Naked Fun Pornbot says, "We have reached the stage of the day when Annie Chave measures the participants." Do we? Have we? And Leah says, well, that was not a bad effort from a rather second choice Indian team." Yeah?
Well, it was not a bad effort from a very much first choice Gyswell. Not so much around him, let's be honest. The bear wants to go home.
Does he?
Yes, yeah. So any very quick final messages, Annie?
No, that's it.
Well, we will be back tomorrow. I won't, but a crack crew will be under Jason's leadership. And it's 3:36 for 6. On air, 10 to 4 UK time tomorrow morning. You will want to be there. It's a weekend. You can stay and just listen to us in bed. Take care.
Hey.
See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, 'cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the